Again, if you were just joining us, this is a live look at 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis, where we have confirmed through Fox News that this is a ICE-involved shooting situation. We don't know more than that at this point. We are working to get crews there. People have to get bundled up. It's the elements that everyone is dealing with as well. But we have a photographer there on the scene bringing you this raw footage of that scene and what is unfolding in a little bit of a crowd that is starting to gather. We are just learning of this around 9:45, 9:50 this morning. This coming on the heels of that massive march through downtown Minneapolis yesterday, where people braved the cold for quite some time and had a rally against the Operation Metro Surge yesterday at the Target Center. So this coming on the heels of that. Again, we are working, our newsroom is working to get all the details that we possibly can about this as they are coming in. But we do know that in just a few minutes, the Commander Bevito of the ICE operation here that we've heard from several times over the last several weeks was scheduled to have an 11 o'clock news conference pre-scheduled prior to all of this. So we are waiting and hoping to bring that to you. Don't know if it will still be on time at 11 o'clock, but our crew is there as well, waiting for that update. Not sure what they were planning to share in that 11 o'clock update, but obviously we will have questions about this situation as well. But as you can see, this is where we are talking about this situation, just slightly south of downtown Minneapolis at 26th and Nicollet, a pretty popular, well-traveled stretch there through Nicollet Avenue. So we are watching this unfold and hoping to bring you some answers as quickly as we can. But as you can see, people are gathering there and continue to ask for ICE to leave the state of Minnesota. We just got a tweet in from the governor saying, "I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now." We're continuing to follow our photographer there, as it looks like they are trying to move their way around and get a better angle for you of the scene that has been taped off with the yellow caution tape by the law enforcement there on the ground. Not sure exactly which agencies are there at this point, but we're working to get all of that information to you.
Same. Back? Yeah. Let's go all the way around. There's a bit of good stuff in there, isn't it? How you doing? No, good. Sorry? Here you go. Sure, man. Okay. You just say, yeah, just do the lines, perfect, yeah. It's not in front of the lens. A bit more exciting and the microphone's up to you that way. Yeah, how you get here?
Okay. Okay, we're going to switch now to some video that came into our newsroom. I am watching this for the very first time along with you, so let's just watch together here as this unfolds. But this is a video that was shared with us via Facebook. It's unclear. There's about 30 seconds left. It's unclear if this was before or after the shooting. I do see some yellow tape off blocking the streets. So I'm not sure if this was after the ICE-involved shooting occurred or not. But, okay, so this is the video that, again, I'm seeing for the first time with you. So let's watch whatever this is that's unfolding. There's about 1 minute and 15 seconds or so left on this, so it is a little bit of a lengthy video. You can see some sort of scuffle there on the ground in the street. It looks like several believed to be ICE agents there. Unclear at this point, at least from my view, how many people are involved, but you can see definitely some people around this situation as it was unfolding in the street. Someone there on the ground kind of being dragged as well, but again, you can see from where this video starts, we don't know what led up to this, anything about how this began. Again, this was sent into our newsroom not even an hour ago. I'm not hearing the audio either. Yeah, there's no audio on this, I'm told. But let's switch now. This is now the live look at that same intersection at 26th and Nicollet. And as you can see, the crowd has grown significantly in the last few minutes as people are gathering and learning of this. Unclear where exactly the concentration or some businesses and things in that area. Forgive me, I'm not completely familiar with that exact intersection. Pulling it up on a map here to see, give you a reference of where exactly we are talking and what the businesses around that might be. But yeah, as you can see here, it's just south of downtown Minneapolis where we are learning of the confirmed ICE-involved shooting via Fox News reporting. So we can go back live to the scene there. You can see some law enforcement that are keeping folks at a distance, I would imagine, in situations like this, trying to process the scene of where this situation unfolded. So this is definitely a growing crowd here at 26th and Nicollet. It looks to be, it's hard to tell what type of law enforcement personnel we are looking at there. Some in camouflage, so I don't want to assume anything, but I would believe that those are ICE agents. I do not see any uniformed other law enforcement, but I very much could be wrong because you are seeing this exactly how I am seeing it. So we are working to get all of those details for you, and we definitely have more crews on the way there trying to get some questions answered as quickly as we can for you. But please keep in mind that this is very much a fluid situation. We are working to find out more information. This is less than an hour old. Our newsroom got wind of this barely 9:45, 9:50, somewhere in that range. So we are in the very raw beginning moments of figuring out what indeed happened here and how this unfolded and what led up to it and all of those questions that I'm sure you have at home. In about 30 minutes, if that news conference still continues on time, the ICE commander, Bevito, had previously planned for an 11 o'clock news conference unrelated to this. And so that was already set and we already have a crew there. So I would imagine we will hear something from those immigration enforcement officials, hopefully sooner than later. Oh, and it sounds like we have a statement. Yep, here we go. A statement from Senator Amy Klobuchar. There has been another shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis, and I'm working to get more information. I will update as soon as possible. To the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress who have stood silent, get ICE out of our state now. End quote. Again, that is from Senator Amy Klobuchar, who is getting wind of this and working as well to get information about what is unfolding. Lots of people gathering. This crowd has grown significantly just in the last few minutes. As we know, there was a massive march in these similar bitter cold temperatures through downtown Minneapolis yesterday, and then the prior days and weeks there's been protests. But this is the third ICE-involved shooting this month. January 7th, Renee Good was killed. January 14th, a man in North Minneapolis was shot in the leg. And now here we are, January 24th. So it looks like that is a Minneapolis police squad car. Oh, no, correct me. That's the Hennepin County Sheriff vehicle with flashing lights moving through the crowd. So they are on scene as well. You can see there's a strip mall if you're familiar with that area. It's a pretty, heavily traveled corridor. Anybody who knows and travels through Nicollet Avenue in South Minneapolis, that's one of the main routes up and down that stretch into downtown. So again, if you are just joining us, Fox News confirming that a federal agent is involved in a shooting in Minneapolis, and this is the scene at 26th and Nicollet as we are dispersing our crews and getting folks there to try and get you some answers. And that's the map of where we are talking specifically, if you're familiar with that area, just a little bit east of the lakes there, but on the west side of 35, south of downtown. So that is the area where a lot of people are gathering. We'll continue to listen in as we continue to gather more information in our newsroom here. Thank you.
My brother said you came from, he didn't know where it came from.
Again, if you were just joining us, this is a live look at 26th and Nicollet, where Fox News is reporting that a Border Patrol employee shot an armed person. We are getting some new information into our newsroom, looking at another tweet, again from a Fox News reporter, saying that DHS tells Fox News the suspect was armed with a gun, which has been recovered by federal agents. So that is a bit of new information that we are learning from Fox News. And again, we are working to get to a point where we are on the lookout for any information directly from DHS and what other questions and any answers that we might be able to get. But this is still this is raw footage, and this is a very raw situation that we are watching unfold in South Minneapolis. It was only about 9:50 or so that we got wind of this occurring. So taking a look now, there's the tweet that I was just referring to, again from Fox News, saying, breaking news, Fox News is told a Border Patrol employee shot an armed person in Minneapolis on Saturday, and CPR is being performed. City officials, they went away. City officials said they are aware of the report and working to confirm details. So again, and that was, if someone can help me out with how long ago that was shared, but that was just within the last half hour or so, about 10:07. I'm going to got a little bit of a cough coming on here. I'm going to let you go back out live while I get a sip of water.
Not immediately render aid or anything like that, so I walked over here, and here I am. I am prior service. I did 5 years in the military. I did 2 combat tours. I've never seen something like this before in my life. This reminds me of like the ISIS videos that you used to watch, that they used to post as propaganda back in the days. Like, it was a literal execution. It was 6'1", one guy, and they had him pinned on the ground and then shot him. It is insane.
And knowing how this last case has been and seeing the community reaction right now, I think it's justified to say.
I absolutely think that Minneapolis is a beautiful city. It is, our response times are very fast for things because we don't put up with it. And ever since the beginning of Minnesota, we've never put up with anything. Whether that's the Civil War, we were the first to react in the Civil War. We just don't play with that. We don't, and we still don't, and we never will.
And then finally, I know that there's been a lot of rescues people seeing the federal agency are also seeing the reaction from state troopers. A lot of people are
Yeah. I will say that the state troopers are a little bit, I can see that they're a little bit more concerned. I showed 2 of the sheriffs the video of this happening. And the one looked like he was about to throw up. I can tell the rest of the cold-blooded DHS guys do not care. But the sheriffs and the MPD, I showed them the videos and they look genuinely concerned. It sucks that they're not helping. And not helping us. I hope to God that guy gets arrested. But it's a vast difference. You can just tell that the federal dudes are just cold, just cold. You can tell they're cold.
Is there anything else you want to add that we asked?
No, you're fine. I love Minneapolis. We'll all forever be strong, and I hope this doesn't happen again. This needs to be fixed ASAP. You're very welcome. Thank you. I'm good. Sorry, I'm not just playing out.
Sorry, not interrupting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Again, if you are just joining us, we are watching together a live situation unfolding right now at 26th and Nicollet. Fox News has confirmed that a Border Patrol employee has shot an armed person, they say. This is according to DHS telling Fox News. An armed person that they say they have a gun and 2 magazines. As you are seeing, they are dispersing, I don't know whether that is tear gas, some sort of chemical irritant to the growing crowd that has been gathering there. All of this, folks, is less than an hour old. We just started getting wind of this into our newsroom, not even at 9:45, 9:50. So this is still very raw for all involved, and we are just watching what is unfolding there. But as you can see, they are definitely working to disperse the crowd that is there. And you can hear the people coughing, and we have seen before some of the effects of some of those chemical irritants being put into the air. You can see people are definitely standing back now, and it looks like tending to themselves. They did have this area at 26th and Nicollet. It is blocked off with yellow tape, and we saw some folks that were starting to create kind of their own makeshift barricade with some garbage cans and things of that nature. But definitely some folks that were gathering there and that were close to those barricades, close to that yellow law enforcement line, definitely now have been pushed back and scattered with some of that chemical irritant. But again, according to Fox News, a Border Patrol employee shot an armed person, and DHS tells Fox News that they're armed with a gun. You see here, they tweeted this out. Fox News did, according to DHS, recovering a gun and 2 magazines. So this is where we are on this Saturday morning in very cold temperatures. We do have a second camera now that we are just seeing. Again, I'm watching this in real time along with you. This is a different angle and a different photographer that we have there on the scene as well. So please forgive the very raw and the movement of the camera as we try to navigate not only the situation, but also the ice and the conditions and all of that from a safe distance. But you can see the yellow line off in the distance, and definitely that entire crowd that was pushed up close to that has been pushed back significantly. We heard a moment ago our photographer speaking with, it sounded like he was a witness and watched the shooting unfold and was able to capture some of that on a cell phone camera, and he said he was showing it to some of the law enforcement personnel. Again, I am unclear who exactly we are looking at, who is on scene, but definitely creating some distance between this scene that took place and this apparent, according to Fox News, a Border Patrol employee that shot an armed person here at 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis. I think we've already heard from the governor once, but yep, here's another tweet from the governor saying, "I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation. Pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now." Yes, this is the same tweet that we saw a little while ago. This was at about 10:03 this morning. We've also heard from Senator Amy Klobuchar as people are getting wind of this and trying to figure out what happened here, how it unfolded, what led to this, what the circumstances are. Lots of questions. I have lots of questions. You have lots of questions. So we are very much watching this unfold together. But you can see more law enforcement personnel arriving on scene. So very unexpected here on our Saturday morning. Something we did expect and our newsroom has been preparing for. We have a photographer at a different location where Commander Bevito had planned, I believe is still planning, to have an 11 o'clock news conference. That was set for the last, I don't know, 12 hours or so at least. We got wind of it yesterday that he would be having a news conference that planned for 11 o'clock. So we got our crew there. I believe that is still happening. We have not heard that it's not happening, but that was arranged prior to this unfolding. So we have not heard about that being canceled, and we obviously still have a crew there. So if they still have that 11 o'clock, or if that is pushed back a little bit, we will of course bring that to you live as well. We are unclear what the focus of that 11 o'clock news conference was planned to be. Again, pre-planned before this situation. But obviously a lot of questions about this will be coming up. It looks like we're seeing more chemical irritant being dispersed. It looks like another kind of smoke flare was thrown or kind of went up in the air. Again, it's so cold that we do see some of that smoke and that movement very, very easily. Yep, you can see one kind of in the middle of the street there. So we are hearing. Okay, we're just getting wind that apparently there's a 1 o'clock gathering planned for this site at 26th and Nicollet. Just getting wind of that, and I think people are just learning about the fact that something is happening. Tim Blatz is joining us here as well after just getting wind of this. Thank you for coming in, but this is not even an hour ago we learned of this.
Yeah. So let's bring you up to speed as to what we know so far. And we have just as many questions as you do watching from home tonight. And I think the number one reaction from most people is, oh my goodness, here we go again, right? So let's look at what we see and what we know at this point. It started about an hour and a half ago, and this is one of the videos that we've gotten in so far that we are going to show you, showing chaos on the scene there. And this is happening on the corner of 26th and Nicollet. Now, we don't know who exactly was involved here so far. We don't know if the shooting victim in this case is someone that ICE was actually after. We don't know if this was an observer. We don't know if this was just an innocent bystander on the street who happened to get in the way. We will all learn more on that as more information comes in. But what we do know is that one person has been shot multiple times, reportedly taken to a nearby hospital, which we do not know which one that is, although we can presume that it would be HCMC, since that is our level 1 trauma center, which is actually very close by in downtown Minneapolis. We do not know the disposition of that victim yet. If he is still alive or if he is in critical condition. So we will wait to get more information on that. But as you can see now, a lot of chaos there in the scene. And within the past few moments, more people are gathering. You've got officers that are arriving on the scene for crowd control, trying to maintain a perimeter. And this is live video that we have from the scene right now. I can't tell you the cross streets as to where our photographer is at the moment, but this is near the scene. And as Leah was just noting, they are deploying either smoke irritants or chemical irritants to push the crowd back. But certainly a lot of people arriving at the scene right now. Anecdotally, I can tell you my daughter lives just very close by here, and she lives on Nicollet Avenue at 35th. And she went to work this morning before this happened, so she missed it. I was texting back and forth with her, and I said, if you're heading to work, do not head north in Nicollet. You're going to run into another action scene. Do we hear something in the background? Yes, we can see more smoke canisters or something that have now been deployed, and we're zooming in on them right now. So.
Yeah, they're working to keep that crowd.
They're working to keep the crowd back.
Pushed back.
Right, to maintain a perimeter there.
Yeah.
At the scene.
Yeah, and they've been throwing those and trying to disperse that crowd using those canisters for about the last 10 minutes or so. We just did get wind that apparently the Commander Bevito news conference that was pre-scheduled to all of this prior to this situation, that was scheduled for 11 o'clock. We have just learned that that is now pushed to noon. So I imagine they are working to get statements ready and figure out what is happening here, so that when they face those cameras and questions and media that has RSVP'd to be at that press conference.
And the Border Patrol and ICE this week have been scheduling regular news conferences every morning to update their enforcement efforts here in the Twin Cities. And this was another regularly scheduled news conference this morning that has now been pushed back.
Yes, I believe this is the 4th in 4 days or so.
I believe
it has
so.
been several
I believe you're absolutely right.
back-to-back, as they have been putting out statements and answering questions. So again, it looks like our photographer is kind of going to a different area as everyone's pushed back. Nobody wants the taste of that tear gas or chemical irritant or whatever exactly it is. We're seeing people that are pouring water in their eyes, and some of us have had to taste it and the effects of it, and it is not fun. And so it does definitely push you back, and thus our cameras as well, so that the photographer behind this camera lens bringing you the images can continue to do that and do that safely.
We're doing our best to gather the information for you and let you watch what we are seeing at the same time live from the scene. But please keep in mind that our primary focus is the safety of our crews out there as well. For those of you who are watching, last week our Karen Scullen and Melissa Martz, photographer, photojournalist, along with Vince and Maury Glover were caught in a number of incidents where they were they were overcome by some of the chemical irritants at the scene designed to disperse the crowd. So we're going to keep the safety of our crews in line first, and then keep in mind on top of that, it's 11 degrees below zero outside too, and all of this is happening at a very emotional and fractious point here in the Twin Cities, especially after the shooting death of Renee Good a week and a half ago, and now you add this incident on top of this. And as Governor Walz noted in his tweet this morning, that emotions and everyone's sensitivity is now at a very, very high level. So you're looking at 2 live cameras that we have here in the scene. And again, this taking place at the corner of 26th and Nicollet this morning. We do not know, again, the identity of the victim who was shot and their disposition at this point. We don't know if they've survived those injuries, if they're in recovery. We're only going to presume to be HCMC because that's our level 1 trauma center. We're waiting to hear now from more details at the scene.
Yeah, and I mentioned the Immigration Enforcement Commander Bevito, who had the previously scheduled news conference that's now been pushed to noon, but I'm just looking that we are going to have an 11:30 a.m. media briefing with Mayor Fry, Chief O'Hara, Director of Emergency Management Rachel Sawyer. That will hold a briefing to discuss this shooting of an adult male in Minneapolis, they say, involving ICE agents. Again, this is according to the City of Minneapolis. They'll be holding that briefing at 11:30. They are saying that it is to discuss the shooting of an adult male in Minneapolis.
And we now can confirm, we've just gotten confirmation here in the Fox 9 that the person who was shot there at the corner of 26th and Nicollet has in fact died from their injuries. So here we go, the second shooting death now. In the past week and a half. We do not know the circumstances around it yet. We've seen some of the videos of the shooting this morning, and I'm going to let you interpret those for yourselves. And we are certainly going to get the narrative from the mayor and the police chief here within the next perhaps hour and a half, and then hear from the perspective of Border Patrol and the acting ICE director when they have their news conference at about noon. And we are going to stay here and bring you all of it live so that you can watch and observe for yourself.
Yep. Yeah, it's another unfortunate circumstance in Minneapolis. This is the third shooting involving some of what we've been
Federal
watching.
agents now.
Yeah.
In the past couple of weeks.
Yes, the first was Renee Good on January 7th. The second was January 14th, involving a man in North Minneapolis who was shot in the leg, and now, according to Minneapolis, a adult male here on January 24th has died from an encounter that we don't know a lot of the details about, and we are waiting and watching to learn what we can from, again, the mayor and the police chief coming up here in a little over 30 minutes at 11:30, and then very quickly after that, it sounds like we will hear from federal agents as well.
I've lost track of time here. It's already pushing 11 o'clock right now in the morning. And there you can see the large presence now of law enforcement there on the scene. And again, I don't know the exact crossroad of where this is. I'm presuming that this is very close to 26th and Nicollet. I'm just literally jumping here into the studios now, and I don't even know which photographer we have out there, which photojournalist. So this is Jaden. Jaden, thank you very much for everything you're doing if you're listening in. And Jaden, please keep yourself safe as well, because your safety has got to be paramount here. And you know, we're looking at obviously the security tape that's drawn as kind of a visual barrier to keep people back, and of course you can't avoid the federal agents that are gathering now there at the scene for scene and perimeter integrity. And as you know, more agents will be coming in to try and investigate what happened here, to gather any kind of evidence they can there at the scene, which is very routine in a shooting like this. And I think what's going to be more telling now is whether the feds involve the BCA in this shooting as well. As you know, they've conducted their own investigation into the shooting of Renee Good, and have frozen out the Minnesota authorities in trying to investigate that, which is why you have Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty opening up a portal for people to submit their own evidence and videos for any kind of investigation that she might be able to conduct. It's too early in this particular shooting to know if that in fact is going to happen again, if the feds are going to investigate this on their own, or if they're going to invite in some outside investigators from Minneapolis and or the BCA. Yep.
10:56 here on a Saturday morning, and you can see that I've lost count of how many canisters of the tear gas or dispersal irritants that they have thrown. So there was another one there. What I'm noticing, Tim, is that I don't know what law enforcement agencies are there. Again, you are watching this live with us. It looks to be a lot of federal agents.
And here we go. We have something going on.
Was that another canister?
It sounds as if, there goes another canister. So it would appear that they're trying to deploy non-lethal means, smoke bombs and or chemical irritants, to try and keep the crowd away and move them away from this particular scene.
We did see one vehicle that was a sheriff's vehicle. I have to believe it's Hennepin County Sheriff. We did see a marked vehicle roll by at one point a few minutes ago. Look at the thick smoke and the thick, that is not fun to breathe in, folks, for those folks or our photographer behind the camera here. So please be safe.
You can see people covering their mouths and eyes as they...
This is the Fox News camera,
okay.
So you can see how thick it is in the air. But again, going back to the law enforcement that we're seeing, when I'm not seeing firsthand uniformed Minneapolis police or other officers, I'm only seeing from this angle. And again, this is our only view on this, 2 cameras that are out there. I'm only seeing the federal agents at this point. I very much could be wrong, and they are just not from our view. But we are watching this unfold here on this Saturday morning, as we did get confirmation that the person involved in this, an adult male, has died from this shooting, this encounter with a federal agent. Oh, there's someone kind of, it's not fun what they are going through.
And we don't know what kind of chemical irritants that they're using there at the scene. If it's OC or tear gas, what that particular substance does is it latches onto your mucous membranes and causes them to swell, and very painful because your eyes swell, and it can force some of your breathing passages to swell as well. So you want to get, yeah. And our producer, Lori Fisher, who's come in with us here this morning, just reminded us that when our colleague Maury Glover came back a few nights ago after the scene, all the days are starting to run together now, so it was last week, but when he came back to join us in the newsroom, you could smell it on his jacket, and he was still coughing at the time when that came in.
Yeah.
So,
and keep in mind again, the elements that everyone is out there. I mean, they're pouring water on their eyes, and
it's 9 below zero.
And it's 9 below zero. So then they need to go somehow get dry, because that's all going to freeze. I mean, this is challenging on so many different levels for all involved.
For everyone, for law enforcement, for local law enforcement that have no doubt by now have been called in to help with crowd control, and for people there in the streets, for the observers, for those who are coming by to try and help, to try and document with their own phones what's going on. This is challenging, and the reality is that as of 11 o'clock, for those of you who are just joining in, we've got one person who has now been confirmed shot by federal agents at the corner of 26th and Nicollet. This is now the third shooting involving federal enforcement efforts in Minneapolis now in the past 2.5 weeks. And we have a city that is a tinderbox emotionally after going through this surge for the past couple of weeks. Yesterday we had thousands upon thousands of people march through downtown Minneapolis with a big rally at Target Center. We had, at last count, more than 700 businesses that voluntarily closed yesterday as part of an economic blackout. Many of them paid their employees for that day off. Many of the business owners struggled with whether to close or not, but felt that it was important to send a message about their opposition to the federal enforcement surge that's going on here. Now, we have to say that while there's opposition here, the position of the federal government and ICE and the White House is that enforcement surge is here to track down what they call the worst of the worst illegal immigrants that are in this country and send them back to where they believe they belong. You're watching live video right now from the scene. This is near 26th and Nicollet, and you can see more chemical irritants being dispersed there at the scene to try and draw back that crowd from the area. We're going to let you watch this live for a moment so that you can participate and watch this and draw your own conclusions as to what's happening.
have my phone?
I do.
Is it with you? Okay, I'm just checking this stuff. Thank you.
We'll have to check in.
Cool. Do not take my phone after you. I'll take my phone after you. Thank you so much. Dude, that's good.
Go back to Daddy Bavino. Tell him to get his steps still, you fucking cunt.
Could you just stand tight, okay? Thank you.
All right, you're watching live coverage here on Fox 9 from the scene near 26th and Nicollet in Minneapolis, where there has been yet another shooting this morning by a federal agent. We're just getting in a statement now from Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, and she says, quote, "We are aware of reports of a federal agent having shot an individual in Minneapolis this morning. We are working with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to coordinate a state response. The scene must be secured by local law enforcement for the collection and preservation of evidence. We expect the federal government to allow the BCA to process this scene," end quote. And that is a key sentence right there, because in the shooting of Renee Good, the BCA was not allowed to become a part of that investigation. What we do know this morning is that one man has died in this shooting, and we do not know the circumstances, the official circumstances around it, although this is the video from earlier. Leah, you've seen this many times now. Walk us through this.
Oh, well, I'm watching it in real time, exactly like you are. You can see a scuffle, you can see someone on the ground there, but then they get back up. So I cannot see from this angle very well, you know, who the victim is. You can't hear anything, so I don't know, but you can see several agents, it looks like, on top of someone, from DHS telling Fox News that they say that the person was armed with a gun and 2 magazines, and they actually, Fox News has shared that on social media as well, an image of that gun and 2 magazines. There you see it there. So they are saying that the person who is involved in this, and who we have since learned is now confirmed to have died, was, again, according to DHS telling Fox News, armed with a gun and 2 magazines. I do want to go back to your statement about Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty, and saying that they're aware of it and they are trying to get to a point where the scene must be secured by local law enforcement for the collection and preservation of evidence. They do have a link to sharing video. In her response, she is saying, please submit video from the scene here. So they are already trying to collect evidence in some way, but as you can see with the scene and whatever is going on beyond that yellow tape, for any questions to be answered, someone, state, federal, local, someone needs to be able to collect the evidence at the scene there. And the conditions, as we've seen lots of times, Jim, that the conditions don't help right now when it's this cold in trying to preserve that evidence. So this is a challenging situation just on that side of things, of how they do that in these conditions when things are freezing by the minute. Again, this is a live look at 26th and Nicollet. It's hard to say if the crowd has grown or shrunk with the dispersal of some of the canisters and the smoke we've been seeing going on and off. That's been kind of on and off pattern since about 10:35 when I first started noticing some of those being thrown to the crowd that was gathering. But this is unfolding here in South Minneapolis, and a scene that kind of leaves many of us speechless in so many ways.
I think there's a sense, obviously, from everyone home that is joining in. It's like, my goodness, please not again. And here we are. But it's going to be, we want to let you know that we're going to be going to the City News Conference live here coming up at the bottom of the hour. We expect that at about 11:30. But I think even those of you who have been watching in the past couple of weeks, sometimes these are fluid. Time-wise, they'll announce for a certain time, and then they got to push it back as more information comes in. And the federal authorities have been doing the same thing. They were originally set.
Oh, they're running. That's somebody running after. What?
Yep,
why are they?
There we go, right in front of our cameras.
Is this Jaden behind the camera?
This is a Fox News camera that we're watching right now of agents
Looks like there's
taking down somebody.
3 on top of?
Right at the scene.
They're saying we're not shooting.
It's just snow, you fucking cowards!
You've got people there in the scene who have just been throwing ice chunks at the agents there, so you can just see how tense the situation there is this morning.
Yep. Oh,
And it looks like that shot has now been frozen.
Just frozen.
We may have lost our feed there temporarily.
Wait, they're running.
Photographer Jade. All right, this is our Fox News camera that we just reestablished contact with, where you can see the person that they just detained is now being taken away.
This is a dumpster being rolled this way. We started, I don't know, maybe an hour ago. There were some people that were starting to create barricades of their own, using some smaller trash cans and some tables and things like that. I don't know if that's what they're doing again here, but obviously created some distance and continue to hear those flashbangs as this situation unfolds. We obviously don't know what prompted that situation there with the agents full speed running toward one particular individual, and then you saw about 4 people handcuff that person and walk them back in that direction. Again, this is all raw video that we are watching unedited with you as this scene unfolds, so forgive the language if any kids are home here on a sunny Saturday morning in January. Just apologies for it.
Yeah, you're watching live video with us here. This is another second camera that we had there at the scene this morning, where you can see a lot of people gathering, even as it's 9 below zero outside on a Saturday morning, and more police officers arriving, law enforcement arriving on the scene as well. We don't know what agency they're with, if they're federal agents or if they're Minneapolis PD or Hennepin County Sheriff's Office at this point.
But again, they are still trying to calm down this scene, and the scene needs to be processed. Whatever occurred here, whatever however you see this unfolding, the scene needs to be processed. Here's the scene. This is the first video that we got in of some sort of scuffle. This was a little bit before 10 o'clock this morning. We don't know what led up to this. You see several agents. You see somebody getting dragged away. Our newsroom has listened to it. You do hear several shots, but we don't know what led up to this and how this started, and we have lots of questions just like you do.
We have as many questions as you do. Fox News is reporting that the Department of Homeland Security is telling Fox News the suspect, who is now dead, was armed with a gun and 2 magazines. Lori, can we see that picture one more time? Is it possible to pull that up? This is the weapon, reportedly from the victim there at the scene. According to Department of Homeland Security, they gave this picture to Fox News, and we can presume that this is exactly what Greg Bavino from Border Patrol and the ICE agent in charge here will be talking about at their news conference now set for noon today. We're expecting to hear from city leaders in about another 15 minutes or so. That could be very fluid. Sometimes these are pushed back a little more, but we don't know exactly what led up to this morning, but now we do know how it ended with one person being shot by federal agents who is now dead.
I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, there we go. We're trying to go to our reporter, Leon Purvis, who's there on the scene with all of this unfolding around him, just getting there a few minutes ago, bundling up.
Hey, we're meeting tomorrow.
Leon, what can you tell us?
The general strike, the Monday.
Yeah, just take a look over here over my shoulder. You'll see there's a fire brewing at the dumpster. It looks like a dumpster fire. Mm-hmm. Some protesters have ran in the direction of our camera. We're monitoring the situation right now. Our photojournalist said earlier they did deploy tear gas. So again, we are trying to assess the situation here, but we heard a lot of things like ICE out. People around here are very upset in regards to what happened this morning. I just heard some type of glass break. I don't know what it was exactly. Maybe it went into one of the dumpsters. But you can just see there's a dumpster fire where we're at right now. Mm-hmm. And you can hear protesters chanting in the background.
Leon, Tim Blotz here. Give us a sense of how many people are there at the scene right now, and do you sense that people are still arriving?
Yeah, I've seen people come to the scene, but there's easily about 200 people here, at least.
Mm-hmm. And how close?
And they're surrounding the entire intersection.
And how close is law enforcement at this point? And give us a reference point as to where you're standing, if you can, Leon.
So law enforcement is right now preserving the scene. We're on Blaisdell Avenue.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and you see they're actually moving the dumpster forward.
Who is moving the dumpster forward?
It looks like the community is.
Okay. Yeah. Yep, you can see somebody throwing something more into that dumpster to perhaps fuel the fire a little more.
Leon, question 2. This is Leah. Can you also gauge any sort of numbers of how much law enforcement is there, and also from what agencies?
Law enforcement is in the center from where we're standing right here. I can't see what exactly they have on.
Okay, so you can't tell.
But they're in the center right now to preserve the scene.
Yeah.
And Leon, it would appear to me that you've got people arriving there, especially near the burning dumpster, that are maybe looking like they're trying to set up some kind of barrier or block off the streets. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, typically when something like this happens, the community will block off the area so people don't come through here with cars.
Yep, and now they're trying.
It looks like they're moving back right now.
Disperse everyone with more canisters of smoke and or irritants of some kind. so they can regain control of this particular area.
I don't know what that was.
Well, and while we are seeing, Leon, the people that you are seeing there, I do want to point out, Lori, correct me if, I believe it was the city that said a little while ago, they do want people to stay calm and to avoid the area. That is from the city of Minneapolis. They have said repeatedly, I don't know how many times, since January 7th, when Renee Good was killed, that they need things to stay peaceful. They've said repeatedly to not, quote, take the bait and get upset and bring it to another tragic situation and more scenes. So I do want to say that while we are seeing people go to that area, it is a handful of a couple hundred people, but the city of Minneapolis is asking people to stay calm and to avoid this area of 26th and Nicollet.
And this would appear to be, we can't get our cameras in there close enough right now to see the identification, but it would appear to be that this is Minneapolis police that are now showing up, trying to maintain some kind of scene control to have people move further away from the scene of the shooting there this morning at 26 and Blaisdell. This particular camera angle right now with Leon Purvis and Jaden, they're going to, obviously they're moving back too for their own safety, but they're right at around Blaisdell as they observe everything that's going on.
And some of the folks, I know you're just seeing there, those folks in the yellow neon colored vests or jackets, but we did see those. They have been on scene for a while, just couldn't see them from our vantage point. But again, we don't know exactly who that is. I believe that patch looks like a state patrol
could be patch,
or some other local agency. Again, hard to tell, but they have been unseen for a while as kind of a barrier to that scene, and like you mentioned, efforts to try and process that scene. We have heard from Governor Walz just briefly a statement when he first was getting wind of this at about 10:03 this morning. I don't know if we want to bring that up, or I can just mention it, that he spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. I have been looking to see if the White House has put out anything. I saw a tweet from about 13 minutes ago on something completely unrelated, but nothing at this point that I am seeing related to this. But again, we should be about 9 minutes or so away from the press conference involving Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, who are going to be speaking to this. We, of course, will be bringing that to you live at 11:30 or whatever time they end up starting. And then, depending on how long that lasts, very quickly after that, at noon, a press conference from the federal side of things from Commander Bevito was originally scheduled for 11 o'clock, unrelated prior planning to all of this, and they thus pushed it back to noon. So I'm not sure what this is. We have people on the streets that appear to be launching fireworks toward the law enforcement officers there at the end of the street. And again, this is all on Blaisdell Avenue in Minneapolis, and this is just about a block west of Nicollet at about Blaisdell, and I'm thinking 34th Street. So this is quite a ways away from the scene of the shooting here this morning. And but that's how far back they're trying to push right now the protesters. So yes, this is a good deal away from, I've got it pulled up on a map here right now, so this is a good deal away from the scene of the shooting, but still, and it shows just how far back they're trying to push people from the incident of the shooting here this morning, where one person has died. And as you can see, I mean, this is, Tim, Nicollet Avenue is a very busy area. It's a
Very
main
vibrant.
artery
Yes,
in South
absolutely.
Minneapolis. Those are apartments behind there. There's shops and strip malls. I mean, there is a lot of business and activity and people in that concentrated area of the city that you are not seeing on your TV screen right now. Those are all apartments behind there as this is unfolding. So this is very much in a pocket where a lot of people are living, and this is unfolding on their doorstep. You can see quite the barricade there of the dumpsters and some things that people have gathered to create yet another layer of this barricade. So again, if Leon is there, I'm trying to get which is our Fox camera, which is our Leon camera. Lori, can you tell us, is Fox the camera in the upper left? I'm just trying to get. Here's Leon. Well, what can you tell us?
Yes. So right now, you see this barrier right here. People are chanting "ICE out" now. And if we look up the street, law enforcement has moved to where the protesters were, and the protesters have moved back. And this is after the dumpster had went on fire.
Leon, give us a sense of the cross street that you're at. I know that you said once upon a time you were on Blaisdell Avenue. If you're still in there, what's the cross street if you can?
I'm still on that street right now. We're at Blaisdell Avenue and West 26th Street.
There you go. Thank you. Okay, so you're just a block away from the scene
give you an
of
idea.
the shooting this morning. Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate that. So this is still very close to the scene of the shooting, just about a block away where people are gathering now. You got the dumpster fire. You've got people who are trying to set up blockades in the area around the area, which is where Leon and our photographer Jaden are standing right now, and police have been systematically trying to push people further and further back and away. And again, the city is trying to emphasize over and over again, if you're watching this, please stay away and express your opinions peacefully. You've heard Governor Walz, you've heard Mayor Fry, you've heard Mayor Herr begging people during the course of the past couple of weeks is to not to take the bait. And what they were referring to is do not give, in their mind, the White House any more encouragement to send either more agents here or institute the Insurrection Act that would federalize troops and bring them in to Minneapolis. And we do know that 1,500 troops have been put on standby from the 11th Airborne in Alaska. These are troops that are especially trained in cold weather duty, and it's cold here. 9 below outside right now, and it's going to get even colder again overnight before we start a slight warming pattern, if you can call around zero warming pattern, but it kind of is as to what we're going to be experiencing here the next couple of days. But getting back to the point, our leaders here in the Twin Cities have been asking people to remain calm and to not give federal authorities any incentive to bring more reinforcements into Minneapolis right now.
Yeah, and I think Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty's statement, I mean, someone needs to be able to process the scene. As we have seen, that takes time. In these conditions, it takes even longer. And so they need to be able to process that as quickly as they can, given the elements. It takes humans to do that, and they need to themselves, investigators, go in and take care of their bodies and make sure they are not getting frostbite in these conditions. And so it's a lot more people than just who you are seeing. And scenes like this, they need to have investigators ideally go in and out to relieve people, just because of the risk of frostbite in this situation and having to process an outdoor scene. So that's why Mary Moriarty's statement, already asking for people to submit their video and already starting that collection process from afar. It looks like they're running after some more folks. They're tackling someone else here to the ground.
A few moments ago, we witnessed someone else being taken down and taken away by federal agents there in the scene. So this is just another instance of more enforcement going on as they try and maintain some security discipline there at the scene to protect the scene as they investigate and look for evidence in that. I would note that you see some overturned dumpsters there that residents have done is to try and create a blockade, and we've seen this similarly happen at other scenes across the Twin Cities here. But tensions are high, especially as this is now the third shooting that we've had in the past 3 weeks here in Minneapolis.
Yes, the third shooting this month and the second that is now confirmed to be deadly.
For those who might be just tuning in, we are expecting a briefing, a news conference from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, along with Minneapolis Police Chief O'Hara here. It was scheduled to start right about now at 11:30. But as you know, this is a very fluid situation. It may take longer for them to hold this briefing and come together. And we are also waiting for a briefing from Border Patrol Head Commander Greg Bravino. That's supposed to be coming up at noontime today, and we presume that he will be joined by the acting director of ICE, who's in town as well, to give their side of what happens. And by the way, this was the Border Patrol briefing has been a regularly scheduled briefing now for the past several days here in the Twin Cities. They were originally going to hold their briefing at 11 o'clock this morning, but because of this incident now in Minneapolis, they pushed it back by an hour. So we're expecting that at about noon, but that too could slide based upon new information that's coming in. So we're going to be here, and we're going to stay on the air live so that you can participate and listen into these briefings yourself. We're not going to try and interpret them for you. We want you to be able to watch it, draw your own conclusions, and process it on your own, because we feel that's important at this point.
And I do want to point out, I hope that we don't get into a situation where these press conferences are overlapping. We, of course, are doing our best, but we will, I can think it's safe to assume that we will stick with whatever one starts first and be rolling on both, and then bring you the other one in its entirety. So again, you can draw your own conclusions and you can hear everything that we are hearing. But just looking at the time clock and some of these things starting late, you know, it's kind of a jockeying game here. I hope we're not in a situation where these different press conferences are happening at the same time, but please know that we have crews at both, and we will be rolling on both. And so we will not dip out of one, we will stick with it and then air the next. So I just want to be transparent with people about that, you know, we're in a situation where we're waiting for both right now, frankly.
There's as you know now, there's not a lot of coordination between federal authorities and local authorities on certain matters. There has been on others, but it's entirely conceivable that both news conferences could happen at the same time, and we will continue with whoever goes up first, and then we will be recording, obviously, the second one if it happens at the same time, and bring it to you in its entirety after the first one is over. So there is distinct possibility that those could overlap.
And just looking at the clock, and I've been at these things where you get the 5 minutes, stand by, be ready, and then 5 minutes turns into 12, turns into 20, and it's just entirely possible. So that's why we're waiting. There's the scene right now. This is, which one is this, Lori? Is this is City Hall. Okay, so this is City Hall. We're waiting on Mayor Jacob Frey, the police chief, Brian O'Hara, still a few minutes away from that one. But again, standing by, it's supposed to start at 11:30, but as you can imagine, they are getting all their ducks in a row to answer whatever questions they can, while they, I'm sure, are watching some of this raw footage that we are bringing them via the airwaves, us and other outlets, watching this unfold and responding to it as they can with all sorts of personnel and people from the city here at this scene at 26th and Nicollet. So they definitely have moved up now. The agents, and it looks like several, I mean, they're in jeans and tennis shoes and
and no doubt a Saturday morning, like the rest of the Twin Cities right now. They thought they were going to have maybe a morning off, and all of a sudden the phone rings and here they are. So it's a very fluid scene that's taking place right now in Minneapolis, and as more law enforcement tries to show up on the scene for scene control, to set a perimeter so investigators can do their work. And obviously we have more observers who are trying to come to the scene, concerned residents who live in this neighborhood. And there's a lot of people who live. There's a lot of apartment buildings and homes in this particular neighborhood. This is a heavy residential area. My daughter lives in this area as well, just a few blocks away. So it's there's a lot of people who are going to want to come out and observe from themselves as to what just happened, even when it's 9 degrees below zero outside. So which only adds to the complications and tensions that are on the scene there as well. I mean, a few moments ago, Leah was noting that people were pouring water into the eyes of victims who had been overcome by irritants there at the scene. And water, when it's 9 below zero outside, is going to freeze almost instantly. So you've got multiple issues there at the scene for those who are overcome by some of the irritants that law enforcement is deploying right now in the name of scene security.
Yeah, just looking from this camera angle, it doesn't seem that the crowd has grown in the last few minutes. It definitely grew by quite a handful of people within the first, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes, but it's hard to say because people keep on getting pushed back and then they press back in. But I think around the country, people were responding to the large crowds yesterday, and that marched through downtown Minneapolis.
Okay, we just got a brand new statement here from Homeland Security, and I'm going to read this to you verbatim, okay? A quote, starting at 9:05 a.m. Central Time, as Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun seen here. And they're showing the picture here in the communication that they're sending out. Quote, the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. It goes on to say, quoting now, the suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. The statement continues, quoting, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement on the scene. Crowd control measures were deployed for safety of the public and law enforcement. The situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming, end quote. This statement just coming in literally 3 minutes ago from the Department of Homeland Security. And in this communication to us, they have posted a picture of the handgun that they say was recovered from the scene there at 26th and 26th and Nicollet this morning. So this is the narrative that's now coming in from the Department of Homeland Security. We know that Greg Bavino with Border Patrol and federal authorities will most likely be talking a lot about this coming up in what we expect to be their news briefing in about 20 minutes from now, give or take a few moments. We are also waiting on a news conference with Mayor Fry and Police Chief Brian O'Hara that also is scheduled to take place at any moment now. We have crews at each scene, and we will bring you those remarks live as they come in.
And it looks like here that they've handcuffed and are taking away a couple more people. We're hearing a lot of people arrested or detained in this situation, as this is kind of a face-off between agents and people in the public here at 26th and Nicollet. So yeah, this is at least the fourth person in less than an hour that we've seen surrounded and put down on the ground by agents and then led away. So an emotionally charged situation, to say the least. And again, the city of Minneapolis is asking people to stay calm. We know you're watching this, and there's a lot of feels, but to stay calm and to avoid this area.
And again, according to the Department of Homeland Security, this all happened at shortly after 9 o'clock this morning. At 9:05, according to the statement that they've just posted. All happening, from what the Department of Homeland Security says, was a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an immigrant wanted for assault. When officers attempted to make that arrest, an individual, according to the Department of Homeland Security, approached Border Patrol officers with a 9mm handgun. Officers attempted to disarm that suspect, and fearing for his life, an officer and fellow officers fired a defensive shot, and one agent fired defensive shots, and the victim died there at the scene at the corner of 26th and Nicollet this morning.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note more of that. I mean, it's a pretty lengthy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-paragraph, tweet that you can see on social media for yourselves as well. That according to Homeland Security, they say that the agent was fearing for his life and the lives and the safety of fellow officers. An agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead there. They also go on to say that the suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID, no identification. And then they go on to say, according to, again, Homeland Security, this looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Again, that is according to Homeland Security and part of their statement and their view of what has unfolded here in South Minneapolis this morning. We are waiting to hear other statements from the city, from local law enforcement. If there's any similarities or differences, time will tell. We don't know yet, and we are waiting and standing by for those comments.
And in the statement from the Department of Homeland Security, these are key words, and you no doubt remember hearing this from the shooting of Renee Good here 2 weeks ago. And the statement and the key words are this: fearing for his life. And it's a key statement because that is the language that the U.S. Supreme Court, in a very famous case going back to 1989, used to establish the justification for deadly force of a law enforcement officer. If that law enforcement officer feared for his or her life, then in many cases the Supreme Court ruled that lethal force can be justified. So it's a key statement, and when you tune your radar, because you'll be hearing it a lot here, perhaps from authorities here this afternoon describing what took place at 26 and in Nicollet this morning. We are still standing by, waiting for Minneapolis leaders to conduct their briefing here, and it could happen at any moment now. We have a crew at City Hall waiting for the mayor and the police chief to arrive at the podium. The moment that happens, of course, we're going to take you there live. And we're also waiting for the Department of Homeland Security, especially the head of Border Patrol, Greg Bravino, to have their briefing that's tentatively scheduled right now for noon. That could slide as well. We will bring you both. If they happen to overlap, we're going to stick with the one that's on the air, and then immediately after that, we will either join in progress or roll the tape in its entirety of the news conference that starts second. So Leah and I both see that as a plausible scenario here this morning, because there hasn't been great communication going back and forth between federal law enforcement and local law enforcement here in the past couple of weeks, and so that's a very likely scenario that will happen.
Right, and if they're not coordinating, and we know because we have crews at both locations that they are, you know, unless there's some coordination of, okay, you go first. But I think we can all agree that we probably, that's probably low on the priority list of the courtesy of who goes first and who goes second. So yeah, we will be bringing that to you in its entirety. It is interesting that, you know, here it is 11:44. The statement from Homeland Security, you know, came out just about 12 minutes ago. Not only the statement, but also you know, a photo and the added information, according to Homeland Security, that the suspect also had a 9mm semi-automatic handgun and had 2 magazines with them. So I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions surrounding all of that. Looks like some more canisters and smoke going off, some more
people
running.
dragging dumpsters, whatever they can, to form a blockade in the road there as well. I keep waiting. I keep refreshing the president's social media channel, of course, on Truth Social, and nothing from the president yet, whether he is still being briefed upon this or waiting for federal officials to hold their news conference here, presumably in about another 15 minutes or so. We of course don't know, but the moment that we hear anything from the president, we will certainly relay that to you as well. Lori, there was some communication this morning from Senator Klobuchar. Can we bring that up? She posted this morning on social media, there has been another shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis, and I'm working to get more information. I will update as soon as possible to the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress who have now stood silent. Get ICE out of our state now. And this coming in from Senator Klobuchar this morning.
I'm wondering from Lori, can we also get this another statement that was this is just put into our internal Slack channel that we rely on for, you know, confirmed information and communication to you. But the Border Patrol Union, the official union of the U.S. Border Patrol, has just put out a statement. If we can effort getting that up to share with people, people are responding to this, and this is one of those things that can start to move very, very quickly. It seems there's just a lot of kind of back and forth at 26th and Nicollet right now. Lori, our producer in the booth, can you get the statement from the Border Patrol Union that was just put into ours? I can start to read it, but again, this is the official union of the U.S. Border Patrol putting out a statement just a moment ago saying Border Patrol agents are trained extremely well to protect themselves, their fellow agents, and innocent third parties. Well, wait, we're getting the statement in just a moment here.
Oh, yeah, how much water is on that now?
Yeah, that's gonna.
Okay, here's the statement that I was just referring to that has been shared by the official union of the U.S. Border Patrol. It says Border Patrol agents are trained extremely well to protect themselves, their fellow agents, and innocent third parties. When a supposed, quote, peaceful protester brings a weapon, such as a loaded handgun, and brandishes it, there are going to be severe consequences and repercussions. So we have pleaded with and warned the media and the politicians that their irresponsible, hate-filled, and false rhetoric is going to get people unnecessarily hurt or worse, killed when they portray our agents and officers as the agitators. They've encouraged these reckless confrontations and attacks on our agents and officers who are performing their lawful duties and enforcing the laws that Congress has put on the books. It goes on to say that the fake and dishonest media and shameless politicians should be held accountable for willfully misleading the public and enticing these protesters and agitators. We have full confidence that when more facts are revealed, our agents and officers will be shown to have utilized justifiable force in eliminating the threat. We are being as transparent as possible in bringing this all to you on every side and every statement that we are receiving as it is happening. We have been live with you since just a few minutes after this occurred. So lots of reactions coming into this.
In fact, I just got a statement here from Indivisible Twin Cities, and I'm going to quote them. We are calling for justice for any good and for a return to peace in our communities. ICE has turned our communities into a war zone through its reign of terror, and now this morning another community member has been shot and killed by ICE. The violence continues. We demand that ICE leave Minnesota and now, and we will continue to stand firm in support of our communities until peace has been restored, end quote. This coming in from Indivisible Twin Cities. We do need to note this morning, and this is an important clarifying statement that if you've been with us here for the past couple of moments, Department of Homeland Security has released a statement saying that the victim in this case, they are alleging brought a 9mm handgun to the scene, and officers trying to protect themselves defensively shot and killed the man there at the scene. And we expect to hear more from Homeland Security and Border Patrol in a news conference here that is scheduled to take place at noon. Of course, this is all very fluid. That may or may not happen at noon. We're also waiting for the mayor and police chief. So are we going to the mayor now?
I'm going to turn it over to the chief to provide an update and some of the details based on the limited amount of information that we have thus far this morning, and then I will provide some comments myself. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N-O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received a report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again. To make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now? Or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director Sayer.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering, just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents. And the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones in Yemen, Haiti, Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now between local federal law enforcement or cooperation, or where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
Yeah, I'll turn it to the chief to answer.
So the question was, there is an incredibly volatile scene in South Minneapolis right now, and the extent of communication with law enforcement agencies. We have established a command post that is led by Minneapolis Police, and there are representatives from all of the regional, local, county, and state organizations. We have had communication with Homeland Security, but they have not been able to provide us any specific details around the incident itself. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of people on the streets of our city, and we are doing everything that we can to maintain the peace right now, led by Minneapolis Police, but with the help of the Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin and Ramsey County Sheriffs. Several suburban towns are in the city helping us with 911 calls. We have done an emergency recall of all sworn personnel back to duty. And we are working with the fire department right now to ensure that 2 small fires that were started in the area are safely extinguished. But again, We need everyone to avoid the area if possible, and the people who are in the area, we understand your frustrations. This is not sustainable. But we need people to leave the area at this time.
Is the National Guard involved?
We have communicated with the National Guard. They have been on standby for several days, and we have ensured the National Guard, as well as all of the local law enforcement partners, are aware of the situation.
Chief and Mayor, if I can ask you, this is a statement from Tricia McLaughlin, spokesperson from DHS. She said in her statement, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Seen here, they showed a picture of it. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid. Is that what happened?
So Minneapolis Police, the question was, you read a statement from DHS saying that a weapon was presented and there was attempts to disarm the person. Again, like I stated earlier, Minneapolis Police, as well as our supervisors, our watch commander, responded to the scene. We were not provided any public safety statement around the incident, what happened. We have since seen a video that is circulating online, like thousands of other people have at this time. So we do not know what happened prior to the recording that is online right now. I immediately called for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond, to conduct an investigation. They are on the scene. I believe the FBI is on the scene as well. But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets, and we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Chief, can you clarify, was MPD cut out of this investigation? Has the BCA been cut out, like we've seen from the two previous shootings?
The question was, has MPD been cut out of the investigation, and has the BCA been cut out? As I stated, I immediately requested the BCA to respond. It's my understanding that they are on the scene. I have not heard anything otherwise. There was initially some information was relayed to me over the radio that our officers were told that they were either not needed or could leave, and I gave a direct order to ensure that Minneapolis Police maintain the scene as well as other state and local law enforcement.
Can you talk about the discrepancy?
Do you know whether it was multiple officers involved in the shooting or one officer, and do you know their whereabouts? Are they in custody at all, or still on the scene?
So the question was is there multiple officers involved in the shooting? That is the preliminary information. That is our understanding, that it was more than one law enforcement officer involved in the discharge. And again, there is public video that shows several law enforcement officers in a scuffle with someone.
Can you talk about the discrepancy? The initial reports said that the victim here was 51 years old. The information that you have, where is that from?
So the question was, the initial reports said the victim was 51. The information that I have is we sent Minneapolis police officers to the hospital with the individual who was shot, and they have since identified that person.
Two more questions.
Do you have a name of the individual who was shot?
I do, and I'm not releasing it.
Are you able to talk, have you been able to talk with top ICE and Border Patrol officials to ask them to please be in on this, or have you talked to them, or have you been rejected?
The question was, have we talked with federal law enforcement to be in on this? We have had conversations with Homeland Security Investigations this morning. We are told they do not have any information to share at this time, but we will attempt to maintain those communications going forward.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Do you believe that they have no information to share at this time?
The question was, do I believe that they have no information to share at this time? I don't know if the individual that we were in contact with would or not. This is a Saturday morning, and just like it was for us, it was a scramble to do an emergency recall and to get people to the scene.
All right, thank you guys. We'll have more information if we get any later throughout the day.
And there you have it. Police Chief Brian O'Hara, Mayor Jacob Fry. conducting their own briefing here as to what happened here this morning. My name is Tim Blotz. I'm here with Leah Bino inside the Fox 9 studios, and we've been watching everything that have unfolded here today. A couple of key passages from this news conference. And by the way, we are waiting for the feds to also hold their own briefing here with Greg Bravino from Border Patrol at any moment now, and we will go to that live when that happens. Mayor Fry saying this morning that with a direct message to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader, he said, quote, "Put Minneapolis and America first. Let's work for peace," end quote. Chief O'Hara identifying the victim this morning as a 37-year-old white man, Minneapolis resident, who they believe is an American citizen. But here's the key passage. And he said, "The video that you've been watching this morning speaks for itself. The only records they've been able to identify are traffic tickets, and, quote, we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry." Okay, that's a key statement there, because Department of Homeland Security has put out its own narrative this morning, and I think it's appropriate that I read this to you word for word at this time. Here it is. At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming, the statement says. And again, I'm going to read further from DHS. Quote, "Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where the individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement," end quote. That is the statement this morning from the Department of Homeland Security, and they included a picture in that statement that is now on social media of the handgun that they recovered from the suspect there at the scene.
Yes, and Homeland Security putting out that statement, the police chief and the Minneapolis mayor also making comments, and the Chief O'Hara also pointed out that while this statement has been put out publicly on Twitter and that we've been sharing with you, Chief O'Hara did point out that while they have reached out to DHS, they have not been provided a statement themselves about what happened. So they don't know the circumstances around what unfolded here. That has not been shared with them. They are responding in an effort to help keep the peace in what they are now classifying as an unlawful assembly here at the corner of 26th and Nicollet, where the crowd has been growing, but kind of, you know, it's been growing, it's been shrinking, it's been pushed back from the agents that are there. But Minneapolis police, they have asked people multiple times to leave that area. This is from the tweet that the Department of Homeland Security shared, referring to the 9mm handgun and the 2 magazines that apparently, according to Homeland Security, were found with the 37-year-old man who was shot and lost his life this morning.
And again, Chief O'Hara saying that when they pull up the scene, they have not gotten this narrative from DHS yet, officially. The person, their contact they've been talking to, we have gotten this, obviously, as the rest of the world now has, as DHS is push this out onto social media. But officially, Minneapolis police, according to the chief, say they have not gotten DHS's side of what took place here this morning. But the chief said, quoting now, "We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize there is anger out there." But as Leah said, they're just asking people to leave the scene. They've called in mutual aid from the State Patrol to help disperse the crowd. The chief is calling this an unlawful assembly, and they've got Minneapolis Fire coming in to try and put out 2 fires there at the scene. Presumably those are the dumpster fires that Leon and Jaden were showing us from the scene there this morning at basically Blaisdell and 26th Street.
Yeah, they have a command. Minneapolis police say they have a command post there. It was a scramble scramble on a Saturday morning for them as well to get there and respond, but they do have local and state agencies. The BCA is on scene, the FBI is on scene. There was a question to the chief regarding has there been communication with the National Guard? The short answer to that was yes, they are aware of the situation, but there sounds like no directive for the National Guard to come in, but they are aware of this situation, as there are several, suburban agencies assisting with what is going on. Because again, as we have been talking, not only is it a growing scene with people, but it is also very cold, and these officers and the law enforcement need to be relieved given the elements right now. We have Kelly O'Connell, who is there on the scene for us this morning. Kelly, hello, Kelly, what can you tell us?
Hi guys, good morning. We are here, essentially there's two sides of this scene, if you will, in between where this happened early this morning. We're at 27th and 1st, where a crowd has been gathering. I've been here for about an hour or so, just gathering interviews, talking to people. And then on the other side of the street, the other side of Nicollet, there is another crowd gathering, a larger crowd is from what I'm hearing. And a lot of people came out here. Most of the folks I spoke with weren't here when that shooting actually took place, but heard about it, saw some of the social media posts and wanted to come down. Some folks here in the neighborhood, I spoke with one man who was from Apple Valley who was actually grocery shopping and said, you know what, I gotta go, and drove down here. Frustrations, as you would imagine, are high. People are upset, people are mad, people are trying to figure out what is going on. There's been a lot of, shouting back and forth. There has been some tear gas deployed a little bit further from where we are, but then with the wind, it is coming into our direction. So folks are prepared, if you will. They've got masks on, they've been out here. They say they're going to be out here, and they want to be out here to witness what is going on and protest what is going on. Obviously, the surge here in Minneapolis and beyond. We understand that there is a rally, a planned rally happening here in the area, kind of in this general vicinity. Later this afternoon, this crowd continues to grow. More and more people are driving in. There's not a lot of parking spots, so people are parking blocks and blocks and blocks away and then walking towards here. At this point, I have not spoken with anyone who was actually here when this happened, but just folks who have come by after the fact and are going to be here, and they say they are going to be here. The message from folks is very clear. They want ICE out of Minneapolis. They say at this point, coming off of yesterday's huge march and rally, and then to have this. I spoke with one man who actually was in the military, served in Afghanistan, and said, basically, are you kidding me? After yesterday's peaceful protest, less than 24 hours, here we are again with another shooting, again with federal agents involved. So tensions are high for sure. Doesn't look like anybody's leaving anytime soon. We do know that the FBI came in. I was here earlier when the FBI came in. They had their cars come in. They had over the loudspeaker identifying themselves, saying, this is FBI. Let us into the scene. We are here to investigate. So they are in there. We also have ambulance here. We know some EMSs just arrived on the scene. I'm not totally sure why or what they're doing. They've gone through past the tape at this point, so I don't know what they're doing here. So that's the latest. Just one moment, man. Sorry. Just that's the latest here from the scene that I can tell you as we work to get more. Of course, once we learn more, hear more, we'll send it back to you guys for now, though.
Yeah. I'm curious, Kelly, the police chief just told us that, this is now being referred to as an unlawful assembly. I'm curious from where you're at. Have you heard those repeated requests, demands for the crowd to leave? They want people to leave and stay away from that area and are calling it an unlawful assembly. Are you hearing that from where you're at?
Not where I am, and I apologize if there's a little bit of a delay. I'm getting a little bit of feedback in my earpiece. But at this side of the corner and this side of the street, they have not said that. But I understand our photographer who was on the other side said that was established and made clear to folks. But they have not said that on this side. So I don't know if that's coming our way. I don't know if you just saw that, but looks like paramedics were just walking into the scene. So I don't know the difference. It sounds like the crowd on the other side is much bigger from what people are telling us, that could be coming our way, but at this point, no, not here, at least on this side at 27th and 1st.
Okay.
And Kelly, we just noticed as you were talking to us, they were taking a gurney in through the crowd behind you. We're going to let you try and establish what exactly is going on there, and we'll come back to you here in a moment. We know it's cold out there. We know you came in your day off. We deeply appreciate your efforts to help us be eyes and ears out there at the scene here, Kelly, and give us just kind of a great update as to everything that's happening there. Kelly, you also mentioned, and I know there's a delay, but you talked about a rally that they're trying to establish in that neighborhood for later today. Did any of them tell you about what time that rally is?
Say that again.
I believe it was 1 o'clock. But they're handing out flyers at this point, and they're just saying the rally at this scene. So, I mean, hypothetically, anywhere in this general vicinity, because the scene is not far from where we are, further down. But I don't know exactly who is organizing it, but they're handing out pamphlets. They've got water here. They have hand warmers. One gentleman who lives nearby is allowing people to use the restroom in his apartment and his chargers to charge their phones, because they say they want to make sure they have phones to document what's going on. And again, as now a chant kind of starts up, and this is what we've been seeing, kind of moments of chanting. They're chanting traitor at this point, but also shame. We've heard. Haven't seen anything being thrown at officers, agents, and haven't seen anything here directly on this area being thrown at demonstrators. But again, there definitely was smoke in the distance and coming our way, and they were alerting people, hey, if you don't have the face protections, you're going to want to walk a couple blocks. I experienced that myself when I first arrived on the scene. So, again, to that rally, what they're trying to say to ICE is clear. They want them out. But we'll try to get some more information on that about the rally itself.
All right. Kelly O'Connell coming to us from the scene near 26th and Nicollet this morning, where we have a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident who is now confirmed dead. He is an American citizen, according to Chief O'Hara. And we also have to, and we can't emphasize this enough, we do not know all of the details that have come in, but the Department of Homeland Security is alleging that the victim brought a 9mm handgun to the scene and may have threatened officers with it. Officers defensively shot him and killed him there on the scene. And that is the information and the facts that we know them at this moment. We are expecting a briefing from Department of Homeland Security, particularly Border Patrol agent Greg Bavino, that could happen at any moment. Now, we were also talking to Leah, and you heard her say that the neighbors are trying to hold a rally here at maybe 1 o'clock this afternoon in that scene. Officially, Chief O'Hara is begging people, do not come to the scene. It has already been deemed an
unlawful assembly.
Unlawful assembly. Thank you, Leah. And they're asking people to leave. So please keep that in mind.
Yeah, they have emphasized that repeatedly, both in statements and then saying it in their news conference a few moments ago. Going back to the tiny bit that we know about the individual that was killed, again, 37-year-old white male, believed to be an American citizen, a Minneapolis resident, according to Minneapolis police. They obviously know his name, but are not sharing it at this point. Looking him up, they say that only interactions they've had with him in the past have been traffic tickets, and that they also believe him to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So that is the tiny bit about the person who lost their life in this that we know about them at this point.
Now, Governor Walz issued a statement about 2 hours ago where, and I'm going to quote this, he said, "I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting by federal agents this morning. Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end this operation, pull thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now." End quote. the end of his statement that he gave out this morning. And I need to note that this statement was made by the governor before the DHS narrative came out, with the victim bringing a gun to the scene, a 9mm handgun that the police chief now acknowledges that the individual was a lawful gun owner and had a permit to carry. And the governor will be holding his own briefing with a Department of Public Safety Commissioner Jacobson coming up here at 1:30 this afternoon. We will, of course, be carrying that live. We don't know the location of it yet, but we will be bringing that to you. All right, we understand that we have Rob Olson, who is on the scene near where Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara were giving their news conference. Rob, it looks like you were in that news conference. Can you give us a brief synopsis as to what they said?
Yeah. This is something, where we heard from the mayor first and then the chief, Brian O'Hara, the mayor saying that, pardon me, I've got to turn this down. I'm hearing myself in my earpiece. I will just talk to you here. The mayor said that this has got to end. Once again, calling for this to end, that things are getting out of control, and that it is the massive amount of ICE agents that are in town that is really kind of pushing this beyond the breaking point here. The police chief, Brian O'Hara, saying that there is a developing and expanding scene around the shooting site. Being on a Saturday morning, just like us in the MPD, they're scrambling to get everybody called in to deal with this, to handle this, to make sure that this does not grow out of control. That is certainly their fear here, that things could really continue to escalate in terms of unrest. And they said very clearly that they do not want to see anything like that happen. Do not damage the city. Do not become destructive. And as you said, Tim, what the chief here was able to say is that they determined by having an officer, they said, there was some initial information given out of an age of the individual that was shot. They said that they have confirmed it's actually a 37-year-old white male. This is from a police officer that went to the hospital with this man, a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident with a legal permit to carry. Beyond that, still trying to get information here about what exactly occurred. They've been in contact, as you mentioned, with the BCA, with the FBI, with the state. I will note on my way down here, this might have been a coincidence, but I did see a small convoy of National Guard vehicles heading west towards the airport. Now, obviously, the National Guard Air Base is there at the airport. Maybe that was something routine, maybe not, because we know that they have been on alert, on standby. So we'll try to find out if there's any more activity in terms of staging the National Guard if they are needed in this situation. But again, the mayor and the chief both calling for calm here, because again, they have expressed for some time that their biggest fear here is that this could certainly reach a point where it becomes something they do not want to see happen again in this city, which is something that leads to larger unrest and destruction in the city of Minneapolis. Tim?
Well, Rob, I think, and I know we've got a delay here back and forth between the two of us, but I think the overarching fear from local leaders all along has been the escalation of incidents like this, which would trigger the White House to enforce the Insurrection Act and bring in federal troops. Now, we do know that the White House has put on alert 1,500 soldiers from the 11th Airborne in Alaska. These are cold weather soldiers, presumably used to this kind of climate, especially when it's now 7 below zero outside. But it's been the fear all along from the governor, the mayor, the police chief, that an incident such as this, and like what we've had now repeatedly in the Twin Cities, could bring in federal troops, which is what no one wants. And Rob, I have to believe that's an overarching reason as to why our local leaders, you heard it again in your news conference there, that they are just, they're asking for calm. And Rob, I'm going to let the delay play out here for you to give your thoughts on that. We lost Rob Olson there at City Hall. Karen Scullen, my great colleague, joins us here now, and you've been watching this all morning long, and I think we all have the same expression that I know all of our viewers have this morning is, oh, please, not again.
Oh, it definitely. I started getting texts very early, immediately after it happened, from law enforcement who, was explaining what was happening, and yes, it was the not again. But, you just mentioned the possibility, the Insurrection Act and the military on standby. You know what else is on standby is our National Guard. Mm-hmm. The governor could enact the National Guard before the military, so it'll be interesting to watch that situation if either plays out. Yeah, either plays out. So, and I don't know what the threshold would be. They've never really explained what is the threshold for the National Guard or the military to come here into Minneapolis and the Twin Cities to. And
I've gotten kind of the readout from, if you listen to the statements from the White House too, is that they've been reluctant to the Insurrection Act as well, and but who knows what kind of trigger this may be on that now, especially if it plays out, and I'm looking at President Trump's Truth Social right now, nothing from him as of yet, but we're seeing the narrative already this morning that someone brought a gun to the scene, which could elevate the evidence even more for the White House to invoke the Insurrection Act.
Right, we're looking at a vehicle now. It's hard to tell if that's a local SWAT vehicle or something else. I can't really see uniforms or the logo on the side, but they are moving into the situation now as it continues to grow and more protesters come out on scene. It is Saturday, so a lot of people are likely home and available, today as opposed to maybe a weekday. So it could get quite big out there.
Chief O'Hara did note that he's called in for mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol to help with scene security and to disperse the crowd there. He's asking everyone to leave. He's declared this an unlawful assembly at the corner of 26th and Nicollet there. And again, this is a live camera from the scene where you can see lots of smoke
and hear
in the area,
the tear gas
going off.
Yes. And that has, there's different locations all around the scene that I've noticed. Some are busier than other areas. The State Patrol was kind of lined up in one area. Interestingly, not a lot of State Patrol, and I believe the governor would make that call on sending them out there. But it doesn't seem to be a ton of State Patrol out there, but certainly a line protecting at least one area. And then it looks like right now we've got more tear gas being fired off, and those appear to be federal agents there. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, federal agents. And the camera that we're looking at right now, we've got several cameras on the scene, but I believe this is the one that's coming to us from our colleagues at Fox News, who have had tremendous access to a lot of. Oh, this is Siraj. Okay. This is Siraj Zarim, one of our exceptional photojournalists on the scene now giving this. And, Siraj, please, I'm worried about your safety as well. Don't get succumbed by the gas that's now floating your way.
Yeah, that's potent. I got it the first week. We got Jaden top left and Siraj on the right there, both of our photojournalists. They're in the thick of it as all of this unfolds. I want to bring your attention to something. I know you were reading the DHS statement about what happened earlier when this all unfolded with the struggle. And it says the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. What we don't know is if that person that they were struggling with fired.
Well,
did he fire?
Did
they already take the gun? Some people are saying, agents had already taken the gun during the struggle. So it's really, really unclear and very important that we ultimately learn what exactly transpired. Was there a struggle for a gun? There's so many unanswered questions, and there's been a lot of caution to not draw any conclusions with what we know so far. Here's the gun that they recovered, according to DHS. This is the gun they recovered with 2 magazines from that person that they were struggling with, that 37-year-old
We don't know
male.
if this weapon was ever fired.
We don't.
And it could be a situation, too, where if The chief said he had a permit to carry. Was this concealed? And in some way, during a struggle with law enforcement, his jacket unzipped, and law enforcement saw the weapon there and instantly took defensive
or was
measures.
he reaching for it?
Or was he reaching for it?
Know.
We don't know any of that yet. The one thing Karen and I can say with confidence is that you and I have been doing this our entire careers, and the one thing is that we've learned is that if you bring a firearm to a scene where there are police officers, the outcome is usually never good.
It's not good. It's not good. But we really do need to wait and see. And we were supposed to hear from Greg Bovino with Border Patrol at noon, but we are still waiting for him to speak and give updated details on what unfolded here. Interesting, too, these last couple of shootings before this one have been ICE agent shootings. This one has been recognized as a Border Patrol shooting. So a different agent from a different agency, involved in this one. And you're looking at chopper video right now. Obviously, more tear gas being sent out there.
This is the first aerial view that we've had all morning long. We're just launching Skyfox 9, obviously, and this gives us a bird's eye view of the scene where it happened now at 26th and Nicollet, just south of downtown Minneapolis. Of course, Nicollet Avenue is just such a vibrant and lively corridor here in Minneapolis. Lots of businesses, lots of residential apartments. My daughter lives right along Nicollet, just a few blocks south of this, and it is an amazingly vibrant, wonderful, culturally rich community in Minneapolis, and this is heartbreaking to see for many, many reasons. Not only have we had a loss of life here, but it's a community that's under stress.
And it's a community that has been under stress now for several weeks. This, of course, being, the third shooting by agents here in 3 weeks. 2 of them now fatal. The one from last week, not fatal, man shot in the leg. So it is getting very stressful for the folks out there, not only protesters, but just people trying to live their lives that are being shaken up by what's going on and what continues to go on between ICE agents and protesters. And that's our own Kelly O'Connell out there.
Looks like she's running from the scene, right? Kelly,
I think
she's running inside.
Running from the tear gas.
And she was saying how just a few moments ago that there was a neighbor there in the vicinity who was opening up his apartment to people who needed to use the restroom. They had water there at the scene. They were giving out hand warmers, but the neighbors were being as helpful as they could to some of the observers who were coming out there at the scene. But obviously, Kelly was trying to run away from something there, and we'll get to her here shortly when it is safe for us to do so.
Yeah, when you do get hit with that pepper ball or tear gas, just from experience, it is, you cannot function at that point. No. It burns, and it burns badly, especially if you have contact lenses and it gets in your eyes. And, online it sort of says 15 minutes. It was an hour and a half for me. So it's really hard to recover from that. And of course, it does get into your lungs, which burns as well. It's not so much scary because you're going to be okay. It's not meant to do any permanent damage, and it doesn't. But it is very, very painful. So I'm glad she got in and out of the way. Hopefully,
and it depends on what kind of agent they're using too. We just got, Kelly's okay. We just got communication from her. If it's an OC trying chemical as well, those attack the mucous membranes, and you instantly start to swell. And look, we're at 7 below zero outside, and one of the remedies is to douse the chemical from your face. Well, it's 7 below.
Right,
it's going to freeze instantly.
I think we're going to try to go to Kelly O'Connell right now, who is out there on the scene. And Kelly, it looks like, sounded like you were hit with some of that tear gas, but you're okay?
No, We're trying to get a hold of Kelly here. We have a delay that's out at the scene right now, and her microphone might not be turned on. So we're trying to ascertain what the technical problem is here, and we'll get back to Kelly any moment. And keep in mind, with the temperatures this cold outside, our equipment,
Right.
the batteries just don't last. As you know, with your cell phones and what other battery-operated devices that you have, but this brutal cold is just brutal on our broadcast equipment, too.
Oh, absolutely. Things just freeze,
And they
sometimes
break.
they don't work.
And they
so-
break.
Yeah,
So-
and they break. But we have actually several reporters out there on scene. We have several cameras out there on scene, along with Fox National out there, and we've been able to tap into some of their stuff as well. But a very, very active scene since this all started unfolding around 9:30. I believe it was 9:30, 9:50 this morning. And for those just joining us, there was a struggle with a Border Patrol agent and a man that ultimately looked like DHS is saying that man was armed with a 9mm and 2 magazines. It's very unclear what transpired before that struggle. If there was some sort of a confrontation, I did see a photo that appeared to show the man in some sort of a confrontation with an agent, but that has not been confirmed. But we don't see anything so far with that man holding the gun or whatever, but DHS said they did recover a 9mm from that man. We're going to toss back to our Kelly O'Connell, give it another try. She has been live out there all morning, kind of following the events. Kelly, can you hear us? Give us an update if you can.
I can hear you guys, and just making sure we're okay. So there's no need to worry about that.
Thank
We
you.
actually went inside. There's an apartment complex that opened the doors quickly and let people come in really quickly just to kind of take a breath. So we're all good. I would just like to tell you that most of it appears that almost, if not all, of the federal agents left, and that's what you were watching, kind of that caravan of all of the cars leaving. And then some of the smoke that followed. And so folks kind of definitely walked that way, basically parading behind the vehicles, saying shame, chanting things and the such. And now it looks like people are kind of starting to come back into the area here. I do want to just chat with these two folks here. We've got beating drums. You guys have done this before. You're kind of off in the side. You're being very peaceful. And why'd you decide to come out here this morning?
We saw what happened, the guy that got shot, we saw what happened, and we wanted to show up for our community and be there for our community because of such a tragedy, and it's so sad that this is happening in our community.
You guys both live here locally. Why did you want to be out here? You've said you've done protests before, but not this. This is your first time coming out, going on in the last couple of days?
Most recently, this is the one I've gone to. I wanted to be here because when I woke up, the video was the first thing I saw this morning, and I mean, we don't have all the details yet, but I think from what you see in the video, it's very clear that there was an overuse of lethal force when it wasn't necessary. He was resisting arrest, which is something they deal with daily, so it doesn't make sense to use lethal force. So we wanted to come out here, make it known that we're against this. This is not okay. This should not be happening in Minnesota or anywhere in the country. And, just using our rights and making sure we keep them.
Are you guys worried to be out here at all?
Yeah, I'm pretty scared, but I think it's important to show up for your community and be there, and I think it's important that we show up in crowds as well.
Ladies, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. We're hearing from a lot of people, some people who have been out here every single day, some folks who have been here for the last couple of weeks, and then obviously some folks who decided for the first time to come out here this morning. I overheard you guys talking. Obviously, it's a weekend. I also just spoke with one woman who lives on the block, and she was peering outside of her window. I sent back the video. Maybe you guys can air it at some point here, but she said she woke up because her Ring camera was going crazy, and not because of the shooting. She said she didn't see that or even hear it, but because all of a sudden people started flooding her street. So she was awoken by that. She said, I woke up just to make breakfast, and all of a sudden this is happening, and she's just she says it's just really sad that this is her Minneapolis now, and so she's worried about what this means going forward, talking about kind of that balance of she still wants to feel protected and she doesn't feel protected and doesn't really know where we go from here. So that's what we're hearing from folks. We also spoke with a man who served in Afghanistan, and he's been out here. He's from Apple Valley. He was grocery shopping this morning and saw the video and decided to come down here, and he's been kind of, I don't want to say leading it because it's not like there's a leader here, but he has been definitely talking to a lot of people. And obviously, sorry guys, this is live TV. But he talked about how he experienced some of this stuff even in combat, saying that even as a soldier, trying to minimize any situation with civilians. So he decided, look, I need to come out here. He was there at the protest yesterday, the rally, and he said, what a juxtaposition, less than 24 hours of an incredible display of peace, as he calls it, for walking through the streets of Minneapolis, and now this. And he's just really sad to see that here we are again. So we'll continue to get some more conversation, people.
I need you guys to show that.
What do we look at?
Green gas that they're throwing at us in
Oh,
a
boy.
residential neighborhood. This is not tear gas. This is gas that is banned for military use. This gas causes permanent lung damage and lung cancer, and they're throwing it at us in a residential neighborhood when we are peaceful, observing protesters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Again, guys, so we'll try to get some more information. Obviously, there's a lot of emotions here. A lot of people are here. Tensions are high. It does seem to have calmed down a little bit because, as you guys have seen over the last couple of days too, once the federal agents leave the scene, it does seem to calm a bit, and it looks like nearly all federal agents have left, is what I can see. I do see what looks to be a fire station. It looks like a fire truck, and we know that EMS was on the scene as well. I just see ambulance too, so we'll try to get closer now that it's opened up and see what's going on that side. We'll check back in soon.
Yeah,
when we
Kelly,
can.
briefly here, you noticed that federal agents have left this scene, and you mentioned that at the top. Were they using all the smoke as a smoke screen, literally, to evacuate those federal agents from the scene? Was that kind of your observation?
You know, Tim, hard to tell, you know, because I couldn't necessarily see the start of the caravan, so I don't know if people were blocking them from leaving. So I don't want to say anything that, you know, I don't know what was happening in front of the first vehicle, but it did look like at some point, obviously, they were using it to clear the scene in some capacity, but for what reason, I don't know.
We deeply appreciate you being there and reporting for us, Kelly.
Yeah.
And please keep yourself safe while you're there, and come back to us with anything else you learn.
And just a quick mention here, I know that at one point you guys took a live picture and there was an armored vehicle, and you guys had talked about it was hard to see the writing on which vehicle it was. That was a state patrol vehicle. So we have not seen a lot of state patrol. I haven't seen, and again, we're only on one spot, I haven't seen any Minneapolis police. I haven't seen any Hennepin County sheriff. I haven't seen any other state patrol other than that one heavily armored vehicle. Everything else has been what appears to be federal agents. So I just wanted to clarify that, but that was the only state patrol presence we have seen, at least on this side of the scene.
Okay, Kelly, thank you. And you know, it's interesting, a very similar situation. After the shooting of Renee Good, there was the huge influx of federal agents that kind of gathered there at that shooting site. Outside local agencies had to come in and help them leave the scene so that things did start to calm at least a little bit.
Lower the temperature a little bit
but
at the scene.
Getting them out of there has been, you know, has always been difficult in these last now 3 shooting scenes. So yes, she is correct. With those federal agents out of there, generally things do calm down a little bit. However, people are still going to be out there protesting. Those agents or those police that you see there in the yellow vests, from what I have seen in earlier footage, those are state patrol officers that are out there. Now, there's not a ton of them, and Kelly, at where she is at, hadn't seen a ton, but it does look like there are at least some. There we have the shot up close, kind of trying to keep protesters at bay, I'm guessing, while they protect evidence, protect the scene. Unclear what those white vans are back there behind them.
Well, given the temperature outside, they could be just warming vehicles, you know, warming shelters for everyone out there. Typically, in a lot of cases like this, they'll bring in city buses to act as warming shelters too.
And I could be wrong. I see next to the State Patrol, there's an officer in black, and it looks like he has a blue patch. I don't know if that's a Minneapolis police officer or not, but there we go. Yep, it is Minneapolis Police. So they are out there assisting State Patrol with keeping the peace, and they have said that that is what they would do. They don't assist in any kind of immigration enforcement efforts, but they will help keep the peace. They will try to keep people safe when things like this happen involving federal agents. They say they are not out there for the federal agents necessarily, but just to keep the peace. And then you have that State Patrol vehicle that just pulled up there behind them.
And the chief noted in his briefing here within the past hour that he had declared the scene an unlawful assembly and had asked for mutual aid from the State Patrol to help provide security there at the scene. So obviously State Patrol has arrived en masse to work with Minneapolis police for site security, so that they can conduct their investigation into what happened this morning.
I know earlier Chief O'Hara had said that his police officers did respond immediately after the shooting this morning, and he said they were not allowed by agents to, or they were telling them to leave. Agents were telling Minneapolis police to leave. Police were there to try to gather the evidence. But agents did not want them there. But, you know, it's unclear. There's always two sides to every story, what actually transpired right away after that shooting. So much to learn here from the situation, from not only the point of the shooting, but what led up to that shooting. DHS has said it was a targeted operation, that they were trying to look for a specific person or persons when this all unfolded. I believe that the person was a U.S. citizen, according to the mayor, is a 37-year-old white male, a U.S. citizen with a permit to carry. DHS, you know, has indicated that he brought that to do, I forgot what the exact phrasing was, but massive amount of damage or something like that. But they did recover a 9mm 2-magazine gun, they say, from that person that they ended up killing. So it's unclear if that person fired a shot or was reaching for his gun, or it was taken off. You know, when those shots actually
we don't know if he was disarmed.
We don't know.
We don't know so many of the details, and you're going to see a lot of speculation on social media, and we all know now that from past incidents, the facts of what happened trickle in more slowly than the speculation does. But the videos that we've all seen this morning, that we've shown a number of times here in our air, paint, you know, we'll let you interpret that for yourself as to what happened out there. We're going to go to a camera with Kelly O'Connell. Is that what I'm saying right now? All right, we're going to listen to this interview that Kelly is conducting.
Everything else, and it was Diary of Anne Frank, and they're doing the same thing.
Again, so you woke up. Can we walk through again what you heard when you woke up this morning as you live in this community?
Yelling, didn't know where it was coming from. It was kind of quiet, and I was just in a deep sleep. I'd only had 3 hours of sleep. So then I jumped up, look out the window, see over on Nicollet by 26, I see a group of people, but then I hear 5 to 6 gunshots. So I ran inside, looked on the news, couldn't see anything, got my clothes on, and came out here to see what was happening, and then I saw all this.
You talked about you're worried about where we go from here and what this means.
Yeah, I mean, Minneapolis has been a nice community, nice city. The immigrants are what make it as special as it is, as
Who are you with?
Cultural as it is, and they're destroying Eat Street by coming in here and getting rid of all these immigrants.
Who are you with?
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that's Kelly O'Connell on the street talking to people who are coming near the scene to observe for themselves what happened. And boy, my goodness, she's right there. She's right at the corner of 26 and Nicollet, where the shooting happened at approximately 9 o'clock this morning.
I would note that since those federal agents left, there doesn't appear to be any more gas or pepper balls or anything being thrown at protesters. So after those agents left, it does appear that things have calmed at least a little bit. You see State Patrol, you see Minneapolis Police, but
you
nobody...
don't hear the chanting, you don't hear the yelling. And since those federal agents have left, yes, the temperature appears to have figuratively dropped substantially.
Yes, exactly. At least for now. And there was, I think Kelly had said earlier, there was some sort of a planned rally at 1 p.m. So I don't know exactly where that's going to be. I think it was just kind of
in the neighborhood there. It was about a block away. She didn't know who was organizing it. She had just heard from people who are gathering there that yes, there was going to be a rally at 1 o'clock, which would be about 9 or 10 minutes away from now. We need to point out we are still awaiting here the briefing from the Department of Border Patrol. Greg Bovino, who heads up the Border Patrol, has for the past couple of days been giving daily briefings from their point of view as to the number of arrests they've been made and how operations have been going. They were scheduled to have another one of those briefings this morning at 11 o'clock when, of course, the latest shooting happened, and that was pushed back to noon. And now as we approach 1 o'clock, we don't know when that's going to happen. We can only assume that they're still trying to gather evidence as well.
Right, and we haven't seen an update from DHS for some time. I believe it's been at least an hour or more, but we will go over it just in case you haven't heard what DHS is saying. They say DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun seen here. They did offer a picture. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives of safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid. We're going to go now to hear some sound from the scene right now with one of our photojournalists. Let's listen in.
Very much looks, I think, to almost everybody, a video of an execution. I don't know if you really have another choice but then to show it for your community.
You said you don't want to be out here, but you are. Why
No.
did you feel like it was something you needed to do?
Well, Kelly, I don't want to be here because it's negative 10 degrees, but I don't know another way to show how much I'm hurting. I don't know a way to show support for the community other than to come to the site where something super tragic just happened about 2 hours ago. If I'm not here, I'm at home crying.
I know you said you live in the area, you weren't here when it happened, but you felt like you needed to be out here. Explain, how would you describe this community?
You know, despite what we're seeing at a national level, I keep telling everybody that this community is peaceful, this community is passionate, this community is protective of itself, and this community is coming together in a way that I didn't know a city was capable of. The way that protesters are organizing, the way that people are encouraging peace. Just now, we had like 15 people trying to put out a car. The reason the car was on fire is because ICE shot tear gas into it. So I think like a pretty beautiful display of what's actually happening here. And yeah, generally, what do I think about the community? This is my home, and now more than ever, I'm proud to live here.
Where do you think this community, this neighborhood, this city goes from here? What now?
I think that's a question that we're all reckoning with right now. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to answer it, but hopefully...
Appreciate it.
I actually just started recording. Can you get your name one more time, just for the record?
James Olson.
Thank you.
All right, Kelly O'Connell, who's gathering information and interviews for us at the scene, and just allowed us to listen in live to that conversation that she was just having. And I think it underscores the emotions that everyone, that a lot of people are feeling now across the city. And that, you know, when, especially that gentleman, when he heard what had happened this morning, felt that he needed to go and see for himself.
Right, and I think it's important to note those are the people we have access to right now. Those are the interviews we can get of the protesters who are very passionate about what's happened and what's been going on. We do not have access right now to ICE agents or Border Patrol or DHS except for what they're tweeting out. We are waiting for a news conference to start. It was supposed to start at noon. It's now 1 o'clock from Greg Bovino, who has been leading a lot of press conferences. He's a commander with Border Patrol. He has been the go-to guy through all of this. We are waiting to hear from him. But as media, the only people that we're getting any information or interviews from are the protesters on the ground. We can see that State Patrol is there. We saw Minneapolis police being there trying to keep the peace. The tear gas, the pepper ball seem to have stopped, at least for now, since federal agents have left the scene. And right now we just have others at the scene with local law enforcement. It's unclear. BCA went in and collected evidence with the shooting from earlier in the week with a man shot in the leg. So it's unclear if they're on scene for this one, collecting the evidence, or if it's going to be federal, or if they're going to cooperate, which hasn't worked out very well so far. But
we will learn more about that presumably in a half an hour from now. Governor Walz is going to be holding a news conference with DPS Commissioner Bob Jacobson, and we will carry that live here when that's scheduled to get underway at 1:30. And I suspect that Commissioner Jacobson will have more insight now into whether they are asked to get involved in this particular investigation, because as we know, they were frozen out of the investigation into the shooting death of Renee Good, and how much, or if any, involvement that the BCA will have in this particular shooting as well. Again, that's going to be at 1:30 here this afternoon with Governor Walz. And it may be a situation, and Kelly and I talked about this an hour ago, we're waiting for two briefings to happen here, one with Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol, the other with the governor and DPS. Whichever one happens first, we will stick with that live. And if the other one begins while the first one is on the air with, we will record that in its entirety and air it in its entirety immediately after the first news conference is over, so that you do not miss a thing, because it's so important, I think, for you as our viewers to watch this with your own eyes and ears and make your own conclusions, and so you can see the transparency in all of this as well.
Right, and the governor did tweet out this morning more of what he has been saying over the last couple of weeks, and he said the president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now. Border Patrol has said they are trained, and that ICE is trained. So it's a war of words for the most part between the feds and the locals at this point.
And we did get a statement in here within about the past half hour now from a number of Republican leaders, especially in the Minnesota House of Representatives, led by House Speaker Lisa Demuth. And I'm going to read this to you. I'm going to quote it. Today we had another tragic loss of life, and I'm heartbroken for the loved ones affected, said Speaker Demuth. And I'm going to continue quoting her statement. As we saw yesterday, thousands of Minnesotans were able to peacefully demonstrate without a single incident. Unfortunately, there are still too many political leaders urging direct confrontation, including the attempted disruption of law enforcement operations and throwing dangerous objects. These dangerous tactics put the lives of officers and the public at risk. We can have protest. We have lawful monitoring of ongoing law enforcement operations, but it's going to take leadership at all levels of government to turn down the temperature. And this statement from House Speaker Lisa Demuth within the past half hour, who I need to note is also going to be running for governor, too. She is a candidate for governor coming up this fall.
Republican candidate.
Republican.
Right. And I think, there has been a war of words, and there has been a call for the war of words to stop between the president, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and then, of course, the governor and the Mayor Frey. There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of finger pointing. And we're going to go to Kelly O'Connell once again, and she has been speaking with protesters and those that are in the area right now about what they've been seeing and hearing since the shooting and after the shooting early this morning, about 9:50, I think it happened, Tim, around 9:50, 9:30. And there's been... there were
9:03 according to the police chief,
okay.
9:05 according to DHS.
Let's listen in.
States.
We gotta walk back.
Serving 2 combat tours. I'm sick of seeing our federal government treating our killing our...
We gotta walk a little bit faster, buddy. Sorry. I just don't want you to get hurt.
Well, I'm going to interview and go back. But I'm sick of the federal government killing our citizens. This is not the country I serve. This is not the country I fucking serve.
We're gonna walk back a little bit.
Well, what had been at least a
We are walking back.
stopping of the tear gas has started up again.
Everyone's on the move.
Everyone's on the move, yeah.
And again, these are, we're gathering information from the scene in real time here. These are the conversations that we have access to. We're still waiting to learn truly the hard facts of what's coming in. We've got one scenario from the Department of Homeland Security that the victim in this case, according to the police chief, who is a 37-year-old white man, Minneapolis resident, American citizen, had nothing more than, according to the police chief, traffic citations on his record, but did have a permit to carry and was a lawful gun owner. Apparently brought a 9mm handgun to the scene, according to the Department of Public Safety. We don't know what happened there at the scene, but DHS is saying there was some kind of struggle between the individual and federal agents, and they defensively fired at the victim once they saw that he was armed with that handgun. And they have produced a picture showing the handgun and 2 magazines that they recovered from the scene.
You know, there's more video that's starting to come out online with different angles of what unfolded this morning. We're kind of going over some of those videos to see exactly what unfolded. I don't know yet if it shows what led up to that shooting. We'll have to take a look at it and see. But several angles, and all those videos are very important in trying to determine exactly what unfolded and who fired when, and when that gun that was on the person who got shot, when that was taken, when they finally got a hold of that gun. So that's unclear at this point. We hope to hear more soon.
And if we look at the video from Skyfox 9 here on the left side of your screen, you can see more smoke agents being deployed there at the scene, and we have no idea what that is. If it's just purely smoke, or if it's OC, or if it's chemical irritants of some kind, or pepper clouds, pepper canisters, we don't know. But there obviously there's now an effort, and here you can see several scenes. Okay, at least 3 different scenes there where the agents are being deployed in an effort to disperse the crowd that the police chief has already called an unlawful assembly.
And that was called quite some time ago.
Right.
Yeah, and so, but the crowds actually seem to not be dispersing or not going away, and it seems like more people are starting to come. And, you know, that would explain the tear gas that is now being deployed, or the chemical irritant that's now being deployed at some of those protesters. The crowd is likely growing, and I guess becoming more disruptive, or getting too close to the scene where they're trying to still gather evidence and analyze what happened.
Well, and even though they've asked people to go home, I mean, Kelly just talked to an individual who felt that, you know, he needed to be there, he needed to see, and then the gentleman with the flag who said he's a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces who felt he needed to be there as well.
Yeah, a lot of folks out there saying they do feel that need, and they're very passionate about protecting their community, and they question what's happened with Operation Metro Surge, which has been going on for weeks now and for days. 3rd shooting in 3 weeks by federal agents. So there is a lot of concern from the community, from Minneapolis, from residents. And then, of course, you have the other side. There are people who are very supportive of Operation Metro Surge and what's happening to arrest what they say are, you know, criminal illegal aliens or criminal illegal immigrants. So it's a back and forth, and there are a lot of opinions. It's very heated, as we all know.
And it shows tragically how still divided we are as a country and as a community too. That you know, we saw the video from Renee Good here a couple of weeks ago, and all the different conclusions that people were able to draw from viewing that video with their own eyes. So, and no doubt the same thing is going to happen with all of the video from this shooting as well. And where most of us now look through these images through the prisms of our own life experiences, and we see that played out time and time again. I don't know exactly what corner this is that we're looking at on the left side of our screen from Skyfox 9, but clearly you can see more smoke that is being deployed there at the scene.
But it seems like a lot of protesters are at this time equipped with the gas masks and coverings and maybe some goggles and things like that, so they are able to stay in the area. Those that aren't are usually kind of taking cover, protecting themselves until the irritant disperses into the air. There's different areas too where protesters are gathering, different sides to this scene. It seems like it is an intersection, so I guess there's probably a possibility of 4 different scenes there.
Kelly's camera right here, I believe this is the one. This is at 26th and Nicollet right now. The upper left is 26th and Nicollet. The camera that you're seeing right there in the forescreen right now, the bigger one, we don't know where this is at, but you can clearly see people kicking some of the smoke canisters away from the scene. And there's the street, and it's so dark here in the studios, I can't, the monitor is so dark I can't see. So okay, they're in Blaisdell and in the cross street, I don't know where. So Siraj, this is your camera. I know if you're listening, please stay safe. We don't want you to get succumbed by the chemical agents as well. But yeah, protesters are now throwing some of those canisters back, and police are throwing it right back at them. So it's just the tensions at the scene are quite high, which is why the police chief has just been begging for people to go home, to remain peaceful. And this has been their overall fear all along. The chief, and I'm going to quote the chief from earlier this morning, "We have asked people to remain calm. Please do not destroy our city." And it was one of the last things he said, and he was very passionate about this. Please do not destroy our city. And the mayor, the governor, Mayor Herr, newly inaugurated Mayor Herr, have been begging people to remain calm, because what they fear the most is that the White House will see this as a trigger to invoke the Insurrection Act and send in federal troops to Minnesota. It's been widely reported that the 11th Airborne out of Alaska, which is a cold weather unit, has been put on standby and alerted to possibly come here. We don't know if that will ever happen, but there's been a fear all along that something like this would trigger the White House to invoke that act.
It'll be interesting. We're supposed to hear from the governor around 1:30. It'll be interesting to hear if he will bring in the National Guard. He does have them on standby. That's been noted for several days. Oh, look, we have Commander Greg Bavino with Border Patrol stepping up to the podium, getting ready to speak and give us additional details on what unfolded this morning at 26th and Nicollet. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, A Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hara just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
All right. Go ahead. One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question. So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, does the account come from the agent? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. But let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. Sorry, no more questions, sir.
Commander, where was the gun?
Exactly was the gun?
You have a picture.
Oh boy, and you know, obviously reporters still had a lot of questions, as do we. That last reporter, though, did ask, when does the gun come out? Meaning, when does the man who was armed, when does that gun come out? And Commander Bovino said it's under investigation. So we still don't know if he actually pulled the gun.
We don't.
Right. DHS has said he came at them and was armed, but we don't know when or if that gun was actually pulled out. So just a tremendous number of questions.
His statement was, quote, during this operation, an individual approached agents with a 9mm handgun, end quote. They tried to disarm him, but he resisted, and then Commander Vino said, fearing for his life, the agent fired defensive shots. But in that statement, approached him with a 9mm handgun. What we do not know if that handgun was visible, had he had it pulled, he had a permit to carry.
Was it on his belt?
We don't know if it was on his belt.
In a holster? We just don't know.
It was in a pocket. We don't know. And those are important facts that eventually we hope will come to light.
Right. I mean, we don't know if when he came at them with the 9mm, if agents knew that.
Right.
Did they know at that time he was armed, or did they not figure that out until they were struggling on the ground?
And
we're going to listen in to our producer just a minute. Okay.
All right. So we're going to show some video to you that's just coming into us that we've just been told by a producer, Lori Fisher, is very hard to watch, is a phrase that was just used to us. But this is coming to us from, what's the name of the store?
Glam Doll Donuts.
Glam Doll,
very popular
Glam Doll Donuts.
Yeah.
Right. A very well-known bakery there in town, and much beloved. But let's show this video now. And again, we're going to let you draw your own conclusions as to
it's
what
about
you
2 minutes long, or 2.5 minutes long, so let's take a look. Go!
What the fuck is wrong with you? People, what the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly. Oh my God! 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 The f did you just do? The f did you just do? He is. Liz, somebody call the ambulance! Somebody call the ambulance! Somebody needs to call the ambulance! Somebody call 911! I can't believe they just did that! Holy sh! Holy! Just get, come on! Come on! Oh my God! You people, man! You're killing us! Why would you do that? Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe I'm seeing this! I can't believe I'm seeing this! Oh my God! Come on! Come on! Come on! Come here! Come on! Come here! It is!
Again, very hard to watch. This is brand new video just coming into us of the shooting that happened this morning at 9:05 at the corner of 26th and Nicollet when this happened. And we want to watch this one more time because it freezes at the moment of the shooting, and we did that obviously for important purposes.
I think what I'm trying to determine is what led up to it. It seemed like there was two struggles going on, and your attention goes to the person that actually was not involved in the shooting because they have a little bit brighter clothes on. So it's the other person. There's two people, and it's the other person that ultimately gets shot that we kind of need to see what leads up to things. And obviously there's a lot of emotion happening, and after he gets shot, and we did play that audio, and then you see the victim lying there, which is incredibly difficult. But let's go back to the beginning and watch this all unfold once again.
It's important for context. Okay, here it is. They're across the street, and the person obviously getting closer to the action here.
Trying to determine which person it is ultimately that gets in the struggle here.
And can we hear the audio on this again? There we go. Thank you.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, so it's not the red backpack. There, it's the guy getting maced.
Yeah, they're getting spraying chemical irritants on them right now.
Yep. He appears to be trying to get the other one out.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
We paused the video there on purpose so you could hear it but not see the fatal shots.
Oh my God!
You know, there's a lot going on in that video. It's still
difficult to see.
Even with that better angle, it's still difficult to see
if a gun was actually drawn.
Yep.
And
just can't tell. We don't see it.
I don't see it.
Looking at it, you know, the two times I've seen it, we don't see the gun from that angle.
But it may very well be an instance, too, where the officers were struggling with that 37-year-old Minneapolis man, and during the course of the struggle, saw that he was carrying a weapon. We don't know. Those are facts that we don't know. And
details are important. All those little minute details, so important. But this is hard to watch. You can see why people are passionate watching this video. It's certainly hard to see. They're doing CPR or medical treatment on him right there. And MPD did say that when they arrived, that's what they saw. They were giving the gentleman CPR.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I can't believe I'm seeing this.
Yeah, hard to witness.
Hard to witness, hard to listen to.
Come here, come on.
And again, the third shooting now involving federal agents in just the past 3 weeks.
You know, there's been a lot of discussion about reasonable distance. What is a reasonable distance for protesters? And I've heard anything from...
And observers.
Right, and observers from 7 feet to 21 feet. You know, the police have the 21-foot rule when it comes to, you know, if you're armed with a knife and things like that, because they say, you know, 21 feet, they can still come at you and get you before you pull your gun. So,
exactly.
So
it gives you reaction time as an officer.
Right, and there are, I've seen it, and we can see it, there are people who do get closer than that, who do get closer, 21 feet or even 8 feet. So what a reasonable distance is, I've asked this question, and I think it varies. It seems to vary. I don't know if there's a set rule or what are agents, what are police, any police officers comfortable with when encountering people who are not happy they're there.
It appeared, though, like you said, we had two distinct confrontations there. There was the woman with the pink backpack who was getting sprayed, and it appears as if another individual came in to intervene from behind those officers, and that's when the second confrontation happened that resulted in the shooting.
What I couldn't tell is who drug her away.
Right.
At first I thought it was agents, and then I thought, was that the person that was getting the struggle?
Oh, great. I understand we now have a new statement from President Trump. Is this on Truth Social by any chance? Did he post it on Truth? And I'm going to pull that up on my computer right here in front of me. And And I think I want to make sure that we've got a couple of, here it is. Okay, I've got it pulled up now. Okay, this is from President Donald Trump. It says, "This is the gunman's gun," and it shows the picture of the gun that Greg Bovino just showed in the briefing here to that DHS posted earlier. So, "This is the gunman's gun," writes the president, "loaded, in parentheses, with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What is this all about? Question mark. Where are the local police? Why aren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor, call them off? It is just stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do, exclamation point, writes the president. He goes on to say, why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? The president goes on to write, he says, we are there because of massive monetary fraud with billions of dollars missing and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. He goes on to say, we want the money back. We want it back now. Those fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail where they belong. This is no different than a really big bank robbery. Much of what you're witnessing is a cover-up for this theft and fraud, writes the president. He goes on to say, the mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead, these sanctimonious politicians, political fools, should be looking for the billions of dollars that has been stolen from the people of Minnesota and the United States of America. Let our patriots do their job, he writes. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you are witnessing today. And that is the end of the statement from President Trump, just released on Truth Social.
The president often weaving, as he often does, weaving a couple of ideas into the focus of the situation, the shooting that happened this morning. And it should be pointed out, he mentions illegal aliens, but the person that was shot and killed appears to have been a U.S. citizen, a white Caucasian 37-year-old man, U.S. citizen, a citizen of Minneapolis, someone who lives here and who appears to have been out there to either witness or protest what was happening this morning. So that is from President Trump. That's his latest tweet regarding the situation this morning. He also said in that statement that why did the mayor and the governor call police and local police off? We don't know if that's true. We haven't heard that they were called or weren't called at this point. Certainly a question that does need to be answered. I've spoken to Minneapolis police about whether they respond to calls for help. They say they do, but it's a little bit muddy because sometimes they get there and they feel like federal agents have it under control, so they don't need to be there and they will leave. Sometimes they've said they never got a call for help. So there's been different situations where federal agents say they call for help. They say Minneapolis police don't show. But then MPD kind of has a little bit of a different story. So unclear whether local police were actually called, and if so, at what point. We'll have to try to get that answer. We are expecting Governor Walz to speak here shortly. The podium is set up and ready to go, but he has not taken to that podium just yet. And hopefully we will get even more answers about what's happening and what's going to happen as the day goes on here.
Meantime, if you look at the camera there in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, this is from Skyfox 9, and you can see the crowd building now at the corner of 26 and Nicollet, where the shooting happened this morning. And again, we need to say that for the record, the police chief, Brian O'Hara, has asked people not to go. He's declared this an unlawful assembly and has asked people to please go home and is begging people. In fact, at the end of his statement today, he urged people, please do not destroy our city. Those are his words.
And let's be clear, there's nothing to indicate that anybody's destroying the city at this point.
No.
There's just a big crowd that is gathering. It's likely to get bigger there at the intersection where this all unfolded. But nobody's we saw a dumpster fire earlier.
And
but
apparently there was a car fire too that may or may not have been started by a canister that rolled underneath or through a window.
Right, and so far it looks like it's just a gathering, and no doubt a lot of chanting, signs, bullhorns, that kind of thing, but nothing to indicate at this point that there's anything other than a peaceful protest right now at this point. We don't see any tear gas going off or anything like that. I also don't see in that mix any real police or agents or anything like that in that mix. That looks like mostly protesters. It's hard to tell, obviously, from Skyfox there, but.
Now, we are still waiting on a briefing from Governor Walz and Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson. We've just been told that's going to be delayed by just a couple of minutes. We will be carrying that briefing live when it happens, so you can listen in to the governor and Bob Jacobson and where the investigation now stands and whether the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension will be involved in this particular investigation into this shooting or not. And so those are, again, details that are going to be important to what happens going forward. And as Karen and I were just mentioning, there are still a lot of facts that we don't know. We now have more of a narrative of what happened, especially from the DHS statement this morning, and now Greg Bovino, who is the commander of the Border Patrol. We're going to be interesting to hear the governor's side and especially Bob Jacobson's take on this as well. You're looking at the podium. We are expecting the governor and commissioner here at any moment, and again, we will take them live as soon as they approach the podium.
I do have some folks texting me that that was the person that was dragging that woman away with the backpack. That was ultimately the person that was shot. That is some interpretation that maybe he was trying to drag her away from the scene to safety. We don't know that. We don't know that for sure, or we can't see everything, every little detail in the video. But I do have some folks texting me that that's the same guy that ultimately was shot. Let's go back, if we can, to a little bit of that video, at least leading up to the shooting, while we wait for the governor to take the podium, if we can get that queued up. And see if we can't get a closer look at what unfolded, and specifically if it is in fact the person that was shot that is trying to drag that woman away from the scene. And this is where we start to see some things unfolding.
All right, let's go.
We're going to cut this off, go to the governor as he takes the podium. Let's listen in.
Thank you all for being here. I'll have a short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives, They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faiths packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused, and I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis proved that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Kendra with Care 11. Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the President, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the President's Chief of Staff, And first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right, and stand up for the rule of law, and stand up for human decency, and that's the moment.
So then, just a follow-up, because if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they stonewall and you're trying to investigate, is that forcing?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is, you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms, to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that, and I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense, and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough.
Governor, have there been any indication?
Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Caroline WCCO, either you or Commissioner Davis can speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation, if not either DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto, within your time, have you activated the National Guard? I know that the Sheriff has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping?
Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, that they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you projecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with his weapon in leading to
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, you're reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the Vice President, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes, makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. Is there not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever? These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
Channel 5. Our vice commander has said in the press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's the response to that?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals. I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
Yes, Greg Rubino said that in the press conference. He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is the response to that?
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you, as part of the media, hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And there you have Governor Walz wrapping up his news conference with DPS Commissioner Bob Jacobson. I think two big takeaways from this. Number one, the governor has spoken twice to the White House today. In the first call this morning with the White House Chief of Staff, he did not speak directly to the president, but the Chief of Staff requesting all federal officers to leave. But in the second call that came out after the video started emerging of the shooting, he demanded that the BCA, the state of Minnesota, will investigate this on its own.
He did say that, and I think one of the other big announcements during that was the announcement that the National Guard would be activated at the request of the Hennepin County Sheriff. That would be to protect the Whipple building, so sheriff's deputies can be freed up to take care of other parts of the county.
In fact, let's go to that statement right now that's coming in from Sheriff Witt, and she says that with requested assistance from the Minnesota National Guard to support our deputies at the Whipple building so that we can reallocate deputies to other areas in need of support in the county. Their job will be to assist the sheriff's office in protecting life, preserving property, and to help ensure the safety of all community members. Now, the Minnesota National Guard's role, she writes, is to work with supportive local law enforcement and emergency responders, providing additional resources. Their presence is meant to help create a secure environment where all Minnesotans can exercise their rights safely. Basically, she's trying to do is protect her own resources so that she can serve the entire county and not send all of her deputies for crowd control.
All right, we have Kelly O'Connell out there on the scene, who's been out there for several hours now following what's been happening with the protests and the shooting. We are going to go to her live right now for the latest what's happening there. Kelly?
Yeah, hi guys. Here we are at Nicollet and 26, obviously the scene of the killing here earlier and the shooting. This is the situation here right now, and I can confirm what you just heard in that press conference. We don't see any law enforcement here. These are just people here gathering. It's been growing in numbers for sure. Obviously, the main situation here at 26 and Nicollet, but what you can't see is that the crowd of people stretches along Nicollet, and it is continuing to grow. I continue to see people come here with signs, with flags, demonstrating and chanting. That's what you're hearing too right now. They're do a couple minutes of a chant, it wraps up, they cheer, a couple minutes of silence, and they start back up again. At this point, it has been peaceful. There has been no throwing of anything, nothing at all. But again, there does not appear to be any law enforcement here, at least not from our vantage point. And we've been kind of walking along Nicollet in different areas over the last couple of hours. And as you mentioned, we've been here. We got down here as quickly as we could, and obviously a very different scene when federal agents were on the scene. It was very intense, confrontational for sure. This is more a gathering of seemingly all residents at this point. I did have a chance to go into Glamdal Donuts. I know you guys were talking about some of the videos that we've been seeing coming from that area. That's a pretty well-known donut shop here, and there were customers in the store at the time. Had a chance to talk to one just briefly. She did not feel comfortable talking about her experience, but she was clearly visibly upset. She had been crying and just kind of shaken about what she saw. She said she saw the agents out on the street right in front of her. She was there to get donuts. Working to get some more information from people who were here at the time of the shooting, because of course most of the people here at this point were not here hours ago when this all happened. They heard about it. We heard from so many people who said they saw it on social media, they got a text, they got a call, and in fact we've heard over the last couple of hours or so people on megaphones telling people, tell your friends to come out here, tell people to come out here and to protest. At this point, again, heeding what the governor was saying, it does remain peaceful at this point, at least from where I am standing. I can't cover all the grounds, but I don't see anything that is escalating at this point. We'll keep an eye on this, but this is our spot right here from Nicollet and 26 as this continues to grow. Guys?
All right, well, you can see that scene growing there. Kelly said she does not see any law enforcement in and around that area right now. And Bob Jacobson, the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, did say just a short while ago that early on when we saw State Patrol out there, that there really just wasn't enough to hold the scene. There wasn't enough to hold the crime scene. And so they left.
Had to pull everyone.
They had to pull it out. And it didn't, I had said that, it didn't look like there were actually very many out there. I don't know why. He didn't explain why. I don't know if they're short-staffed, or maybe that's all they sent there.
Well, it was really kind of appeared from Bob's statement that in the way he was talking, yes, that too many people showed up. They didn't have enough to secure the scene for evidence, so they had to leave.
Right.
So which is...
so it's unclear who actually collected the evidence, or if it was collected.
Okay. Okay, so we finally have confirmed a name now of the victim, 37-year-old Minneapolis man.
And by the name, he's an ICU nurse by the name of Alex Pretty. ICU nurse Alex Pretty, and apparently I believe his parents have identified him as the victim in this case to the Associated Press, and the AP now reporting that. Again, he's an ICU nurse named Alex Pretty who was there on scene, and you can see him in the video before the shooting. He's taking some video. He's kind of waving a car through there at the scene where agents are doing some sort of targeted operation, they say. He is on scene, and then the struggle ensues between agents and him and another woman.
And some of the critical facts that are emerging on this is Chief O'Hara confirmed that he is a concealed, he's a permit to carry owner here in the state of Minnesota, and apparently had with him a 9mm handgun that Department of Public Safety has put out on social media today. In fact, do we have the picture, Lori? Can we show our viewers that are joining us here picture? Yes, please. Okay, they're going to pull that up here in just momentarily, but the Department of Homeland Security is saying that in addition to the gun, there were 2 magazines with that gun as well. The Department of Homeland Security's narrative is that he came to massacre federal agents. That's their words, not mine. Okay, so this is the weapon that they're showing here today. We do not know, and these are facts we don't know. We don't know if the gun was ever pulled, was it ever fired, did officers see this during the course of the struggle as they were taking down the streets? Those are really critical, important facts that no one knows yet.
Right, no one knows anything except what DHS says, and that is that he showed up and confronted the agents while armed with that gun you see there. We're going to go live now to Mary McGuire. She, along with Kelly O'Connell, have been out there for several hours now following what's happening and the growing protest there at 26th and Nicollet. Do we have Mary? And
yeah, hey Karen, I have a little bit of a different perspective than Kelly. I have seen some law enforcement, but they are doing crowd control and traffic control. It's you see a couple of MPD cars in the distance, and as we were driving into the neighborhood, that's really the only law enforcement presence that we saw on scene here. Just Minneapolis police squad vehicles blocking off streets so that presumably cars couldn't drive into the area. We have seen a steady stream of people coming here to protest, many of them bundled up, of course, and wearing respirators and goggles, so ready to participate in this protest. When we were parking, someone actually backed into our vehicle and didn't even realize it because they were so eager to get down here and participate in this protest. But like you have been mentioning, we've not seen any evidence collection happening here. This kind of struck me because, of course, being a reporter and covering police scenes over the years, you don't typically see ripped police tape like this until way after an investigation is done. This says state patrol line on it, do not cross. That was ripped. I've seen a couple other areas where the police tape has been ripped, so not any evidence collection happening here. Again, being on scenes with the Minnesota BCA, they typically hold scenes for many hours, so no state investigators here looking at the crime scene, no federal investigators that we've seen either. The only police presence are those Minneapolis police squad cars that are doing traffic control in the surrounding areas, but this crowd is definitely growing. You see people standing on dumpsters here in front of me, holding signs, holding flags, things like that, chanting. Things have remained very peaceful from what we've seen so far. It's just people shouting, chanting, and it appears that they're holding a bit of a moment of silence for the victim right now. But people bringing in water bottles. I've seen a couple of first aid people as well. So that's what we're seeing here at the scene now. Happy to take any questions that you might have.
How many, do you get the sense, Mary, that people are still coming to the scene?
Oh yeah, definitely. We've had to kind of navigate a couple of blocks because it was tough to find parking around here. And we saw people streaming in. We parked kind of over by the Minneapolis Institute of Art, and there were groups of people walking in. So it appears that people have heard about what has happened, and they are coming down to this area to participate.
And Mary, I see, we got the upside down flags that we're showing right now. I saw somebody walking with a bullhorn. What other things are they bringing there? Did you say water bottles?
Yep, we got a lot of water bottles. Like I said, first aid kits, signs. They seem ready for tear gas, even though a lot of that has dissipated. A lot of people wearing goggles, a lot of people wearing respirators that I've seen as well. And of course, it is very cold out, so people appear to be bundled up as well.
Right. And you said that as far as police dealing with protesters or crowd control, there is no sign of law enforcement with regards to that. You said maybe just some traffic enforcement. Is that correct?
Right. No law enforcement on scene. This is an area that has a lot of businesses, and I'm right next to Cheapo Records right now. They were closed yesterday for that day of protest, and then their sign says that they'll reopen today, but they're not open. None of the restaurants around here are open either. The chairs are still on the tables and things like that. We see an apartment building in front of us. I've seen a couple people walking on the roof of the apartment building here, but the crowd continues to grow, and I have not seen any law enforcement attempting to dissipate this group.
Or collect evidence, as Bob Jacobson was just talking about here a few moments ago too. As we know, and Mary pointed out so correctly, that crime scene security after an incident like this is critical for investigators to gather evidence at the scene, and that's not happening at this moment, although the videos that are emerging will be critical pieces of evidence. They have the different videos, and that will be crucial. They of from course different have, angles.
Right, they have the gun that they say they collected off of the man who was shot. So they do have some things, and of course they've got, accounts of witnesses and agents that were there and that kind of thing. So it's not like they have nothing to work. But what's probably missing, guessing here, but like casings, shell casings, things like that, and maybe some blood evidence, I don't know. But some things you would normally collect from the scene. It appears they haven't been able to do that. They just didn't have enough state patrol to secure the scene.
Again, the victim in this case has just been identified by the Associated Press and his family as Alex Pretty, 37 years old, a resident of Minneapolis, and an American, as Chief O'Hara announced earlier today. In fact, let's go back. Let's take a moment to reset here for a moment and go back to the news conference with Mayor Frey and Chief O'Hara from about, oh my goodness, maybe almost 2 hours ago now, and so you can listen in on them and their statements and thoughts at that time.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received a report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there is a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We have requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
I just saw a video of more than 6
masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again, to make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now, or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director Sayer.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering, just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents. And the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones in Yemen, Haiti, Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now with local federal law enforcement or cooperation, or where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
Yeah.
All right, we're just listening live to the mayor and the police chief. And who was that at the end there?
And then we have Rachel Sayre. She's the director of emergency management for Hennepin County.
Kind of explain the resources that are available to folks out there who need it. So.
And they addressed the public about 2 hours ago. We've heard from state and federal officials. We're expecting another news conference with federal state officials here shortly. But just to recap just what has happened, if you're just joining us, at 9 o'clock this morning, a report of an agent-involved shooting at East 26th Street and Nicollet. An adult male shot multiple times, and we've learned through Chief Brian O'Hara and local authorities that it was a 37-year-old male Minneapolis resident, U.S. citizen. The Associated Press identifying him as 37-year-old Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse.
And a couple of announcements, too, due to what's happened and the amount of people downtown right now. The Wolves game that was scheduled for this afternoon has now been moved to Sunday. Also, Twins Fest, which was going on today, is shutting down. So impacting different events and different locations today. I know some of the businesses in and around 26th and Nicollet that were supposed to be open today are not. So just a lot of impact, a lot of disruption in the area there.
We're learning from our crews out in the field that the crowds are building somewhat. We've heard from our police chief and governor saying that they really want people to urge caution situation, stay away from the area, peacefully protest. They're asking for the public's help in order to do their job. So they're asking for peaceful demonstrations today. But we are hearing from our crews in the field that the crowds are growing.
And there's no law enforcement present.
Right, because they say they're pulling their resources. They said the federal officials left the area, and then local and state law enforcement also left that area when they felt like they could not secure it anymore. So that is the situation in South Minneapolis right now. There's a number of video clips that are being shared online, as you can imagine, in a situation like this about what happened. And I want to stress that this is still very much under investigation, and that it is very difficult to tell in a lot of the clips what is happening. And we don't know if the ICE agents had body cameras on them, but we have received, again, two very different narratives from the federal officials involved and state and local officials.
You know, it was actually a Border Patrol agent who fired the shot, not ICE. And I've seen Border Patrol agents that do have body cameras on. So it's ICE agents typically don't, but I believe Border Patrol does often wear body cameras. We don't know if they were in this case. And as you mentioned, there's so many angles with the different videos, but what we can't see is into that huddle, into that grouping when they're struggling with who we now know is Alex Pretty, who's on the ground. We can't see in there what's happening. And like you said, two very different narratives. DHS, of course, saying that the man was armed and they collected this, recovered this 9mm handgun with 2 magazines. But we don't know if he pulled it out, did he point it, did anything actually go on with that gun, or did they recover it after the fact?
Right, and Greg Bovino, who addressed the public a short time ago, only took 2 questions from the media and would not answer when that gun was pulled out, if it was pulled out, and so really just limited what he was going to answer at the time. But the federal officials are saying that this man approached with a gun, they attempted to disarm him, and they're saying he violently resisted. The chief of police saying that there's no official report on what led up to this. We know from some videos that this 37-year-old man was in the area of Glamdall Donuts in the streets and had a cell phone out recording, but then we're not sure what led up to the interaction at that moment between agents and the people that he appeared to be with.
Right, he seems to be in the street kind of waving a car through. Why? I don't really know. I think we have a picture of the man who was shot and killed. That is Alex Pretty, the man who's been identified as an ICU nurse who was shot and killed. The mayor saying he did have a permit to carry that weapon, or at least a weapon. But that is the man who has now been identified by his family as Alex Pretty, who is deceased after this morning's shooting by Border Patrol there at 26th and Nicollet.
And we do have available on Zoom right now Rob Dorr, the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center, to talk about use of force issues and his assessment of some of these cases that we have been following. Rob, thank you so much for joining us. This is now the third federal agent involved shooting in Minneapolis as a result of Operation Metro Surge. We had Renee Good January 7th. There was a man that ICE says they were trying to detain from Venezuela on January 14th, and then this one this morning. So if you could first I know there's a lot of videos circulating. It's hard to draw conclusions because we don't see what was happening 15 minutes before this, or what was happening right in the middle of that huddle. But what are your impressions of this situation so far?
Yeah, initially I was kind of, I had a little bit of skepticism seeing the DHS's initial statement that they made, because they said that the person approached them with a firearm. They didn't say that the firearm was drawn or that, threatened officers or anything like that, just that he had a firearm. And now every video that we've seen seems to indicate that there was no visible firearm at that point. So it's uncertain why there would have been any perception of a threat there. And then, it's very difficult to see what happens in that huddle but one of the most recent clips that I've seen seems to indicate that prior to the shots being fired, one of the agents who didn't have a firearm in his hand reaches into the huddle, pulls out a firearm, and it matches the photo that DHS put out this morning perfectly. So my take of it is it looks like he was actually disarmed prior to the fatal shots being fired.
Wow, and as you said, there's a lot of angles, and it's hard to tell in that, like at what point did they see the weapon? Is, from what you can tell, any sign that the man on the ground was reaching for his weapon when it was pulled away? Anything like that? Hard to see in there, I know.
Yeah, the newest video angle that I've seen, it looks like it's got the facing towards the man. Yeah, it's this video right here, and you see his arms are kind of pinned right in front of him as he's on the ground, and then then you see the agent in the gray coat there, who doesn't have a firearm in his hand, reach around and pull out a firearm. So right here, you see it looks like the man's. I think Mr. Pretty's arms are pinned down in front of him. So he's not reaching for his firearm. Both hands are right there. It's difficult to see what happens right in this second here, but we do see that the agent comes back with the firearm in his hand. That firearm matches the firearm that was photographed by DHS, saying that it was Mr. Pretty's firearm, and then that's when you hear the shots fired.
Do you know, it's been often said that there really only has to be the fear. A police officer or an agent needs to fear for his life or the lives of his coworkers, the people with him. But what is the threshold? I don't know if you know that answer. What is the threshold, or where that's reasonable?
So it's reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm. So they have to have a reasonable, based off of the circumstances, what would another person in that situation perceive it? You can't have an unreasonable fear, but it has to be reasonable for the circumstances. And, barring any more information, it seems like there's at least, it's questionable whether or not a person who has been disarmed was capable of producing that deadly fear for police officers.
Right. We're speaking with Rob Dorr, the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center, and we just want to make sure that we're reminding people who you are, what you represent, and that you are also a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment. So what are you thinking in terms of what the public needs to understand? Because I think there is an inclination to jump to conclusions. This is a very volatile time that we're living in, and videos are being shared the moment after something happens. And so what would you say in terms of investigating a situation like this? What does the public need to remember as all of this information is coming in so quickly?
Yeah, I think in the first 24 hours, the information we get isn't always the most accurate. I think initial reports was this man was a 51-year-old man. So things develop quickly, and so I think it's always good for people to absorb information, but keep it with a certain amount of skepticism. But then also, there are some things that are just objectively true that we can look at. Like for example, if he has a permit to carry, it's not unlawful to be carrying while you're exercising your First Amendment. You don't have to pick between which rights you exercise. It's not a crime to be near police officers. It's not a crime to be in a protest with a firearm. The crime comes when you actually, take that firearm and cause somebody to be in fear of death or great bodily harm, or otherwise threaten them. That's the crime. So I think there are things that are objectively true, but then also things that are open to interpretation, and those tend to develop, especially as time moves on after the first 24 hours.
And Rob, one of the questions I see that keeps coming up, you just mentioned that it's not illegal for somebody to be armed to be near police officers, but is there a reasonable distance that protesters should be keeping from armed federal agents or any police officers in terms of a protest or somebody who is anti the reason they're there? What is that reasonable distance?
Yeah, there's not like a hard set number. Generally, wherever you're lawfully allowed to be, you're free to protest there. So that's generally, sidewalks, public squares, things like that. You're not allowed to block roadways during protesting. That is something that does happen commonly. So, you have to be mindful of that. And then ultimately, the courts have held that the government does have the authority to declare an assembly unlawful, and you are required to disperse at that point.
Rob, what are your thoughts in terms of investigating matters like this? All three of these agent-involved shootings. Do you want to see state officials be part of that investigation as well?
Absolutely. I think that's really the only way that we could have any sort of reasonable comfort that there's transparency going on. I'm always hesitant when the government says that they're investigating themselves, because more often than not, they find that they did nothing wrong. So it's always better to have an extra set of eyes, to have somebody who's detached from the command structure, that doesn't have a vested interest in the particular person. When there's officer-involved shootings in Minnesota, it's not the agency that the officer worked for that does the investigation. It's the BCA, and prior to that, that it used to be an outside agency that would conduct that investigation, because we value that transparency and that outside look to make sure that the officer's actions were objectively reasonable.
Okay. Yeah, one more question, Rob, before we let you go, and we may ask for a little bit of time later today, too, as more information comes in on this. But when you heard about this shooting this morning, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
So when I first heard about it, my first exposure to it was the DHS tweet that went out, when I opened up Twitter in the morning. And I was immediately skeptical. The DHS has certainly had a particular bias in their communication, so I have a natural skepticism towards it. But the words that they used caused me to have really great pause when they say that the man approached them with a firearm. My first reaction was, okay, how did you know? Did he have it exposed? Those key pieces of information were missing. And then they go on to really paint this narrative that he was prepared to massacre police officers. And as we saw the videos that come out, each video that comes out seems to challenge that narrative, which really just makes me it gives me makes me sad that we don't really have a reliable narrator, and all of us are kind of left trying to piece it together from what we can see objectively with our own eyes.
I agree there. Yeah, we're all kind of just watching every single piece of video in slow motion and drawing conclusions, and we still do need to gather all the information, but certainly a lot of people have a lot of questions about what went down there.
We just need to get, and these things take time, we need to get all the pieces of information, what was being said in those moments too. But Rob Dorr, the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center, thank you so much for joining us and just walking us through use of force issues and interpretations in situations like this.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure, anytime.
All right. Now I believe we have one of our reporters. We have Mary McGuire, who has been on scene for some time now, kind of watching the protest grow over the last couple of hours or so. Hi, Mary. What can you tell us? Bring us up to speed there.
Hey, we've moved just about a half a block away from when I last chatted with you, and we are right beside the shooting scene that happened this morning. It happened across the street from Glam Doll Donuts on Nicollet, and right in front of the New American Development Center. You can see a large crowd of people has made kind of a semicircle around the shooting scene, and you can see that there are tree branches that have been lined around it. We do see some police tape still up, but again, no investigators looking at the scene. We have seen people bringing flowers, candles, kneeling, praying in front of the site where this all happened. But one of the things that I've been really struck by is just how quickly this scene has developed. I mean, there are tables being set up by people who are handing out hand warmers, water bottles, free donuts for people. People have really gathered very quickly and have organized when this shooting happened just hours ago. So we are seeing some of the local businesses around here acting as warming centers, inviting protesters to come in and get warm, and have been offering food as well. You can see that there's been tables set up in front of me, but again, I believe Chief O'Hara called an unlawful assembly here around 11:30 this morning. No sight of any law enforcement here at the scene. Like I mentioned before, we have seen some Minneapolis Police Squad cars parked in the surrounding neighborhoods, making sure that no cars drive in. But certainly no effort by law enforcement to get people to leave. Things have remained extremely peaceful while we've been out here, but no law enforcement presence that we've seen so far. There have been several people standing on the tops of buildings trying to get pictures of what's been going on. People standing on dumpsters, standing on old mattresses and things like that. So the crowd has remained pretty stable, but we've seen people streaming in, people streaming out. Of course, it's very cold out, so people have been trying to get warm as well, but things have remained peaceful, like I mentioned, but no sight of any law enforcement trying to get people to leave, despite that call by Chief O'Hara at 11:30 this morning, calling it an unlawful assembly.
All right, Mary McGuire near the scene there, Glamdall Donuts, East 26th Street and Nicollet in South Minneapolis, with crowds that are continuing to grow. They said there are about 200 there initially, and it might be getting larger as the day goes on.
Right, and we did hear from the governor earlier today. He had some very harsh words, as he has had for the Trump administration and federal agents over the last few days. He told a reporter who referred to the agents as law enforcement to stop calling them law enforcement. He also said Republicans have no spine, and he was speaking of the Republicans locally who aren't speaking up against what's happening. We also learned that State Patrol, they were out there for a little bit, not a whole lot of them, but Bob Jacobson, the Commissioner of Public Safety, said, they just didn't have enough people out there to hold the crime scene to collect evidence. So the crime scene, they had to leave, and since that time, there really hasn't been any law enforcement out there, even though it was declared an unlawful assembly, and in fact, the crowd seems to be growing.
Yeah, and at this point, they're asking the public to just please gather peacefully while they're not able to maybe physically be at that scene, despite calling the unlawful assembly. They did say that federal agents left the area first, and then when they felt like they couldn't hold it anymore. And over the past few weeks, we have seen local law enforcement groups come in to try to handle crowd control when these things sort of bubble up and bubble over. And today they were there initially, but now have left. We do know from Chief O'Hara that he said they had to call in other law enforcement agencies just to help with 911 calls today, because they are needing outside help.
And speaking of that, Sheriff DeWanna Witt, the Hennepin County Sheriff, also did request the National Guard. The Sheriff's Office had been responding to things that were going on at the Whipple building, the federal Whipple building, over the last few weeks, putting out fires and, making things safe there. But they need to be able to answer to calls in other parts of the county. So they did ask the National Guard to go to the Whipple building to take care of the hopefully peaceful protests or anything that might get out of hand there. So that's what's happening on that front. But I believe we have Kelly O'Connell now, who is live there also on scene for us. And Kelly, what can you tell us?
Well, kind of echoing what Mary said, very similar situation here. We're just on the other side of 26, and you can kind of see this vantage point of just how large and loud this crowd has become. I would say it's definitely gaining. We continuously see people coming, clearly parking blocks and blocks away and coming here to gather in this protest. Echoing what Mary said, there are a lot of people here who heard about it and decided to come down. Maybe they live in the area, maybe they don't. We've spoken with people from all over who decided they needed to be down here. It has remained peaceful, and also echoing what Mary said, beyond just the very few officers off in the distance, more for crowd control in the neighborhoods, I have not seen any law enforcement here. And that is definitely different than what we saw hours ago. We've been here live really since about 10 o'clock or so, and further down, there was a huge police presence. Federal agents were there, and it was very tense, very intense with protesters, a lot of shouting. There was tear gas deployed. We were part of that, and so very different scene. The second the agents left the scene, the temperature did go down significantly. Not that they're not still out here, not that they're not still very upset and expressing their opinions, but just the intensity of exchanging between folks. Again, at this point, we've been hearing just different chants. Just moments ago, we heard them saying the victim's name, and they've said, say his name, and then everybody was saying his name. So they have definitely, the news has spread through this group here, who the victim is, and a little bit more about him. I just had a chance to speak with, there's clergy members here. I just spoke with a pastor who has a church here in the neighborhood, and she said she needed to be here because her community is suffering, and they're here to offer spiritual advice because she knows people are wondering what to do. A lot of folks we spoke with say they just felt like they had to come down here. One man lives in the neighborhood. He says, look, I don't want to be here. It's cold. This is not what I want to do, but I felt like it was my duty to come down here and protest what's happening here. I was listening into the governor's press conference, and interesting enough how he talked about kind of a direct plea to protesters of remaining peaceful, but understanding the rhetoric of, look, we've been peaceful and this still happens. And I actually heard an exchange with two protesters, two demonstrators earlier this morning. One was saying, we can't fight back, we have to remain peaceful. And another guy was saying, we've been doing that and this still happens. So that was just a kind of an interesting exchange I thought that I wanted to pass along, given what the governor had just referenced. But again, this is the scene here at 26th and Nicollet, and I can also concur with what Barry was saying. The crime scene kind of blocked off a little bit with that tree circle, but not because of police presence at all. And again, still growing as this remains peaceful right now at this point. Also, a lot of people bringing out, as Mary mentioned, water, hand warmers. We've seen all sorts of people handing out different things, handing out food, saying, look, we're going to be here for a while and you need to take care of yourself because it is cold. So that's our vantage point from here on this side of 26 and Nicollet.
Kelly, I'm trying to figure out, behind you, there's some sort of a barrier. What are those? It looks like yellow or wood boxes behind you. Yellow. What are those? What are they there for?
So those. Yeah, you know, at this point, I couldn't tell you what. So those are tables. Those are tables that have been flipped over. It looks like it probably is with one of the restaurants. Black Sheep Pizza is here to my right. Then we also have a noodle shop to the left. Obviously, this is a very busy area with a lot of restaurants. So my assumption is that it came, you know, maybe they were outside for outdoor seating or something. But all of those yellow pieces, those are tables flipped over, kind of a barrier, if you will. People are standing on top of them. We saw the same with dumpsters. People had flipped over the dumpsters, and some of them are standing on it. That's where you can see where you can see people who are obviously above the crowd, and those are the folks who have the loudspeakers. They are standing on dumpsters and tables and different things that they've acquired from around the area.
And also, Kelly, I know Mary had mentioned that where she was at, she noticed a lot of the businesses that were set to open today were not open. Is that what you're seeing from where you're at as well?
Absolutely. So the only business that I saw open that I've been in is Glam Doll Donuts, which is the restaurant that happened across that is across the street from where this all happened. And they were open. They were letting people come in. There were customers getting donuts at the time when this all happened, and those customers, many of them were still in the restaurant at the time that I went in, and that was an hour and a half later. They were processing, they were talking with folks, they were talking with lawyers, and talking to management and kind of just processing what they had seen. But there also were medics there. I spoke with one woman who was there just to help. She said, I'm here in case somebody needs something. I had a chance to speak with another a man who had a Red Cross mark on him, and I said, are you here just to help? And he said, we are. And I said, what have you had to treat anyone today? And I should say not with the Red Cross, but the sign of that. And he said lots of water and milk in the eyes and nose, and then one broken wrist. That's what he said he has seen. But they were out there helping folks. And a broken wrist, is that someone who fell running from, we don't know. But Yes, the only restaurant that I have seen that is open at this point was the donut shop.
Okay. And we also want to make note of the temperature right now, 4 below, and that's without wind chill. That's just raw air temperature. So it's an extremely cold day out there today as well. And if you are just joining us, just to keep you up to speed here, 37-year-old Alex Preddy, a Minneapolis resident, U.S. citizen, shot and killed during an interaction with a Border Patrol agent during an ICE enforcement this morning in South Minneapolis at East 26th and Nicollet. And Department of Homeland Security has said that he approached with a gun and that they attempted to disarm him, but he violently resisted, but they did not take any questions about whether or not the gun was actually drawn. And Chief of Police for Minneapolis PD saying that there's no official report on what led up to this right now. And we only know from videos from people who were down there that this Alex Preddy was in the street recording some ICE activity with a cell phone camera, and we do not know what led up to this interaction.
Right. And you know, the agent would have to have a reasonable fear for his life, for himself or for his co-workers, the other agents that were there. And we don't know why. If that's the case, we don't know why he felt that way. Other than Alex Preddy being armed, we don't know if he pulled that handgun, pointed it, did he grab it? It does seem like there's some video of one of the agents, you know, taking it away or pulling the gun out of the situation. So we don't know what was going on with that gun before he did that. So still so many questions that we need answered.
And he had a lawful permit for conceal and carry as well. Important to note that he did have that permit. They're saying it was a 9mm semi-automatic, and that has also been posted on the DHS social media feeds. But again, there's a lot of in-between information that we're still trying to gather. Let's go ahead and show the picture of Alex Preddy. He was an ICU nurse. We're learning from the Associated Press and family and friends, and that is a picture of him, again, a Minneapolis resident, U.S. citizen, we're told, by local and state authorities. We do have the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension set to talk at 3 o'clock, Drew Evans, and our Rob Olson has been monitoring that situation, and we'll take that live when they are prepared to speak.
You know, we keep talking about the video. We have several angles. Maybe we should show the video. There's the one angle that really is telling and does show a lot of what happened, you know, just in the moments before the shooting happened. Yes, we can show the original video.
Yeah.
Sure. Yes, and there's a couple of different angles. We see the one from across the street. We see the lady in the pink who's shooting video, and then we actually see the video from that woman who was shooting what unfolded. And it does seem like there's some interaction ahead of the struggle. Let's go ahead and see the one video here.
So there's interaction there. And so just went out of our view, Alex Preddy. We don't know if he's with the people who are also in the street.
So there he is, kind of waving a car through. That is Alex Preddy, is my understanding.
And then all of a sudden the camera goes down, and so we can't see what led up to this.
Right, it comes back with the interaction starting, with the confrontation starting. So we missed those crucial moments.
So there were two people, one person shoved down, and then you'll see Alex Preddy has moved into this huddle of agents.
What is wrong with you? Honestly.
Well, it appears there that Alex is actually trying to pull the woman with the backpack away from the scene. I think he tries to do that, and then it gets separated, and then you see the struggle, and ultimately you hear the shots fired.
Multiple shots fired.
Yeah.
So, and then we weren't able to ask the federal officials if there were any body cam videos available on any of the agents, because they only took 2 questions at a news conference this morning.
All I can say is that I've been out there to many of these scenes, and I have seen Border Patrol with body camera. ICE agents usually do not have the body camera on them, but I have seen Border Patrol that have them. I don't know if in this case they did in fact have them, but We'll find out. We'll certainly get more details to come here. And and it's always hard because when you get more information from one side and not equal information from both sides. So we're missing a lot of questions from the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Border Patrol, that kind of thing.
And when it doesn't match.
Right.
That's when it becomes difficult to try to sort out, okay, what is the information that is objectively confirmed at this moment? So we have Rob Olson, who is waiting for this news conference with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. This is the third agent-involved shooting in Minneapolis as a part of Operation Metro Surge, Rob. And the BCA during Renee Good's shooting, they were initially told they could be part of that, and then the next day they were told the FBI would investigate independently. So just kind of walk us through what you've been told about today's press conference.
Well, yeah, in about 10, 12 minutes or so, we're expecting Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, to address us here at the State Emergency Operations Center. This is where Governor Walz and Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson spoke a little bit ago, and the commissioner had mentioned what had happened out there at the scene today, that the BCA did respond, the governor indicating that the state will investigate this, saying that he didn't trust the federal government to have a clear, transparent investigation, that the state will do it. The commissioner saying that BCA agents and investigators were there, initially blocked from the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene, and then after federal agents left as they tried to do their work because of the kind of uncertainty out there in terms of stability of the situation, those investigators then had to leave the scene. So at 3 o'clock here, Drew Evans, the BCA superintendent, will give us an update on how this investigation is going, what exactly did happen today in terms of their investigators going out there, the response or instructions they were given by the Department of Homeland Security, what happened next, and what will happen next from this point on is they say that they will be investigating this. How does that look? What are they able to get access to? What are they able to get access to today in terms of the actual scene of this shooting? What are they able to get access to in terms of cooperation from the Department of Homeland Security? As you mentioned, in the fatal shooting of Renee Good, they were told about a day later that they would not be sharing information with the BCA investigation. And the BCA at that point, Drew Evans, in a news conference, said that they didn't feel like they could do a thorough investigation, but they are helping the Hennepin County attorney gather evidence for her own investigation. But again, here, the governor insisting that the state, the BCA, will be investigating this, and we hope to learn at 3 o'clock here from Superintendent Evans what that looks like in this scenario where they were not allowed access to the crime scene initially, and then there were some issues with securing it with the growing crowds out there after that. So again, that update coming here, scheduled for right around 3 o'clock.
It'll be interesting to see, without having access to the agents that were there to interview them, how they put the case together. Because that's the situation with Renee Good. They were not allowed to interview the agent.
How can you objectively do this without all of the resources? And these are the big questions, and the tug and pull that's going on between local and federal resources right now. So, Rob, do you anticipate, will they take questions? Have they said yet?
They have not said. Typically, in the many news conferences I've been with Drew Evans, he is certainly always open to taking questions, often limited on what he can address, especially in the hours after an incident that they've begun investigating. And he'll tell you that there's, some of this stuff I just can't get into, but he'll take the questions, and if he can't answer it, we'll say, I can't get into that right now, I don't have enough information, or this is something that I can't discuss because of the integrity of the investigation. I anticipate, though, he will entertain questions, and we'll see what information we can get.
Okay, well, we'll hear from him in about 8 minutes, and after that, I'm sure we'll hear from you again, Rob. So thank you. We also want to hear from Greg Bovino. It was a Border Patrol agent that actually fired his gun this morning. So we had a news conference with Greg Bovino, although only 2 questions were allowed to be asked, but he did say some words ahead of that. We do want to hear from him ahead of Drew Evans, who is with the BCA and is speaking at 3 o'clock. Bovino saying, their side of things, that, this agent felt threatened when he fired.
And said that this is a Border Patrol agent, as you were just saying, Karen, with 8 years of experience. He said that, Bovino said that this man, Alex Preddy, approached with a gun, and then they attempted to disarm him. He violently resisted. So that's what he announced this morning. And he also said this man wanted to massacre law enforcement. But then on the second question, when they asked if the gun did come out of, if he did pull out the gun or when that happened, he did not answer that question. So we do have a clip from that news conference from earlier today to play.
Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
All right. Allie, go ahead. One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question.
So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, does the account come from the agents? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. But let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. Sorry, no more questions, sir.
Wait, Commander, where was the gun?
Okay, you're looking at a press conference from earlier today with Greg Bovino, head of ICE enforcement, talking about this incident with this agent involved, fatal shooting of a 37-year-old man named Alex Preddy, who was at the scene of an ICE enforcement this morning around 9 o'clock in South Minneapolis.
Right, and a lot of different angles of this situation in terms of video. We're about to go to a press conference in a minute and hopefully get some more details from the BCA, who is investigating what's happened this morning. And there's a lot to investigate, especially, of course, DHS, federal agents saying that, you know, they fired in defense of themselves, in defense of their lives. So we're trying to piece together, you know, what that looks like, or what that looked like at the time.
And Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, state agency, what would their access be to investigate, and are they going to be able to look at
have access
all of the information, interview the agents that were involved this morning on scene? So he probably will answer some of those questions here in a few moments about their involvement and what that will entail. We do have some updates about Minneapolis. The mayor and police chief saying earlier today just avoid the area of South Minneapolis. They're asking any protesters to peacefully protest. Timberwolves game has been postponed until tomorrow, and Twins Fest has also been shut down. Let's go ahead and listen to the press conference.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred when any law enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state. That's true for entities like the BCA, and it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers and other high-profile incidents like have occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocence, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding, both within our state and across the country, that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that, and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed official warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How important is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since? It's my understanding DHS is running this investigation. I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that, make that contact, and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
How much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene when they could get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Excuse me, introduce yourself, please.
Yes, Aaron at Channel 5. How will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence related to the shooting?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long-established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, or we'd welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process, so it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
On the point about the warrant, it sounds like earlier, just to be clear, you said you took that step preemptively, knowing that perhaps you might be denied. And then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed to access, or that your agents weren't allowed to access the scene?
So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived, just to follow up, you arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, though Judge Grant said warrant, you show up with that, you're still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
With the Minnesota Star Tribune. I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this operation?
Yeah, the question was about has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law. I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of illegal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations, state and local and federal, and then tribal and territorial. And normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations. Each and every day, BCA agents and local law enforcement across Minnesota are conducting violent crime investigations, drug investigations, human trafficking. We work together with the federal government all of the time. This is a situation where we're in a different place for a variety of reasons when it comes to this, and we need to find a path forward. You've heard various people say that we need to look to turn the temperature down. I look to turn the temperature down not only because of a situation that all of us want to be in across the state of Minnesota to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly so that we aren't in a position where there is a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more at the far end and then one more after that.
Mary Murphy with the Water News Service. Are you able to confirm the identity of the man who was fatally shot, and then also can you confirm the whereabouts of the officers who were involved in the shooting?
The questions are, can I confirm the identity? I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is I do not know.
One more. Superintendent, Queen Ward for the question about past situations you guys have dealt with on this. Have you ever had a situation where the FBI has denied access to the scene like this? Under what circumstances have those happened in the past?
So the question was, have I ever had a situation where federal authorities denied access to a scene? Not in my 20 plus years at the BCA and a situation like that. There's certainly investigations for national security and sensitive reasons we wouldn't have a line of sight into, nor would it be our position to ask for access to information in those particular instances. In instances where there's really concurrent federal and state jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance where that's ever happened. So
thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you're listening to Drew Evans with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension talk about the nature of this investigation involving this agent-involved shooting, 37-year-old Alex Preddy this morning in South Minneapolis. Drew Evans talking about the commitment by state officials to provide an investigation, but also addressing the challenges of that, because he's saying that in the past, federal and local state partners, they've all been excellent partners, but at this time, this investigation is being headed up by Department of Homeland Security, and he says they can't get all the evidence without cooperation.
Right, and immediately when they went out there this morning to try to process the scene, this is the BCA, they had a warrant, they had a signed warrant, but they were still denied access, he says, to the scene to collect evidence. So immediately they had some challenges there, and even when federal agents left, they did have state patrol there, but there were so many people there they couldn't hold the scene, and they also needed to go.
Yeah, and so protocol was disrupted as a result. They haven't been able to accurately map out the scene and do all of the things that they would in a very complex and complicated law enforcement involved shooting, which he reminded the public that these are always complicated and complex. And what you see in a few moments of video is not the full picture, regardless of the situation. And each incident is its own particular case. You can't really compare one incident to another. But he said the BCA is committed to working and sorting out the information. They'll continue to look at video that is coming in from people who were there at the scene and talking with people, and they remain committed to trying to provide a thorough investigation despite the challenges that he laid out.
And he also said that they will continue to pursue relationships and cooperation with federal agents. So he said they've always worked together until recently. Obviously, there's been a lot of issues. He said he reached out to the commander on the scene scene this morning. He was told that was the point of contact. He says that commander has not returned his phone call. So, you know, still some rub there, as Drew Evans said, hey, we're still willing to work with them. And yet the DHS, I guess, is not returning phone calls, according to Drew Evans.
Yeah, and basically he said before he left, he does not want a standoff between local and federal officials. We have learned more about the 37-year-old man who was shot this morning in South Minneapolis. 37-year-old Alex Preddy. He was an ICU nurse at the VA. Karen, we're learning he was an avid outdoorsman who loved going on adventures with his dog Jewel, who recently passed away, and that he had been participating in protests after Renee Good was shot and killed on January 7th.
Right, and Pretty's father says his son cared about people deeply, was very upset what was happening in Minneapolis and across the U.S. with ICE, and his family says he was a U.S. citizen, had no criminal record. His parents talked to him recently about being careful when protesting. But again, DHS obviously has their side of things. They say he was armed, but it sounds like he probably had a permit to carry, but that he was armed with 2 magazines when he came to that scene, to that situation where ICE or Border Patrol was conducting a targeted operation, and then some sort of confrontation ensued, and of course led up to the shooting just after 9 this morning.
And what we don't know, because there's no angle that's been released that's close enough to the scene, is what happened in these few seconds of interaction between the agents right there outside of Glamdall Donuts and Alex and whoever he might have been with there on the street, because all of a sudden you see him getting pepper sprayed, and then there are a group of officers
kind of on top of
him.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So we don't know what was said or what led into them interacting with one another, because there was an ICE enforcement action happening at the time, and then there were people on the street who were recording that, and so there are moments there that we just don't have up close.
We're going to go to Kelly O'Connell right now, who's doing an interview inside Glamdall Donuts. That looks like Omar Fateh that she is interviewing. Let's listen in and hear what he has to say.
Protesters standing, barricading, and protecting ICE, tear gassing and macing protesters who are not violent, who are not harming anyone, that are visibly upset, and rightfully so. They've seen one of our neighbors again getting murdered. And so we need to stop seeing our law enforcement targeting protesters and instead go after those agents that have been murdering our neighbors.
Where do we end? When does this end? What do you, crystal ball, bajillion-dollar question, but like, how does this stop?
Well, it only stops once we hold them accountable, and we're going to continue to see this happen over and over again. We're seeing the largest ICE operation in our nation's history right here in Minnesota. Billions and billions of dollars spent on ICE agents in a time in which health care is being stripped away, in a time in which we are seeing folks struggle with housing and the cost of living, but we seem to have money to provide, $18 million a week on this. It does not make any sense. And so we need to make sure that we're holding our elected officials accountable, including myself, and standing up and saying this is not right and we need to do something.
What's your message to President Trump?
Well, no matter what message we have for him, he's not going to listen. He believes that he can run the show and he can get away with anything, and he's trying to give full immunity to these rogue agents. And what I'm trying to say is, now that we know, and we've been knowing he's not going to listen, it's up to local, state, and county leaders to hold ICE agents accountable.
Awesome. Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
A local leader, state lawmaker, ran for Minneapolis mayor that Kelly O'Connell was just talking to at the scene there.
Right. And I think we have Rob Olson now, who was there at the press conference with the BCA Director Drew Evans, Supervisor Drew Evans. Let's go live now to Rob Olson with kind of a recap of what was said. Rob?
Yeah, Karen, and what really stood out here is something that the Superintendent Evans said right at the beginning of his remarks, is that we are in uncharted territory here. He said it has been a procedure, it has been custom for the BCA and entities like it across the United States. Each state has its own version of the BCA under different names. It's the state law enforcement agency that does criminal investigation. He said it's 80% of them, as far as is what he characterized it across the country, are the ones that do the investigations into officer-involved shootings, and that includes those that involve federal agents. So he said, again, this is uncharted territory. Said if there's been a policy or procedure change in that, it's not something they've been informed about. This is just what has happened in this case and in the previous cases here in the Twin Cities in recent weeks. Now, he said that BCA agents went out there initially and were denied access to the scene by the federal agents on the ground. They took the step, which is certainly unique, in getting a warrant signed by a judge to allow them access to the scene, and they were still denied access by the federal agents who were there. They were also in contact with the FBI. Evans said the FBI has always been a great investigative partner with the BCA. It's unclear if FBI were on the scene at the time or if it were purely the immigration agents who were on the scene at the time that denied them access, even with a signed judicial warrant to let them access the scene. I asked him at the end, how much investigation were you able to do? And he said very, very little, because once the federal agents cleared, the local law enforcement, Minneapolis Police and Hennepin County Sheriff that was there were unable to control the scene because of the number of people who had responded to show up, to protest, to react to this scene. They then had to leave. So they said very little was done. They will continue to investigate, though. He vowed that they will continue to move forward with everything that they can do in terms of witness interviews, looking at all the videos, and he mentioned the number of videos that have been out there already that they will go through and how that is helpful to an investigation, and whatever they can do to continue this investigation here. But reaching out to Homeland Security and trying to get some answers, he said they have received no reply to those questions. So at this point, they're still trying to figure out exactly what this means for their investigation, but vowing an investigation will go on. Back to you.
Yeah, Rob, you know, he mentioned up there today that these are incredibly complex incidents. Any officer-involved shooting is incredibly complex, regardless of the video you see. And oftentimes, we're talking about moments, the decision-making that's happening in just seconds. So, and I know you've been at a lot of these news conferences lately. I don't know that he really spoke to this today, but there are 3 now officer-involved shootings that they are trying to get access to and investigate. Their resources have to be taxed as well.
Yeah, and he didn't specifically address, you know, how this is stretching their resources, but certainly this is 3 incidents in a matter of as many weeks that does certainly tax the resources, particularly with the added difficulties of not getting that cooperation from the federal authorities, who were, you know, getting their own information, getting their own interviews, potentially with those agents that were there, or certainly not allowing the BCA investigators to get interviews with the agents who are on the scene there. So that is certainly among the challenges, is the fact that they've got 3 different investigations going here at the same time, and use of force by federal officers or federal agents here. You know, you might see in the course of a year in Minnesota, you might see 1 officer-involved shooting, or, you know, maybe 2, depending on the year. But I mean, it's certainly not 3 in a matter of 3 weeks. And then when you have the added difficulties of not getting the cooperation that they say has been standard procedure for many, many years, as far back as he can remember. He's been with the BCA for more than 20 years himself. So he said this is absolutely something that is vastly different from anything they've experienced before, but there's been no actual stated procedure or policy from the federal government saying that things would be done differently. They're just being done differently as they try to respond to the scene to investigate. And again, even today, with a signed warrant, not allowed access to the scene to gather their own evidence.
It is interesting. So the BCA is being allowed to investigate the second shooting, where the man, the undocumented immigrant, was here and he was shot in the leg by one of the agents. BCA is still investigating that one. The other 2, which are protester shootings, they of course are being locked out. So just why on the second one they're allowed to go ahead and process that one and investigate that one is interesting. BCA Drew Evans saying today that, hey, they're still willing to work with federal agents on this and try to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, and he stressed the importance of the relationship with the FBI, that they, you know, basically, if you could get a sense from what he was saying, is that they don't have any animosity against the FBI. They find them to be very valuable partners, and they always have been. Here it seems to be the frustration that he's expressing is with the other federal agents on the scene, and they're trying to get some answers through the FBI here about what their involvement or cooperation could be going forward. But again, yeah, getting little cooperation at this point, but they say that will not stop them doing what they can.
Okay, Rob Olson, we'll check back with you in a little bit. There's going to be another news conference at 4 o'clock at City Hall involving Minneapolis city leaders. We will take that live when that begins. In the meantime, we know there are a few hundred people who are gathering near the scene at East, what is the address?
26th and Nicollet.
In Nicollet, yeah, in South Minneapolis. And they have been gathering throughout the day because of the cold weather. Maybe those crowds aren't as large as they could potentially be. That probably is a deterrent.
But our reporters on scene have been saying the crowd is growing despite our frigid temperatures out there. And there's, you know, provisions brought for them. There's, you know, bagels and donuts and tables and water and things like that. There's warming places to warm up. So even though Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara had asked for that crowd to disperse, they did not, and in fact it's growing. But at this point it does remain peaceful as far as we can tell. I believe we have some interviews we'd like to share with you of some of those protesters that have been there after the shooting. If we go ahead and take a listen to that.
I live right here.
What are you thinking?
I'm filming. It's shocking. You know, I have a Ring camera, and I woke up to this. My camera was going off, you know, and of course we all hearing about the protests and what's going on in Minnesota. But to come upstairs to make my breakfast and then I see all of this, it's shocking.
You didn't hear the shots?
No, I did not hear the shot, but it's all over social media. I mean, they're faster than me. I'm right here, and people already, you know, said that someone was resisting, that there was someone with a gun that tried to kill ICE. And that's dangerous. You know, I mean, I want to be protected. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, what I go to Good Grocery. I used to go there. What if I was there? You know, why would somebody be walking around with a gun in a grocery store? Why? I don't understand it.
What's going through your mind right now?
So much is going in my, you know, it's the first thing is like, what has America become to? I remember I bought this property here because of East Street. This is a beautiful area, you know, it's very tourist friendly. I do short-term rentals, but the way they're turning this state, I'm afraid people not going to want to come and rent any of my properties. You know, I'm a hard-working American citizen, and this is what they've turned my look at my city. It's sad.
You came down after you heard what happened, right?
Correct.
Why? Why'd you want to come down?
In solidarity for the neighbors, the people who are here, and just to make a statement that this is not right. I mean, there's been so many atrocities in our neighborhood. I mean, Renee Good, but then also just the pulling people out of cars and breaking windows and, you know, beyond just perhaps those criminals, which doesn't seem to be who they're really taking.
And the video we just saw was... So the justification, there really was no justification. If there's any attempt to justify the killing of Renee Good, this is even worse.
I think to almost everybody, a video of an execution, I don't know if you really have another choice but then to show it for your community.
You said you don't want to be out here, but you are. Why did you feel like it was something you needed to do?
Well, Kelly, I don't want to be here because it's negative 10 degrees, but I don't know another way to show how much I'm hurting. I don't know a way to show support for the community other than to come to the site where something super tragic just happened about 2 hours ago. If I'm not here, I'm at home crying.
I know you said you live in the area, you weren't here when it happened, but you felt like you needed to be out here. Explain, how would you describe this community?
You know, despite what we're seeing at a national level, I keep telling everybody that this community is peaceful, this community is passionate, this community is protective of itself, and this community is coming together in a way that I didn't know a city was capable of. The way that protesters are organizing, the way that people are encouraging peace. Just now, we had like 15 people trying to put out a car. The reason the car was on fire is because ICE shot tear gas into it. So I think like a pretty beautiful display of what's actually happening here. And yeah, generally, what do I think about the community? This is my home, and now more than ever, I'm proud to live here.
Where do you think this community, this neighborhood, this city goes from here? What now?
I think that's a question that we're all reckoning with right now. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to answer it.
So you can get a sense of just how people at the scene today are feeling, people who live in South Minneapolis, and how they're grappling with this happening in their backyard.
I think it was really interesting, that first interview with the woman who was in the window. She was saying she kind of woke up to all of this and whatever, but what we don't often think about are just the people who are just living there, who maybe aren't even protesting, don't really have big opinions on one side or the other. But with all of this going on, she was incredibly concerned about anybody wanting to rent her properties. You know, I guess she has different apartments, things like that, and she was concerned, who's going to want to come and live here, you know, with all of this stuff happening. So a major disruption, not only because of the shooting and the protests, but just to the people who are just living there and trying to live.
And early this morning, the local officials like the mayor and the police chief also saying, please remain peaceful. We've seen some minor things like little fires. So far, we've seen a crowd. There haven't been major problems, but they reminded the public, you know, please do not burn your own neighborhood down. And so there is that concern right now that because tensions are so high, whenever there is an ICE enforcement, there are crowds that form around that, and tensions are just so high across the city. And again, just to reiterate, you know, what has happened here today at 9 o'clock this morning in South Minneapolis, 37-year-old man who appeared to be outside an ICE enforcement of some kind happening.
Targeted enforcement, right.
Yeah, targeted enforcement. They were going to detain somebody at East 26th and Nicollet. That he was recording video with a cell phone, and then there is suddenly an interaction between him and other people who were also around that area watching ICE enforcement. There was some sort of interaction between them where he was then pepper sprayed and then put down on the ground, and then there was the shooting.
And according to his parents, his father has said that he had been part of these protests over the last few days. He was very passionate about the community, about his community, but they had also had a recent conversation with him about being careful, out there. And we're going to show you the video right now of what led up to the shooting. There's one point where the camera kind of turns away, and those are some crucial moments that we don't have. But let's take a look here.
Yeah, so that is Alex Preddy right there, just moving just out of frame on the right side. So he's out of the frame right now, but there are people there. There are ICE enforcement actions going on, and then there are people watching it. So that's Alex Preddy.
And he waved that car in and
now eventually they come over here, but then the camera goes down. And then when it comes back up, there's this interaction. We don't know what preceded it or why there was this interaction with two of the people and ICE.
Right. And you know, there may be more video out there. We've seen sort of two different angles. There could be more angles. There probably are, because there always seems to be somebody with a cell phone recording. So hopefully we do get a little bit more information. The big question being, did he at all pull out that weapon? He has a permit to carry, apparently, and he had this gun on him, this 9mm with 2 magazines, but did he at any point point that gun at officers, threaten them with it in any way? What made agents fear for their life, reasonably fear for their life, and ultimately fire? That would be the reason you would fire. So we're waiting for more information on what transpired in that huddle or in that pile of agents, and then Preddy, who's on the ground there.
Yeah, so federal officials have said all of that is under investigation and wouldn't answer as to whether or not the gun was actually pulled out, saying that that was all still under investigation. But they did say that he approached with a gun or had a gun on him, again, a legal permit to conceal and carry. So we just, as soon as the cell phone camera goes down, suddenly they're so close to the ICE agents, but we don't know what preceded that, because before that, that, they were all just in the street. There's some recording going on, and we don't know what kind of exchange happened in those moments where you cannot see it.
I've had a couple of questions, like how are protesters there all the time, especially from those who don't live in the state and that kind of thing. And I think the other day, I forgot who it was offhand, but one of the state leaders, or no, one of the feds had said the difference between here and say Chicago or LA or some of the other states where there is ICE enforcement that's been ongoing is our protesters are incredibly organized, and they have a chain that goes out of who's, where, when, and they blow a lot of whistles and they alert everybody that in fact there is an ICE operation ongoing. So, and they follow the agents from time to time as well. So almost everywhere these federal agents go, there are people following them. There are people present that are not part of that operation, that are protesters or anti-ICE.
Yeah, and they're happening in daylight in public areas too. So there can be a natural crowd that gathers just because they're in the area and they're watching what happens. The word does spread very quickly through social media, through word of mouth, and then the longer these detainments go on in one specific area, the bigger the crowds grow. I was at a situation that happened in Chanhassen about 5 weeks ago.
Oh, right.
And there were two men that ICE, they were pursuing them, and they crawled up inside a house that was under construction, and they were high up in the rafters of that home that was under construction, and it became sort of a standoff. And at that point, it lasted for hours. So in those hours where that is happening, and ICE they've taped up the area, more and more people, you can see some tear gas as they try to clear protesters away from the scene today. But as something continues on for a long period of time, the chances of it traveling on social media are greater, and the crowd will just continue to grow and grow. And those protesters a lot of times are coming up very close to the ICE enforcement. It is very loud, as you mentioned, Karen, with the whistles and
horns, a lot of horns. We should mention this is video from earlier, several hours earlier. As of late, there doesn't seem to be any tear gas, if at all, but this was earlier after the shooting when they were trying to clear out protesters and get them out of the scene so federal agents could leave. There was state patrol that came in trying to secure the scene so the BCA could go in, but they couldn't hold the scene. So just a lot of chaos following the shooting, and ultimately some tear gas as they were trying to push back some of the protesters there. And
these can become so incredibly volatile as you have people who are there, they're not happy about the ICE enforcement, and that's separate from people who've been trained to be observers, who are trained to not interfere. They go through specific training to learn how to be a constitutional observer and where they can record from and how to interact. But there are just times when the tension builds and builds and builds, and you see protesters. I think we saw some earlier today being arrested as well after this happened.
Important to note here, this is State Patrol and Minneapolis Police. They came out to keep the peace. They weren't helping federal agents, but they were out there to kind of keep the peace. They were trying to preserve the scene so that BCA could collect evidence, that the scene could be processed. Ultimately, too many people showed up and they could not hold the scene. They didn't have enough people out there. Enough police officers. So they did ultimately clear the scene, but that was earlier today. And this is another shot from Skyfox 9, still earlier. This is as the crowd started to grow there at 26th and Nicollet. Peaceful at this point, but there's no law enforcement in sight. Even though Police Chief Brian O'Hara did ask everybody to disperse, called an unlawful assembly, they came anyway. And the intersection there filled up with people, with protesters who you can see no tear gas or anything like that. So at that point, it was fairly peaceful.
Yeah, and there can be situations that continue after law enforcement clears the scene too. We saw that on the night of the 14th. In that agent-involved shooting, they were looking to detain a Venezuelan man. They say he resisted arrest. He was shot in the leg, survived. BCA and agents held that scene for several hours, had agents around that block blocking it so that evidence could be gathered. But then once they cleared the scene, big crowd that had gathered, and there was tear gas that night as well to keep moving people back away from the scene. There was an agent vehicle that got left behind, and we saw lots of video about people breaking into that. So these situations have just become incredibly volatile at times. Since ICE enforcement ramped up, the largest in U.S. history, 3,000 agents. They were deployed to the state of Minnesota to find criminals who were in the country illegally.
Right. And, I think today we're looking at peaceful protests. They have their signs, their bullhorns, they're providing warmth for those who need it, that kind of thing. I think it's as we enter some of the evening hours that it gets a little bit more concerning that things happen in the cover of night, and when you can't see them, and and then that's when kind of more chaos erupts, and we don't want that.
And yesterday, 15,000 people gathered in the cold to march through Minneapolis. Not a single problem. 15,000 people, and that was fine. Today, as a result of what's happened, some changes have been made to some very big public events in Minneapolis. Timberwolves have postponed their game until tomorrow, and Twins Fest, which is always a big event for fans to come and meet the players and management and get excited about the upcoming baseball season, they went ahead and they wrapped up and they closed things down today.
And even some smaller situations, just businesses in that area that are normally open on Saturdays and depend, of course, on that business, they're closed today in that area, just not open, probably for safety, or maybe just wouldn't get any customers given the situation. So
again, just a quick time update. At 4 o'clock, we're expecting another press conference at City Hall. We assume the mayor and probably the police chief will be there. We're not sure just who all will be speaking. They spoke earlier today. About 12:30, I think, was the last time that we heard them speak, and we've had the governor speak today. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Greg Bovino, head of ICE enforcement, as well, addressed the public early this morning. And there continues to be very much a tug of war over who's doing what, and and telling the public their grievances with. You'll hear from local and state officials their grievances with federal authorities, and federal authorities you'll hear their grievances with state and local officials, and this is a continued back and forth that we've been seeing.
And it's important to note that as media, we only sort of can do what we can do, and we're obviously getting a lot of information and interviews and press conferences from the state, local leaders as well. We've only gotten one from Border Patrol, from Commander Bovino, that shared just very limited information. So we don't have direct access to the agents on scene or anything like that, so we can only get what we can get. We're watching their Twitter feed where they do reveal some information online there, but we hope to get more from Homeland Security and ICE agents and Border Patrol agents as the day and night goes on. We're desperate for that information, actually. So we are going to take back a look back at what the governors had to say today. Governor Walz did speak earlier, some very strong words. Let's go ahead and take his news conference, or a portion of it, as we wait for the top of the hour here.
Thank you all for being here. I'll have a short statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high, and to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faiths packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors, they're walking their kids to school, they're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused, and I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis proved that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Ken Gurnall with Care 11. Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government? And is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the President's Chief of Staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said, under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right, and stand up for the rule of law, and stand up for human decency, and that's the moment.
So then, just a follow-up, because then if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they stonewall and you're trying to investigate, is that forcing?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is, you ask us for peace and we give, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms, to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that, and I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense, and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough.
Governor, have there been any indication?
Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Carolyn WCCO, either you or Commissioner Davidson speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation, if not either DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe. But federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto, with the New York Times, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sherrod Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, that they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Could you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you projecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old citizen of Minneapolis, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with the weapon in leading to?
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, your reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening, and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the Vice President, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes, makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. Is there not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever? These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave, your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in America's history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
ICE commanders have said in the press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals off the street. What's the response to that request?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question?
Greg Rubino said that in the press conference. He was calling on state and local law enforcement. So what is your response to that?
State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Thank you.
All right, you're listening to a news conference from a few hours ago with Governor Walz, Bob Jacobson from Department of Public Safety talking about the situation right now after an agent-involved shooting early this morning, which a 37-year-old man who was watching an ICE enforcement happen was shot and killed. They're talking about National Guard resources and what they're hoping to obtain with a Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigation as well from state authorities. And you just saw new information about the National Guard.
Right. Earlier we had the sheriff, Hennepin County Sheriff DeWanna Witt, requesting the National Guard for the Whipple building so they could be freed up to deal with other situations in the city and or the county and throughout the county. Now the City of Minneapolis is requesting the National Guard. They've asked Governor Walz to send the National Guard in to help with staffing. They don't have enough staff within the Minneapolis Police Department to really handle what's going on. They, of course, have been short-staffed for several years now, very short-staffed. So it's not really a surprise that they're asking for help, given that we have, just so much chaos going on here. But yes, the city has now requested the National Guard to come in and help them with staffing. They are also, looks like they're setting up a vehicle perimeter near the shooting scene. So it looks like MPD will temporarily implement a vehicle perimeter near the scene of this morning's shooting. Except for residential traffic, vehicles will not be allowed to enter the area between Franklin Avenue and 28th Street from Pillsbury Avenue to 35W. The Minnesota National Guard will assist MPD in implementing this vehicle perimeter and will also assist at additional posts. So just a lot of moving parts here as the day goes on.
Right, and no time frame was set for that, but we have a 4 o'clock news conference that we're waiting on right now and monitoring. You can see the podium there where the mayor will speak, the police chief will speak, the governor's expected to speak, and Senators Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar are expected to be there as well. So I imagine they'll probably address what's happening with the National Guard and how they're going to build this perimeter and when they expect that to play out. There's still about an hour and a half of daylight left in the day. And again, National Guard has been mobilizing for about a week now, so they've been prepared and in position in the event that they would get called up, and they will provide that security at the Whipple building, the federal building, where we've seen a lot of protesters every single day for the last several weeks, and then also State Patrol, Department of Natural Resources. So we'll probably get a fuller picture of how they plan to bring the National Guard into all of this.
It'll be interesting to see when they talk about that vehicle perimeter if they make all the folks that are there right now get out.
Right.
Are they going to allow them within that perimeter, or what is the perimeter actually for? Are they still trying to gather evidence, or what's the reason for the vehicle perimeter? But yeah, that looks like that'll be implemented sometime, I'm guessing, this evening, given that the Guard has been called in, and the Guard is ready. So it's unlike back in 2020 we had the Floyd riots. This is, the Guard is ready and waiting. So it'll be enacted and in place far faster than last time around.
I mean, are they nervous about violence potentially playing out with nightfall? Earlier today, they had to call an unlawful assembly because of the group that had gathered there. They had to deploy some tear gas to break up some crowds. It has been, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, this is our live camera at the scene right now. It is peaceful and quiet. A few hundred people still gathering at the scene. But so we expect to get some more information about the National Guard and what will be happening in the city of Minneapolis tonight. In addition to that, and we haven't heard much about this in the last few days, but President Trump had mentioned that he could use the Insurrection Act and also send active U.S. Army soldiers from a division out of Alaska to the state of Minnesota. But that was talked about a lot about a week and a half ago, and we haven't heard as much on that front.
Only that they're waiting. I mean, they're ready and waiting.
They're ready.
Should they be called in by the president and his administration? All
right, 3 agent-involved shootings in Minneapolis, in the city of Minneapolis, in the last 3.5 weeks. One on January 7th, one on January 14th, and then the one this morning, all part of that ramp-up of Operation Metro Surge, in which 3,000 agents have been stationed in the metro to work on immigration enforcement. And they haven't said when that mission would be complete. They've been pressed on that a few times, but they will only say when we're done. And so we're not sure just how long they had anticipated being in the Minneapolis area. They have been in other cities as well. We've seen Chicago and Washington, D.C. and out west too. But again,
I was with the vice president a couple of days ago when he was in town, and he was commenting about Minneapolis compared to LA and Chicago, where they also had ICE operations going, and how they didn't have the confrontations that they're having here, and how Minneapolis was unique in that. And he was sort of saying, you know, we need to figure out why that is. Why is Minneapolis? And then he went on to say, I guess, you know, they're more organized. The protesters are more organized here, and there's more of them, it seems. But they did not have these issues in some of the other cities. And it's important to know that ICE enforcement is going on all over the country. They have Operation Tidal Wave going on in Florida right now. There's certainly one in Texas, Virginia, and Los Angeles, I believe, as well. So, I mean, it's going on throughout the country. It isn't just here. We have had surges, though. We have had surges of federal agents coming in. DHS will say is because they don't have the cooperation with local law enforcement that they do in some of these other cities, and so it makes their job more difficult. And we get varying opinions on whether they cooperate or don't cooperate, and in what way.
And the mission of Operation Metro Surge is to get violent criminals who are in the country illegally. Some immigration attorneys locally and even local law enforcement have spoken out publicly that there are other people getting caught up in this as well. People who have legal status, people who are U.S. citizens, and they have come out publicly. Just in the last week, law enforcement held a news conference saying they feel like there is some racial profiling going on, and they brought up instances where even officers, like with Brooklyn Park PD, had been pulled over and asked for proof of citizenship when they were plainclothes, when they were off duty. So there have been a lot of questions about the enforcement, the mission of it, and whether or not that's actually playing out in each of the enforcement actions. We've seen a lot of court cases play out as well, and so there is a lot of tension that has built up over this Operation Metro Surge since it began in Minneapolis.
Right, and of course we're getting a lot of stories of people who are detained or arrested. There was one in Shakopee earlier this week. On Monday, agents came to the door. They didn't answer. They ended up using a battering ram, and they ultimately did get their target. But the target was a man who was here illegally. The family admitted he had been here illegally. He had come from, I believe it was Ecuador, when he was 4 years old. And then early in his life, he was now, I believe, 45 years old. Early on, like around his 20s or late teens, something like that, he did have some trouble with the law, some auto theft, DWI, that kind of thing. But that, nothing since 2006. And I did look up his record. There had been nothing since 2006. And he says, the family had said that he was checking in with immigration, and immigration kept saying, come back, just, okay, great, come back next year kind of thing. And his last check-in was in November. We have not been able to verify that, but he said his last check-in was in November. But he did have a deportation order in place since 2002. So there's this kind of situation where he says he's checking in, and immigration is like, well, okay, check back next year. We don't really know what's accurate in that case because, again, we have a hard time getting information from the DHS side of things. But in any case, a lot of stories like that coming in where there's these detainments, there's this confusion as to why, because they thought they were doing things correctly. And then there's more stories that aren't quite like that.
Yeah, there's this gray area that can exist in immigration, whether somebody has refugee status or asylum status, and where they are in the process.
Right.
And then if it's a criminal matter, then that changes things. But like we did have a case out of St. Paul where a man was detained, driven around, then he was released, and then came out later that he matched the description of somebody else that they were looking for, but local officials said those people didn't even live there. So again, yes, we have seen a lot of tension build up with protesters or observers who come to watch these enforcement actions. They blow whistles, they have megaphones, and of the 3 agent-involved shootings, 2 have been protesters or people who are recording video at the scene, not the focus of a detention. And then 1 person who was shot in the leg and lived was the focus of a detention. So in 2 of these cases, it has been regular people. Okay, let's go ahead and listen in to Mayor Jacob Fry.
We're here to provide an update on the safety plans and precautions that we're going to be taking for this evening. The City of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis. The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths. I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously they are put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. And this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, border control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders in senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity. Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The number one priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community. And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible, and the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that, and we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully, and understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us, they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. This city has been under siege, and I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders. That's not what this is about anymore when you have 3,000 agents overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday, all those peaceful people. And then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers, and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back. But none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us, because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen. And clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan. And rather than following standard law enforcement practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist. He was a nurse. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the President, you must stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe. Second, it is essential that trusted, impartial state investigators at the BCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress, they must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is what Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like, and I am so grateful for their relentless work to keep our communities safe. Representative McCollum.
Well, we have a saying in Congress that we agree and reflect in our remarks those that have spoken before us. So I'm going to take a slightly different tact. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life, and it didn't have to be that way. To all the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting, who have been harmed and injured, it shouldn't be happening to you either. But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Paul stands with you, Minneapolis. The East and West Metro, we're united, as well as all Minnesotans. My phones have been ringing off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of chaos and violence that has been caused by the presence of the Department of Homeland Security. Representative Morrison and I, along with Representative Omar and Craig, had an opportunity to show with our votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, well, we're more than disappointed. We are outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE. Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So, Secretary Noem, have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras, just like our law enforcement does. To our law enforcement here, we appreciate you, especially those of you who have been working the extra shifts. To the school boards, to the community service volunteers, everybody out there in this community, you make us so proud to represent you in the United States Congress. We hold our head up high with how Minnesota is reacting to this. We celebrate 250 years of this United States of America. And I'll close with quoting Benjamin Franklin. He came out of the Constitutional Convention and he said, it's a republic if you can keep it. Well, we're showing we want to keep it a republic with peaceful protesting. Stay calm, be safe, take care of one another. And when you see a National Guards person out there trying to relieve one of our police officers, know that they're there to protect you. So please respect everyone out there trying to keep us safe. And with that, I'd like to welcome up my colleague from the West Metro, Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Representative McCollum. You know, the day after tens of thousands of Minnesotans showed the world how to stand up peacefully against this administration's cruelty, lawlessness, and unacceptable occupation, and demand that ICE leave our state and end this federal invasion, the world is watching yet again as one of Donald Trump's federal agents have shot and killed another United States citizen in broad daylight in the middle of the street. First, we lost Renee Nicole Good, and now Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old man, a Minnesotan, an ICU nurse, a resident looking out for his neighbors as Minnesotans always do. And I do want to pause and offer my deepest sympathy and profound condolences to Mr. Preddy's family and friends. I am so sorry for your unimaginable loss. And we are once again now being asked to deny what we saw with our own eyes. We watched the videos of a masked federal agent shooting Alex in the back multiple times while he was pinned down by more than 6 other masked federal agents. And once again, DHS has come out with a predetermined narrative that contradicts everything we saw with our own eyes. 2 37-year-old Minnesotans are now dead. A poet and a nurse. For what? We cannot lose any more lives. We need a full, transparent, and comprehensive investigation led by our BCA. And ICE and Border Patrol need to halt all operations in the state and leave immediately. And Congress cannot be complicit in facilitating these lethal operations and federal occupation of our cities. We are standing here as a united front today, pleading for our Republican colleagues who control the Congress and who took the same oath to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law that we did, to stand up and stop this. Put your state and your country first. Put it ahead of your loyalty to this president. Minnesotans are in agony watching their communities terrorized and families torn apart. ICE and CBP agents are traumatizing our communities, violating Minnesotans' constitutional rights, unlawfully detaining and arresting United States citizens, racially profiling people, forcing schools, restaurants, and businesses to close. And people are dying at the hands of these federal agents. It has to stop now before anyone else is hurt. And I return it to the mayor. Thank you.
I'll just point out again, the difference between tens of thousands of people just yesterday peacefully protesting, standing up for their neighbors, no injuries, no damage to property. That is how Minnesota and Minneapolis shows up versus what we saw again this morning. That is what is causing chaos on our streets, those actions that we saw on video, and you can believe your own eyes. With that, we'll open it to questions.
Senator Klobuchar, are you willing to use every lever of power at your disposal as a member of the minority party to stop what is happening here, up to and including a government shutdown?
Right now, we are focused on getting ICE out of this state. And of course, we will use every lever that we have. But I do remind people that Donald Trump runs the White House. And sadly, because to date we have not seen the Republican members of Congress standing up, he also seems to run the Congress. But the point here is that there are many changes that we could make. You know, why aren't we helping fund local law enforcement instead of what they did with this bill last summer where they tripled the budget? And why aren't they pledging to have a full investigation of what happened? I have a lot of respect for our local law enforcement here, and I appreciated the words of some of my colleagues who talked about the fact that people have to differentiate here with what they're doing on the front line every single day. So there are many things we could do. Budgets are a value choice. And that's what we're asking our Republican colleagues to do. I work across the aisle all the time. I work with them. And I know that many of them understand that what's going on right now is wrong. And so the way to get to a higher ground, honestly, is to get them to get ICE out of our state right now, to call the president, to speak out as we have been doing day after day after day, and to remember these little kids who are afraid to go to school, and to remember the people who are legal citizens who are wrestled to the ground, yelling, "I am born here, I was born here," and to remember these two that we've lost. And I hope that's something that they all take home and that the people of this country do as they look at how they can get this administration to stop this.
Mayor Frank, can you talk about the legal case that you were pursuing and how this shooting changes your strategies? What is your best case scenario on Monday when you go to court?
Yeah. So there's two forms of request that we have been asking for. The first was this temporary restraining order. The other possibility is some form of injunctive relief. Now, I don't want to get too into the details because I'm bound to get something wrong, but the question is one of urgency and immediacy. The issue is that we recently saw somebody shot and badly injured. We then saw somebody shot and killed, and that was the second one. Chief, I think we've only had 3 homicides in the city this year. Is that right? 2 of them, ICE. 3 homicides. 2 of them were from ICE. And so the relief that we're asking for is stopping this Operation Metro Surge in the immediacy. It's preventing this massive influx of agents that is making it very difficult for us to do our jobs in the city as well as we need to do them, and we need to do regular day law enforcement as well. Yes?
They defied a search warrant this morning. Do you think they'll abide by a court order from a federal judge?
They have to abide. So the question is, they defied a search warrant this morning. Will they abide by a court order by a federal judge? Everybody listen to that question. The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution. The answer better be yes. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you abide by those court orders. The answer has to be yes if you are a patriot for this country. And so, yes, my expectation is that they will abide by the court order because there is not an alternative.
If I can just ask you, and also Senator Klobuchar and the other legislators, the rhetoric today seems back to where it was in the aftermath of Renee Good, if not even higher. Senator Klobuchar posted on X Stephen Miller, then the President's aide slammed Senator Klobuchar's post. I mean, this is going on. The vitriol is through the roof on social media. Is there any way, or how are you going to come together? I mean, is there any way to approach the other side?
Yeah. I'll answer for myself and from the city's perspective, and certainly turn it to Senator Klobuchar. I want everyone to just quickly look at the juxtaposition between the way that Minneapolis is showing up and the way that the federal government is showing up. I want you to look at the difference between the elected leaders and our chief that you've heard talk just before me. They're calling for peace. They're calling for peace notwithstanding this horrific action from the federal government. What are they doing? They're not investigating the person that killed our citizens. They're investigating us. This is political retaliation. This is about a political narrative, and that narrative is making people less safe.
A number of us have spent the last few weeks making our views clear, standing our ground, but also reaching out to this administration, to Republican leaders, to try to get them to understand how dangerous this is, how unsafe this is. I met with chiefs from across the metropolitan area. Chief O'Hara was on this call, and they have been reaching out, some of them publicly, some of them behind closed doors. The business community has been reaching out. I have been personally reaching out to the President's Chief of Staff and spoken with her. We have done this day after day after day, so we're not just shutting out any discussions, but we've been explaining to them, and I know the governor has, how dangerous this situation is. And I specifically told people that someone else was going to die. I said this a few days ago. I said it might be by a car, it might be by some other way. And it just seems like you hope that they're going to de-escalate, and then they keep escalating it up. Right now, I hope they're listening, and I mostly hope that our Republican colleagues are listening and that they will step in, even if it's behind closed doors. If they will make those calls and say, we've got to end this now, and we've got to bring those people out of Minnesota and let our local law enforcement do our jobs. And I'll let some of my colleagues answer this.
Well, I'll just say that I completely agree with the mayor and the senator, but I mean, it is my obligation as a United States senator to speak about what I think is happening in my state and to define it for what I think it is. That is my job. And one thing I have learned about this president is that he does not respond to appeasement. He is a bully. He does not respond to people who appease him. He responds much better to strength than he does to weakness. And I think what we have seen in this state, I am so proud of it. We have seen a combination of strength and peacefulness that really says who we are. And I believe that that is our best path forward for trying to convince this administration that the path that they are on is dangerous to public safety, and it is a losing path that they must abandon.
What's your message to Minnesotans who are just wondering when this is going to be over? I think a lot of people are feeling very tired and are just wondering when this is going to end. What's your message to your constituents?
It will be over when we speak as one voice, as one Minnesota, as everybody has been out in the streets. You know, ICE was here in June, and there wasn't any problem. We weren't happy about it. There were people who we were concerned about the way that deportations and arrests were happening. We were worried. But we handled it in a peaceful way. The escalation now is not because Minnesota changed. It is because this White House and Stephen Miller have decided to change their tactics here.
What do you think?
It will end. It will end when our colleagues who are hearing from their constituents because they are reaching out to me and others listen to their constituents and stand with their constituents and not stand with a White House that is not following the Constitution, breaking our laws, and not living up to the values of this country. That's when it will end.
What do you think the end game? What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump at this point? What is he hoping to accomplish with this? Anybody out there?
I don't think anybody knows.
I don't think anybody knows.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they are talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing, in fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now. What they are also saying is that this is simply political retaliation. They are saying this is political retribution, and it's focused here on a blue city in a blue state. That's not how America works. Other countries function that way. We don't. And so no matter your background or your ideology, this should be of deep concern for you no matter what town you're in America, because your town could be next. Your liberties, your freedoms could be sacrificed because of what this administration is doing.
And just thank you. Ending, I know our end game, and our end game is to keep Minnesota safe. And so we are asking that ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
You've been listening to a news conference with local, state, and national leaders today. Here's a list of who was there today. Mayor Jacob Frey, City of Minneapolis, Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara, Senator Amy Klobuchar, Senator Tina Smith, Representative Betty McCollum, and Representative Kelly Morrison addressing the situation involving another agent-involved shooting. A man who was there watching an ICE detainment this morning in South Minneapolis was shot and killed. That investigation is underway, and we've heard from state and local officials about that particular investigation. Simone Woolridge also joining us here for our breaking news coverage and our continuing coverage throughout the evening. But there were quite a few new pieces of information announced in this news conference. I want to go over all of those quickly. Number one, Mayor Jacob Frey saying that they have asked a judge for a temporary restraining order now. This is in the lawsuit that the state filed against the federal government to stop this enforcement. And then also there has been a request for the National Guard to come in and assist the city of Minneapolis. There was already a request for the National Guard. They've been activated to support the state government officials to protect the Whipple building, which is a federal building where we've seen protesters, DNR and state police. And then now the National Guard will come in and help the city of Minneapolis because they feel like their resources have been maxed out. And they've also asked other local law enforcement agencies to come in and help with 911 calls. And then Chief Brian O'Hara announcing that they're going to go into this scene where 37-year-old Alex Preddy was killed this morning around 9 o'clock in an interaction with ICE agents. They are going to go in and create this exclusionary zone. So the local law enforcement is going to create this perimeter around the scene that will, I think we have a map. It's in South Minneapolis near the scene at East 26th and Nicollet.
I can speak on that a little bit, Kels. Yeah, this zone includes Franklin Avenue to 28th Street, we know, and also 35W to Pillsbury Avenue. Yeah, the city of Minneapolis, I should say, they put out a map so you can really see in that perspective. We do know, you mentioned the National Guard. We know from that information that the National Guard will be present, and also some of the MPD officers as well at certain entry points of that perimeter, just to, of course, make sure that area is safe, but also to let people in who maybe possibly live in that area, or there's an emergency or things of that nature.
Yeah, they're basically going to control traffic now around this scene so that they can protect the scene from agitators or any protesters, let people in who live there, and then also to escort law enforcement, first responders into that area as well. Earlier this morning, federal officials left, and then local state officials said that they could not do their work there. They felt like they were outnumbered, and they left that scene as well. And initially, the chief says that they were surrounded by agitators and some barricades. Ice chunks were thrown at officers. There were 2 fires that were were set. They said MPD had to escort firefighters to put out those fires. And so again, they're creating this exclusionary zone, basically to create a perimeter around this neighborhood. We don't know how long they'll feel like they need to stay present in that area. But it is, we're probably 40 minutes away from it being dark. And while it has been peaceful this afternoon, I think they're very worried about what could happen tonight.
Yeah, and there's that map that we were just talking about there, that vehicle perimeter, that zone, where you'll see the National Guard and also MPD officers in certain particular areas of that zone. But again, as Kelsey was just mentioning, they want to just keep that kind of blocked off, of course, for safety purposes as well. We want to get to our Mary McGuire. She was inside of the room as we just heard that press conference. Mary, just kind of break down what we just heard there for those just tuning in.
Well, and I was over at the scene near Nicollet a little bit earlier today, and we did see the starting points of that exclusionary zone that they addressed today. Minneapolis police squad vehicles blocking off the entrances to many of the streets leading to that shooting scene, and that seemed to be effective. You know, there were still dozens and dozens of protesters who were able to make it to the scene, but it definitely did cut down on the vehicle traffic going in to that scene. Something else that stood out to me is Chief Brian O'Hara said that right now the protest scene is calm and it's stable. Those were the words that he used, but that was not the case earlier today as they tried to disperse the crowd, and both federal and local law enforcement had to use chemical irritants to get things a little bit under control. We heard from Senator Amy Klobuchar, Senator Tina Smith, several other House legislators, and the mayor, and I was struck by how similar the messaging was to what we heard from them after the shooting and killing of Renee Good just about 2 weeks ago. They demanded that ICE get out of Minneapolis, but obviously we know that the Trump administration is not heeding those calls. They are still here ramping up enforcement. I believe in the days after Renee Good was shot and killed, 1,000 more agents were sent to the Minneapolis area. So it remains unclear what conversations are happening between our Democratic legislators and the Trump administration to bring the temperature down on all of this, because as we saw this morning, it has happened again.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for wrapping up that news conference today. Again, it's the second news conference that we've had with the mayor and the police chief, but they were joined today by members of Congress as well, talking about the situation and their desire for this ICE operation to end. And Mary, they were asked, how long is this ICE enforcement going to last? And they didn't have any answers.
No, and they were also asked what the end game is in all of this. I think a lot of Minnesotans are feeling very tired, and they're wondering that same thing. They're wondering, when can life go back to normal? We know not just in the city of Minneapolis, but in communities across the state of Minnesota, they've been feeling a lot of fear and uneasiness about what's going to happen next, frankly. And there wasn't a real clear answer. Amy Klobuchar did say that she has been trying to reach out to the president's chief of staff, but something that Representative McCollum said that struck me, or Senator Tina Smith actually, was that Trump does not respond. Her words, not mine. Senator Smith called President Trump a bully, and that he doesn't respond to people who try and appease him. So certainly some strong rhetoric, but no real details about conversations that could take place or even potential collaboration to bring the temperature down here in Minneapolis and to, bring an end to what we've been seeing on the streets.
Yeah, that's been interesting because we're on shooting number 3 right now involving federal agents within the last month, and we have heard it's just like the tale of two sides once again here. We hear both sides kind of saying the same thing of let's turn the temperature down, but they don't really agree on what that is.
The details, they are often very far apart on what happened. Their assessment of what happens is very different coming from these different leaders, whether it be federal or state and local. And Mary, while you were at this news conference, also Kristi Noem, Department of Homeland Security Secretary, was also speaking at a different event, and she addressed this. And so just Ryan in the booth, just let us know when you have that available. We'll also play. Okay, Mary, we're going to play some of that sound and then get get back to you in a little bit, just because we want to also recognize that national leaders were talking about this at the same time this news conference was happening. All right, thanks, Mary.
All right, here is Secretary Kristi Noem. Oh. No, okay. So just a miscommunication there. Let's kind of because we did want to get back to the video, because of course a lot of this is based off of the couple of angles of videos that we have been seeing at this point plastered all over social media. But it really does paint a picture of some of what happened on the ground there on 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis today. We want to show you that, and then we'll back end it with what the Border Patrol is saying, and then also some other details that we gathered today.
So let's take a look at that. Okay, so in this angle, you'll see Alex Preddy, the 37-year-old. That's him right there
with the phone.
He's shortly, just very quickly, in the scene, or in the
he's on the right
view, and then out again. So there's an ICE enforcement going on there.
He's standing in the street right
East 26th and Nicollet, and then. So we're not sure what happens because the camera angle goes down, but then when the camera angle comes back up, they're right there with ICE agents, and there's pepper spray.
Yep. And it looks like an agent pushed I don't know if that's a woman, she had on this bright colored backpack. And then this is where the scuffle, and this is where it gets dicey.
What's wrong with you?
And we can't hear what's being said in that huddle, but then it's just a few seconds later that you hear shots fired. And that's where we're going to stop the video. That is one angle outside Glam Doll Donuts, if you're familiar with that area in South Minneapolis, at East 26th and Nicollet. And then we do have another angle that we want to show as well. Here it is.
You can see him put his hands up, some spray.
And then that's where we stopped it and slowed it down. Again, there are about 6 agents, it looks like, that are in that huddle around Alex Preddy. And it's hard to see, as this plays out, just what is happening, what is being said. And then you start to hear shots.
And we know that the Border Patrol has said that he resisted arrest, that he had a 9mm handgun, that Border Patrol agents fired defensive shots.
And they said this morning, Greg Bovino, who's head of ICE enforcement, he held a news conference, and he said that agents were approached by Alex Preddy with a gun, and that he violently resisted, and in Bovino's words said that he wanted to massacre law enforcement. But when asked questions, he said everything's under investigation. He was asked specifically when was the gun pulled out, and he did not answer that, saying that it's under investigation. So it's unclear. He had a lawful conceal and carry permit. Was that gun pulled out in that instance? What was the exchange of words on the street there? Again, we're talking probably about 20 seconds between when they were standing in the street watching the law enforcement action play out, and then all of a sudden the two people are face to face with the ICE agents.
All of this happens so fast. Not only did Greg Bovino mention massacre of law enforcement, he also said he intended to do maximum damage. So again, this goes back to, we're hearing one thing, we're seeing something else, and then we're hearing from other people. So it's we're just trying to put everything together. At this point, of course, the investigation very early, but right now you're looking at aerial view. This is at the scene, I believe, right, Ryan? Yes, the scene of which was 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis. You could see a lot of people still out there right now.
I also want to mention that Alex Preddy is a U.S. citizen, and he was not the focus of this ICE detainment that was happening in that neighborhood. Those agents were there this morning to detain somebody else, and then it appears that Preddy was part of a group of people that were there around 9 o'clock this morning, and they started recording with their cell phones. So this is the second agent-involved shooting that involves a bystander that was there to either protest, observe, watch ICE enforcement. And as we know, over the last 6 weeks or so, when one of these enforcement actions takes place, oftentimes a crowd does form, especially if it's...
And quickly, too.
The longer that enforcement action is happening somewhere, the more people gather because it spreads very quickly via social media.
And you're looking at a photo right now. This is Alex Preddy. We know that he was 37 years old, an ICU nurse at the VA. His family says that he was an avid outdoorsman who loved going on adventures with his dog, Jewel, who recently passed away. We know that he has been participating in some of these protests and had this interest after what happened earlier this month on January 7th, the shooting and killing of Renee Good. And he felt that he needed to be out there. So Preddy's father says that his son cared about people deeply and that he was just very upset with what was happening in the city of Minneapolis and also across the country. So we did hear that he is a U.S. citizen. As you mentioned, Kelsey, Border Patrol was looking for what they say is an illegal alien, a guy, we did have his name too, Jose Chuma from Ecuador originally. But as we speak about Alex Preddy, we do know that he is a U.S. citizen, no criminal record. And interestingly enough as well, his parents said that they just talked to him about protesting and just telling him to be careful while out there.
We have our Mike Manzoni, who's out at the scene now, where they are getting ready to start this barricaded exclusionary zone where MPD will control the traffic that goes through the area. So let's go out to Mike Manzoni for a look at what is happening. And Mike, is it still a pretty big crowd out there?
Kelsey, as you know, it's been a sizable crowd out here for much of the day since the shooting happened just after 9 o'clock this morning. You see a lot of people showing up, but also probably just as many kind of filing out, maybe wanting to get back to their cars or leave because it is, of course, very cold today. I do want to step out of the way to kind of show you where things stand now. The shooting video that you were showing a few moments ago, that all happened to the area to the left-hand corner of your screen where you can see much of the people gathering. There are flowers and candles on the ground. They're kind of hard to see from this vantage point, but several hundred people out here anyway now, and at the corner of you're looking at in the direction of 26th and Nicollet, near where the shooting happened. That is blocked off, barricaded, what looks like a makeshift barricade that demonstrators and others have set up. And it's the same thing on the other end of the street here as well. Mostly really peaceful out here. Passionate but peaceful is how I'd characterize it. Mary was mentioning that when she was out here this morning, obviously when federal agents were on the scene, it was quite a bit different. There was the tear gas, the kind of very tense kind of chaos that we sometimes see following these incidents, but it is not that way, at least for now. But you did hear Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara at that news conference a short time ago saying that they want to be basically ready for anything, and they're urging people to remain calm. So far, that is exactly how things are playing out, but that the National Guard will be assisting local law enforcement, including Minneapolis Police and the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office to carry out their duties, and especially with a focus on this section, which they are watching and have been watching throughout the day and will continue to watch into the evening hours. I don't know if the microphone's picking it up, but you can hear kind of chanting, stomping. It sounds like maybe they have some drums. That's off just under the red light there at the intersection under that sign that says East 26th Street. There's also kind of what I would describe as an organized nature to all of this. On the right-hand side of your screen, there's a few tables actually set up where people are giving out food. It appears to be from one of the nearby restaurants. They're handing out hand warmers, also giving hot drinks, what appears to be coffee, and people passing out water, walking by with dollies with cases of water. People are kind of helping each other out. Many of them have been out here for hours. Also, some people on the roofs. I don't know if you can pan up, Elida. You see a couple of gentlemen up there with some signs, keep ice off our streets. It looks like that one says. That's on top of the Nicollet Event Center, and then on top of a couple of gentlemen on top of the hairstyling place. They appear to just be watching, kind of getting a different vantage point of all of it. now. We will continue to monitor things out here and bring you more updates as we have them. For now, we'll send it back to you.
And Mike, we're bringing in a lot of information all the time here as this continues to develop. So I apologize if you mentioned this in the beginning, but have you seen any law enforcement yet coming back to the scene to start that sort of perimeter around the scene?
Yeah, we've been out here for the last 2 hours or so. I haven't seen any law enforcement.
Okay. Well, the mayor's news conference just wrapped up a short time ago, and we know that's going to happen at some point. They haven't mentioned a timeline
as
for that,
to when, yeah.
We expect with it getting dark that they'll probably start those actions very soon. So, Mike, we know you'll continue to stay out there on the scene, and we'll continue to get back with you as it develops.
All right, thank you, Mike. And we do know it's -3 right now, so a lot of people gathering. Brutally cold outside, has been, the last couple of days or so. So, yeah, as you mentioned, of course, the police department does want to get all of that secured, and I imagine they would do that within the next hour or so before, as you mentioned, it turns dark, and then we know how things could sometimes get.
I mean, kind of remarkable that 15,000 people marched peacefully through the streets yesterday with that, 20 to 30 degree below zero wind chill. It is, I really wasn't sure how many people would show up for that with the cold weather. Schools were canceled yesterday because it was so cold, and then 15,000 people were out there. So they know people will gather, and they know people will mobilize, and it sounds like they're trying to get ahead of anything that could not be potentially peaceful.
Because we have heard from people who have been out there today say, it's cold, I don't really want to be out here, but I knew I had to show up in some way. And this is the way that I can do that. Otherwise, I think it was Kelly who had an interview with a gentleman earlier today who said, otherwise I'd be at home crying if I didn't come out here and show my support in some way. So, yeah, people are understanding that, yeah, it is brutally cold, but I have to show up.
And the chief wanting to maintain a safe place for the businesses and the homes that are there, that people can get to their homes, they can get to their property, and to just de-escalate, as he continued to say, that the plan for MPD is to de-escalate. That's always, when possible, their first line of defense when dealing with crowds in these very volatile situations. We do have Kristi Noem.
Yes.
She spoke at a FEMA event because there's this huge storm that is going through the south and the southeast, snow and ice and wintry conditions, but she was asked about this situation in Minneapolis, so we have that sound as well.
In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, they instead choose violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city and the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption of their city. There are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement officers.
And that was Kristi Noem, and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. She was at a FEMA event dealing with a weather situation that is unfolding in the southern part of the United States and southeast. Very dangerous weather going through, but then she also addressed the situation that's going on in Minneapolis as well, and continued to ask for coordination of resources with local law enforcement. We're hearing that on both sides, but there is still very much they are not working together at this point, and you hear that with every news conference because the direction that each is taking is very different when it comes.
And I'm sure it is, and not to cut you off, Kelsey, but I'm sure it's very frustrating for, Minneapolis residents, Minnesota residents, people at home. Probably something needs to happen at this point. This is the third shooting involving federal agents in the last 3 or so weeks since the year started. And yeah, we have this ground where one person says one thing, we say this side says the other, but there's no middle ground here to where it seems to be working. And that's the hard part, because we have seen Kristi Noem say, you know, we need Governor Walz to work with us to help keep these illegal aliens off of the streets. But then we hear, you know, from Governor Walz and also Mayor Fry, who says we want ICE out at this point because we see, you know, what can happen.
Yeah. And
that's the difficult part.
And you heard her talk about how they really want local law enforcement to back them up when they're doing these ICE enforcements to help protect the federal agents. Local officials will say we don't have enough officers to handle the day-to-day 911 calls of protecting the city, so they're saying they don't have enough resources to do that. Right. And then when these ICE enforcements are happening, it creates crowd control issues that pulls local police officers away from those day-to-day 911 calls too. We do know, according to Chief O'Hara, they've called in surrounding counties and suburban law enforcement agencies to just come in and help with 911 calls. They've had to tell officers to cancel vacations and to stay extra, work a lot of overtime. So they're saying their resources are really being taxed, and that this is very difficult for them. And then with the ICE enforcement, the mission was to get criminals off the streets who were in the country illegally, and then we're hearing from our local officials that in the middle of that, people who are in the country legally who don't have criminal records are getting swept up in that as well. And so that is where you have this disagreement in what's going on with this enforcement action.
And then that is where you have the then endpoint right here, which you're looking at, this aerial view of, you know, people responding, protesters out there feeling like they need to support in some way or let their voices be heard. As I mentioned, our Kelly O'Connell, she was out there earlier this morning just talking to a bunch of people today, and I believe we have a soundbite from one of the guys that she did interview. If we can play that, let's listen to that right now.
I think to almost everybody, a video of an execution, I don't know if you really have another choice but then to show it for your community.
You said you don't want to be out here, but you are. Why did you feel like it was something you needed to do?
Well, Kelly, I don't want to be here because it's negative 10 degrees, but I don't know another way to show how much I'm hurting. I don't know a way to show support for the community other than to come to the site where something super tragic just happened about 2 hours ago. If I'm not here, I'm at home crying.
I know you said you live in the area, you weren't here when it happened, but you felt like you needed to be out here. Explain, how would you describe this community?
You know, despite what we're seeing at a national level, I keep telling everybody that this community is peaceful. This community is passionate, this community is protective of itself, and this community is coming together in a way that I didn't know a city was capable of. The way that protesters are organizing, the way that people are encouraging peace. Just now, we had like 15 people trying to put out a car. The reason the car was on fire is because ICE shot tear gas into it. So I think like a pretty beautiful display of what's actually happening here. And yeah, generally, what do I think about the community? This is my home, and now more than ever, I'm proud to live here.
Where do you think this community, this neighborhood, this city goes from here? What now?
I think that's a question that we're all reckoning with right now. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to answer it.
Okay, that was our Kelly O'Connell earlier out the scene. She was there early this morning and throughout the day talking with people in the neighborhood who had gathered about what they were feeling and seeing and just getting their impressions and what they're feeling over the duration of several weeks of having this ICE enforcement, which is the biggest ICE enforcement mission ever in U.S. history, with 3,000 agents in the metro for these detentions.
Yeah, Operation Metro Surge. We have heard people say, we have heard the administration say, you know, the largest, and we're on the ground to get all of these criminal aliens. We've heard them say off of the streets, but we've heard from the other side of, you know, we want ICE out of here. I do think it's important to go to Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. He spoke earlier today. He did not take many questions. He only took 2 questions after reporters had asked about the gun in particular. So we want to play that for you, and then when we come out, we'll debrief a little bit. Let's listen into that.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
All right. Allie, go ahead. One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question.
So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, does the account come from the agents? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light, but let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
So you were just listening to an earlier press conference. That was the commander of the U.S. Border Patrol. That was Gregory Bovino. You saw he only took those 2 questions on the tail end of his statement that he put out about what the Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol agents say happened this morning around 9 o'clock. And we now know that 37-year-old Alex Preddy has lost his life because of what happened this morning. We are learning a little more information about him. 37 years old, an ICU nurse at the VA. We are also getting some information in from the American Federation of Government Employees, the AFGE. This is the Local 704 union, and they put out a statement saying that they are mourning, these are their words, the murder of fellow union member Alex Preddy. Preddy, a member of AFGE Local 3669, devoted his life to caring for our veterans. He was a public servant who cared for the American people and swore to uphold the Constitution. He was a valued member of our union. And again, you're looking at a photo of him on your screen right now.
And then we want to go over some of the new developments just since about 5 o'clock tonight, because the city held another news conference along with some members of Congress to announce that they have filed a temporary restraining order, asking the courts for a temporary restraining order. This stems from a lawsuit that the city and state have filed against the federal government for Operation Metro Surge. Mayor Jacob Fry saying that they want this temporary restraining order to stop the enforcement. It is making its way through the courts, but initially a judge declined to issue that temporary restraining order. So that's number one. The National Guard, at the request of the local sheriff in Hennepin County and the mayor of Minneapolis, will start supporting state entities like the State Patrol, DNR, and then also support those officers at the Whipple building, which is a federal building where protesters have gathered now for several weeks, since
almost every day.
December, really. And then the National Guard will also help local authorities with protecting the scene. And because Minneapolis police says that their officers really cannot handle everything that is going on right now, they need extra resources. Other local sheriff's offices and suburban police departments have come in to help with 911 calls and to make sure that they can keep the city in a peaceful and safe arena tonight. They are creating this exclusionary zone around the scene, which is in South Minneapolis, East 26th Street and Nicollet. That's an aerial shot of the scene. MPD plans to create like a border around this where they will basically monitor the traffic that is going in and out so that residents can go to their homes, people can go to their businesses. They can also get first responders, fire officials, police officers in and out of that area if they need to, because earlier today they did declare an unlawful assembly. It is peaceful right now, but earlier this morning there was tear gas. The police chief saying that they were surrounded essentially by agitators who were throwing ice chunks and started 2 fires. And he says they will de-escalate as the first option because they want to keep things peaceful. They are asking the public to please protest but protest peacefully.
Yeah, and we saw some of those videos over the air earlier this morning. We've been on since about, 10 o'clock this morning. So I believe there were dumpster fires that happened earlier today. And, of course, chemical irritants were dispersed. So we saw a lot of that play out here on the air. Kelsey, you mentioned that perimeter. I think we have a map. Hopefully we could pull that up for some of our viewers here. Yeah, so this is that vehicle perimeter. This is the zone, which includes Franklin Avenue to 28th Street. And also 35W to Pillsbury Avenue. So again, those MPD officers and National Guard members, they will be present as this access is limited to only some of the residents, the workers there, and also just essential needs at this point.
Yeah, west of 35W there. We're not really sure when they are going to start to set that up, but we anticipate that it will be soon because this announcement was just made about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour. Now it's hard to, honestly, I'm losing a little bit track of time, but it was within the last hour. But our Mike Manzoni has been out there on the scene, and he hadn't seen any law enforcement officials yet, but we anticipate that they'll start moving National Guard folks in, local and state law enforcement in as well to control traffic in and around that scene, as tensions have been very high. This is the third agent involved shooting in the city of Minneapolis with this Operation Metro Surge. And 2 of the shootings have been fatal, and those 2 were both people that were not the focus of an ICE detention. They were there as either protesters or observers. They were watching the ICE detention and then came face to face with ICE agents in interactions that are under investigation. I want to stress that. Drew Evans with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension stressing that anytime you have a law enforcement officer involved shooting, these are very complex incidents, regardless of the video that you see. But 2 of the shootings have been people who were bystanders, and then one has the one from January 14th included a man who was the focus of a detention. He was shot in the leg and has survived.
And to put some of that into perspective, too, we heard from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who said there have been 3 homicides this year in the city of Minneapolis, and 2 of them are ICE involved at this point. So that really does put it into perspective. Kelsey, you mentioned the BCA. It was very interesting to hear from Drew Evans, the superintendent of the BCA. We know this is a state law enforcement agency that conducts criminal investigations. And, they normally conduct use of force, deadly incidents, those also including officer-involved incidents. But this time they are not involved in this, which has been very interesting to watch this kind of play out, especially in these ICE-involved incidents. Hopefully we have that queued up right now because he really walks us through some of what happened this morning, including including his agency going to a judge to get a judicial warrant to then go back to the scene. And if we can play that, producers in the booth, let's do that so then we can talk about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred when any law enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state. That's true for entities like the BCA, and it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers and other high-profile incidents like have occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocence, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted a crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding both within our state and across the country that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed official warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since? It's my understanding DHS is running this investigation. I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that, make that contact, and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
How much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene and when they could get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Yes, Channel 5. How will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence and they the shooting happened?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long-established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, or we'd welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process, so it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
Preemptively, knowing that perhaps you might be denied? And then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed to access, or that your agents weren't allowed to access the scene?
So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, though Judge Grant said warrant, you show up with that, you're still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this operation?
Yeah, the question was about, has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of illegal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations, state and local and federal, and then tribal and territorial. Normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations. Each and every day, BCA agents and local law enforcement across Minnesota are conducting violent crime investigations, drug investigations, human trafficking. We work together with the federal government all of the time. This is a situation where we're in a different place for a variety of reasons when it comes to this, and we need to find a path forward. You've heard various people say that we need to look to turn the temperature down. I look to turn the temperature down not only because of a situation that all of us want to be in across the state of Minnesota, to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly so that we aren't in a position where there is a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more at the far end and then one more after that.
Mary Murphy with the Following Service, were you able to confirm the identity of the non-persuadable and then also to confirm the whereabouts of the officers who were involved in the shooting?
The questions are, can I confirm the identity? I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is I do not know.
One more?
One more for the question about past situations you guys have dealt with on this. Have you ever had a situation where the FBI has denied access to the scene like this? Under what circumstances have those happened in the past?
So the question was, have I ever had a situation where federal authorities denied access to a scene? Not in my 20 plus years at the BCA and a situation like that. There's certainly investigations for national security and sensitive reasons we wouldn't have a line of sight into, nor would it be our position to ask for access to information in those particular instances. In instances where there's really concurrent federal and state jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance where that's ever happened. So thank you all.
And we just heard from Drew Evans, the head of the BCA, who spoke to media earlier today. That was several hours ago, or a couple of hours ago, kind of updating on their perspective of things. But we also have Tim Blotz coming up.
Yeah, we of course have seen multiple videos at this point, a lot of them circulating online. So Tim is here to talk about some perspectives on that.
Yeah, right. There's kind of a potential disconnect with the narrative from the head of the Border Patrol and the Department of Homeland Security. Tim Blotz now in the newsroom with more on this one. Tim?
Yes, this is an instance where, in fact, we knew, before we knew Alex's name here this afternoon and the background of the DHS statement here, they called him an individual, I'm going to quote here, who wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. That's their words, their statement. I think by now a lot of you have seen the videos, and so too is Rob Dorr, who's the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center. According to Chief O'Hara this afternoon, Mr. Preddy was a gun owner with a permit to carry. And as Rob Dorr looked at the videos, he noticed that there was no visible firearm on Mr. Preddy. And Rob also observed that Mr. Preddy was perhaps disarmed before he was shot. Now, Rob watched that video with us this afternoon during our live coverage here, and here's what he had to say.
You see his arms are kind of pinned right in front of him as he's on the ground, and then then you see the agent in the gray coat there, who doesn't have a firearm in his hand, reach around and pull out a firearm. So right here you see it looks like the man's I think Mr. Preddy's arms are pinned down in front of him. So he's not reaching for his hot firearm. Both hands are right there. It's difficult to see what happens right in this second here, but we do see that the agent comes back with the firearm in his hand. That firearm matches the firearm that was photographed by DHS, saying that it was Mr. Preddy's firearm, and then that's when you hear the shots fired.
And again, that's the perspective of Rob Dorr, who's the president of the Minnesota Gun Owners Law Center. And I can assure you, Rob is a frequent testifier at the state capitol on Second Amendment rights. And as a part of that same interview this afternoon, Rob noted to us that if Mr. Preddy had a permit to carry, it's not unlawful to be carrying while exercising your First Amendment rights. And Rob told us you don't have to pick between which rights you exercise. Karen, Simone?
All right, thanks, Tim. Yeah, that's the thing, is so many people are of course going to go off of what they see in the video, and you have these split moments, right? And things happen so fast, so people are trying to analyze what we have seen in these a couple of videos, but of course this investigation does have to play out.
Right, and obviously there's so many opinions here. I mean, you go online and it's all over the place as to exactly what unfolded. But yeah, we need to collect all those videos and all the evidence that we can before you draw some conclusions. You have to kind of be a little bit open-minded. And right now there's very different stories coming from DHS and of course from local leaders as well.
Yeah, it's important to mention that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, he did say that Preddy resisted. He mentioned that the patrol agents then fired those defensive shots. So then that goes to the narrative on both sides here, as we have constantly seen this sort of split happening, as this is the third incident involving federal agents at this point. We do want to take you to our reporter, Mary McGuire. She was in the room for the press conference that happened sort of, maybe like 45 minutes-ish or so.
Ago,
with, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and also some state representatives as well. Mary, what really stood out to you?
Well, Mayor Frey opened his press conference saying that the city of Minneapolis will be asking a federal judge for a temporary restraining order come Monday to end the ICE surge here in the state of Minnesota immediately. I'm struck because I was in this exact same room almost a week ago when Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mayor Frey, and the mayor of St. Paul, Kali Hur, they asked for the same thing to happen. And of course, we know that ICE surge has not stopped. ICE sending an additional 1,000 troops to Minnesota to conduct this immigration enforcement. He also announced that he is asking he's made a formal request to the governor's office to have the Minnesota National Guard come into the city and help local law enforcement. They said that their local resources are stretched thin throughout everything that has been happening in the city. And one of the main duties that they will be conducting is traffic enforcement, at least initially, around that shooting scene. I was out there for much of the day today, and we already saw kind of the startings of that plan. Many Minneapolis police squad cars on the surrounding streets, making sure that vehicle traffic didn't get into that protest and memorial site that has now been erected there around 26th and Nicollet Avenue. So at least initially that is the plan. But of course, I know these officials are thinking about what will happen after dark tonight. And they want to have that personnel there on standby, at least to help with the vehicle traffic in the area. We also heard from Senator Amy Klobuchar, Senator Tina Smith, Representative Betty McCollum, and Representative Kelly Morrison. We asked them directly if they have spoken with the Trump administration or if they're willing to have any collaboration with the Trump administration amid this immigration crackdown here in the state of Minnesota. And Amy Klobuchar said that she has been reaching out to President Trump's chief of staff. She didn't elaborate on those conversations, but she did say that she has at least attempted to have a conversation with them about the enforcement that's been happening. They echoed many of the same things that we heard from those elected officials in the wake of the shooting of Renee Good, asking for ICE to be out of the state of Minnesota immediately. We, of course, know that didn't happen. And they were asked what the end game is here. And let's take a listen on what they had to say about that.
What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump at this point? What is he hoping to accomplish with this? Anybody out there?
I don't think anybody knows.
I don't think anybody.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they are talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing, in fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now.
I know our end game, and our end game is to keep Minnesota safe. And so we are asking that ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
So again, they are asking the federal government to stop this ICE enforcement, but no real concrete plan as to what will happen next. So I think a lot of Minnesotans are feeling anxiety and uncertainty about what could happen next across the state. We have seen this crackdown impact so many communities here in the state of Minnesota, and then a second fatal shooting happening at the hands of a federal law enforcement agent. Police Chief Brian O'Hara also adding that so far in the year 2026, there have been 3 homicides in the city of Minneapolis, and 2 of those have been ICE related.
Yeah, and when we talk about what will happen next, I think they're trying to take it step by step at this point, and you have to address tonight as it's getting darker outside, and we know that, you know, MPD has requested, and so did the city, of the National Guard coming in to help, because they're already stretched thin.
They are already stretched thin. And one thing we do keep hearing is, you know, hear one side say they want the temperature turned down, then the other side says the same thing, or we need to meet in the middle, or, you know, whatever, but that doesn't happen. I think it's just a lot of finger pointing over and over and over again with no real progress on trying to bring this thing to either an end or some sort of peaceful situation.
And I think that might be the frustrating part. And Mary, since you're still here with us, I know you were out there at the scene earlier at 26 in Nicollet in South Minneapolis. Is that where you were hearing from some of the residents and people who live here in Minneapolis?
You know, I think from the people who are going out to protest, they are definitely on one side of the issue. But I think you have another faction of Minnesotans, maybe people who live in the suburbs, who are watching this all play out, but are seeing their daily lives impacted by all of this. You know, stores being shut down, different protocols in place, especially in the school districts. I'm thinking of families who have children who have moved to e-learning, and, you know, a variety of closures that have happened. So from that section of our viewership, I'm definitely hearing a lot of frustration and sort of struggles with the uncertainty of the situation. But those people that are going out to the streets to protest what has happened here today, they definitely have very strong views. They echoed a lot of what I heard from the elected leaders here today, that they want ICE out of the city immediately.
Yeah, tell the 2 sides.
Absolutely.
Once again, yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Mary. You know, and she mentioned some of the folks that are impacted by this. We did have an interview earlier, and it just struck me. It was a woman who was kind of hanging out her window watching the whole thing, and she was surprised and stunned at everything that was unfolding right in front of her apartment there. But she was like, why would you bring a gun? Why would you bring a gun to this situation? And then she was like, you know, is anybody even going to live in any of my properties? Assuming she's some sort of a landlord. So, you know, it has long-term, you know, implications as far as, you know, people now, is Minneapolis safe, you know, and the property owners are like, is anybody going to rent for me? This is my livelihood. So a lot of impact on a lot of people just living in and around Minneapolis in that area there.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting how things could turn in a second, right? Because if you think about that particular area, they were just, you know, doing business as usual this morning, and now all of a sudden you have things blocked off. There's a perimeter at this point. We have memorials at this point. We have seen that over the last couple of weeks. And when we talk about impact too, think about, like, as Mary mentioned, e-learning. Some people who are staying home now, working from home. There's been like a domino effect because there's been so much on the city and on the state at this point. We know Operation Metro Surge brought in thousands of agents for their immigration crackdown, and we have just seen the response from a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have Paul Bloom in the newsroom, and he's one of the Fox 9 investigators who recently spoke to the former Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, which oversees ICE and Border Patrol, about the ongoing operations in Minneapolis.
And of course, we know it was the Border Patrol involved in today's fatal encounter. So, Paul, what did he have to say?
Yeah, Simone, Karen, good evening to both of you. Now, it's important to note here our Fox 9 investigative team spoke to Gil Kurlikowski in the aftermath of Renee Good's fatal shooting earlier this month. You know, he served as a commissioner of Customs and Border Protection about a decade ago, from 2014 to 2017. He told us the first policy for DHS, Homeland Security agents, and Customs and Border Control is de-escalation. De-escalate these situations that could lead to the use of force. And he was frank. He did not see evidence of de-escalation, and any of the city's federal agents have been deployed to en masse in recent months, naming Chicago and Minneapolis, of course. I want to listen into some of the conversation he had with my colleague, Nathan O'Neill.
If he has a permit to carry, it's not unlawful to be carrying while you're exercising your First Amendment. You don't have to pick between which rights you exercise. It's not a crime to be near police officers. It's not a crime to be in a protest with a firearm. The crime comes when you actually take that firearm and cause somebody to be in fear of death or great bodily harm, or otherwise threaten them. That's the crime.
Got to apologize there, guys. That was Rob Dorr of the gun rights advocacy group. I want to re-cue that sound from Kurlikowski and come back to you in a few minutes. But former Customs and Border Patrol Commissioner, and talking about de-escalation, that he hadn't seen any evidence of that. He spoke to us in the aftermath of Renee Good, also describing how Border Patrol trained ready to take responsibilities along borders and not necessarily in the environment of protests and metropolitan areas. But we'll re-cue that sound. That was Rob Dorr again from earlier today about Second Amendment rights. And of course, the man shot to death was carrying, and we've spoken to him about the rights of protesters who are armed. So we have a few different sound bites to get to, but let's re-cue the Kurlikowski stuff and come back to you in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We'll reset and get you in, Paul. Thanks. I believe we're in a second too. We're also going to talk to our Mike Manzoni, who is on the scene right now. 26th and Nicollet. We'll get to him in just a moment, but we have been showing these, and hopefully we can show this, Ryan. We've been showing the aerial view shot of, we have lost that as well. But there is a large crowd gathered at Whittier Park tonight. We know this is very close to where the shooting
about half a block, about half block, so real close.
Yeah, and we do have a photographer who is on his way right now who can hopefully give us some of those on-the-ground shots there, but it did look like there was a pretty big crowd out there tonight.
Pretty big gathering there, and I'm assuming that that's because they're putting up kind of a perimeter around the scene where the shooting happened this morning. That's MPD doing that, a vehicle perimeter, trying to let only those people who have a reason to actually be there, like they live there or they work there, that kind of thing, into that area. Otherwise, they're trying to keep people out so that it stays peaceful for those who live and work in that area. So that's what's happening tonight. National Guard also helping them out tonight, helping out MPD, since they are short-staffed and they need a lot of people, quite frankly, to keep things peaceful. We're going to go back now to Paul Bloom in the newsroom, who's kind of we're going to hear from somebody who used to work for Border Patrol or the Customs. And Paul, what did he have to say?
Yeah, Karen, let's give this another try. We've queued to back up that sound again. Former commissioner, head of Customs and Border Protection from 2014 to 2017. And he told the Fox 9 investigators the first policy for DHS agents and Customs and Border Control is to de-escalate the situations that could lead to the use of force. And he was frank. He did not see any evidence of de-escalation tactics, and any of the city's federal agents have been deployed to, including Minneapolis. Let's listen into some of the conversation now that he had with my colleague Nathan O'Neill in the last couple weeks.
The Border Patrol is called the Border Patrol because they work on the border. They work in rural, rugged environments, oftentimes without backup. So this isn't the kind of being parachuted into a city like Los Angeles or Portland or Minneapolis or Chicago, where they have the skill set or the experience or the training. And that's been stated time and time and time again, including in an Inspector General's report.
So if they don't have that type of tailored training, should they be deployed into these communities?
No, not at all. There are ways that ICE has actually made immigration arrests. They've deported people, etc. But ICE has been supplanted by putting the Border Patrol in front. And the Border Patrol is clearly the wrong kind of unit to put in an urban environment.
in your view of what you've seen in Minneapolis so far, are
And again, a little bit of the conversation Nathan O'Neill, my colleague in the Fox 9 investigative unit, had with Mr. Kurlikowski. He was commissioner of Customs and Border Patrol going back about a decade, and obviously has strong opinions now on whether they should in fact be on the ground in metropolitan environments like Minneapolis, like Chicago, like Los Angeles, like Portland, Oregon. I do want to point out to our viewers that he has testified in numerous civil lawsuits over ICE's ongoing operations from coast to coast. So just some insight there. Obviously now Karen, Simone, knowing that Border Patrol was involved in this deadly encounter this morning, and certainly there will be a lot of questions about training and what happened in that incident. The scrum on the ground, the gun involved, was he disarmed before the fatal shots were fired? All that's going to play out. But one man's opinion, and he had a front row seat as commissioner of the unit going back about a decade now.
That's really interesting. I'd love to learn more about their training.
Yeah.
Are they trained in crowd control? Because I believe ICE isn't, but I thought I read that Border Patrol does have some training with regards to like crowds, or maybe I have that backwards, I'm not sure. But training, and the officer involved in today's shooting, we learned, has 8 years of training. So he wasn't a newbie. He wasn't somebody who was totally untrained. 8 years with Border Patrol. So it'll be interesting to hopefully eventually learn what his perspective was on this situation.
And if he was wearing a body camera or not, because that has been the big question as well. And that would be the first question that someone asks, well, where's the footage, from that end? So it'd be interesting to see if he or anyone in that particular circle, because we saw multiple Border Patrol agents there, if there was at least one sort of camera, but we'll have to, again, we feel like a broken record, but we just have to wait to see how it plays out.
And certainly a lot of bystander cameras.
Yeah,
I know we've shown multiple angles, but even within those videos, there's the car nearby, and someone has circled that someone in the front windshield was recording sort of directly towards it. So, if these videos all surface, there will be a much clearer picture, even if the border agents and then the federal agents in that scrum were not themselves. There does appear to be on the surface quite a bit of video from the ground.
Right. It's really seeing into that scrum, as you call it. It's really seeing in there. It seems like what we really need to try to analyze this situation, because what's missing, we see this sort of struggle to the ground and things happening before, but we don't see clearly what's going on with Mr. Preddy on the ground and then agents on top of him to where the shooting occurs. We don't see that. There's a lot of claims, he was armed, and he does appear that he was armed, but did he reach for it at any point? Did he point it at anyone? We really don't know at this point.
And what was being said, what was being yelled back and forth? Did he threaten? I know going back to some police shootings in Minneapolis over the years, what was conveyed, back and forth between the agents and Mr. Preddy there. So, we don't have sort of like the microphone in amongst that scrum. But yeah, it was interesting to hear the commissioner of the Border Patrol just say flat out, this isn't the right environment for this unit.
It was interesting. I agree.
That is interesting, because when people hear Border Patrol, they're like, well, why are they, here? Aren't you supposed to be controlling and patrolling the border? But when you're in the middle of the city, at 26th and Nicollet, that might be the first question too. So when you hear that is pretty interesting, Paul.
It is, yeah. I mean, he said they're on the border in rugged environments, and that he believed an urban situation was not the place for that kind of unit, for the Border Patrol to be. So just one man's opinion, like you said, Paul.
Yeah, important to bring it in. And again, we talked to him just in the last couple of weeks after the Renee Good fatal shooting. Just so many questions now going forward. This investigation gets going. And I listened into the Bovino news conference earlier today. He did mention, in addition to the 8 years of experience, I thought he said something about, I don't want to misquote him or anything, but like less lethal force training or some kind of, I couldn't remember if he used the term de-escalation but he did talk about some element of being well trained in at least less than lethal force. I'll go back and get a clearer listen on that. But again, the videos, the amount of cell phones that were out there, the observers, that's a busy corridor. We've obviously seen a few of them, but like I said, even looking around, you can see additional cameras, and who knows, who knows what exact city cameras. That is
True.
That can be a tough little block in terms of crime and behaviors there where Minneapolis might have a couple cameras, those milestone cameras. So we'll see what perhaps up above or store surveillance, what kind of things, because that was right on the sidewalk, right out on the sidewalk there.
At some of the protests that I've been at over the last couple of weeks out there, Border Patrol, a lot of them did have body cameras. You could see the little red light flashing. So it wasn't ICE. ICE does not seem to have them, just from my observation, but I have seen Border Patrol with what appears to be body cameras. So maybe somebody had it on. We'll have to wait and see.
And then who gets to see it, though, Karen, right?
Yep, I was just getting there, Paul.
Where's who reviews it?
Right.
Will we ever see that publicly? And again, the questions about the disarmament and where the gun was, when the shots are fired. Who knows exactly what kind of transparency the American public will ever get.
Yeah, and we heard
with what happened there.
I know we heard from Drew Evans from the BCA, who says they are still accepting, although that they are not a part of this investigation, because we know the back and forth of what happened earlier today, but they are still investigating. They're hoping to continue to be a part of this, and they are accepting all videos, to hopefully piece everything together little by little.
The tough part there will be whether or not they actually get access to the agents that were there on scene, and at this point,
federal,
doesn't seem that that's likely. Yes. Yeah.
I listened into that Drew Evans news conference, and they don't, the federal offices aren't sharing even names.
Right.
So they're, I don't know, is that 6 to 8 agents in that scrum that any independent investigator doesn't have access to at this point?
And Drew did mention, he said it the same in the last incident, the last deadly incident involving Renee Good. He said we never got a name either. So seems to be the
I was thinking back to that. It was almost a slip up, right? I don't want to call it a slip up, maybe, but that, with Kristi Noem and perhaps Vivino kind of referencing the fact that the officer had been dragged in a previous incident, which sort of gave away the identity, because there had been a public trial with that guy. And I think that's how some of the dots started getting connected to that agent's name becoming public, is my recollection there.
So we'll see if we get a name at some point.
Paul Bloom in the newsroom tonight. Thank you.
You bet, guys. Thank
now
you.
We want to go out to Mike Manzoni, who is at around the area of 26th and Nicollet, I believe, the scene of the shooting that happened just after 9 o'clock this morning down in Minneapolis. Do we have Mike? There's Mike. What can you tell us?
Hey, Karen, I don't know if you can see me or hear me. We're actually kind of a bit further down than where we were about an hour or so ago when we last came to you live. We're at 27th and Nicollet. That's on kind of the other side. This is where protesters, demonstrators have also gathered. You can see there's a bit of a makeshift road blockade there. It looks much the same on the other side, closer to where the shooting happened. Peaceful out here, people coming and going, a lot of people walking back to their cars, maybe going home for the night, maybe taking a break because it is so cold out here. You see people showing up, going to the, you can't see it from this vantage point, but the memorial that is in the area where the shooting happened this morning. They have candles, flowers, signs, Alex Preddy's name on different signage in that area. It is peaceful, but the concern is that it will return to the way it was this morning when federal agents were out here. There was tear gas, a lot of scuffles with law enforcement officers, state and federal. You heard Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara referring to that in the news conference a couple hours ago, and that is why Mayor Frey has called in the National Guard to help out law enforcement with crowd control and any other needs that they may have in the city, specifically in this area at between 26th and 27th and Nicollet, which is where the crowds have been gathering throughout the day. Peaceful now, but the chief was mentioning that earlier in the day, the demonstrators, some of them anyway, were throwing ice chunks and other projectiles at police. And that they had set at least 2 fires. This was hours ago. Things started to calm down after federal agents moved out not long after the shooting. And it's mostly appeared to stay that way since then. But the cold definitely is not deterring people. Many people are passionate and they want to be here. They want to see where the shooting happened. They want to leave a candle or light a candle or leave some flowers or walk around holding a sign. There's one off in the distance I can see that says stop killing people. You see a lot of signs like that. We will continue to monitor conditions throughout the night and bring you any updates as soon as we have them. But for now, it continues to be peaceful out here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if Mike might have been. And wait, Mike, if you're still there, are there police officers at all? National Guard, we mentioned. I'm sorry if you mentioned that. We were trying to gather some information, but we know there's supposed to be that perimeter zone set up. Not sure when. Just curious if you see any officers out there.
So both sides of Nicollet between 26th and 27th, where we are now, are blocked off by those makeshift barricades that demonstrators have set up. But I can see off in the distance, the next block over, it appears to be Minneapolis police squad cars kind of have another perimeter set up. I have not seen any National Guard yet. And in this immediate vicinity behind me, where the demonstrators are, I have not seen any law enforcement. But of course, we're going to be keeping an eye out.
Okay, thank you, Mike. That's important to note, though, because we just don't have a ton. We know there's supposed to be that perimeter zone,
right? And
how that's also going to play out on the ground there with all of those people gathered in that particular area. We know this zone is supposed to be, and thank you, Mike. We can hopefully go to. Brian, do we have that graphic of the zone just so people can get a better perspective as we're talking about?
It's like a vehicular perimeter that they're setting up with the National Guard, and it's basically to keep that area safe and free from protesters or any kind of unlawful activity from occurring, mostly to keep the people who live there safe and maybe work there safe. And that is the perimeter that is up on your screen right now, if you can see. And so no one, unless you live there, is going to be allowed inside that blue square, that blue kind of square that you see there. Just kind of keeping that area safe for those who live there. So that's going to happen tonight, and that is organized by MPD, the chief announcing that earlier this evening, and they are getting some help from the National Guard. The Sheriff's Office also called for the Guard to help with the Whipple Federal Building for protesters that end up there, because it had been the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that had been responding to problems there, and they need to respond to other areas of Hennepin County. So now the Guard will be out there, and the Guard will be in Minneapolis, hopefully kind of keeping things tempered and keeping things down.
I did want to mention right now, because Rob Olson was also out there. He was gathering some information about some of the National Guard. So he did say that they will be wearing yellow vests, and this is to distinguish them from some of the federal agents and also those who are wearing camouflage clothing that kind of look very similar to active duty Guard members. So if you see some folks out there, there we go. And there's a photo. You'll be seeing those bright greenish, yellowish highlighter kind of vests.
Probably good to note too that some of the protesters also have those vests on. So kind of try to distinguish. I mean, obviously those guys are dressed in camo and have helmets on with their green or yellow vest. But also some of the protesters out there I've seen have those vests on as well. Here's something that Councilmember Latricia Vitaw pointed out. She said that calls to the Minneapolis Police Department will be answered by the following police departments, and she says it's going to be New Hope, Rogers, Brooklyn Park, Robbinsdale, and Crystal Police that are going to be responding to 911 calls happening in the city as MPD kind of deals with this sort of chaos crisis we have going on with regards to the shooting and the aftermath of the shooting, there on around 26th and Nicollet. So several agencies helping out tonight.
Yeah, earlier today, I think that has been the stress too. If you think about over the last couple of, not just tonight, but the last couple of weeks when we've heard MPD talk about 911 calls and an increase in 911 calls, when we have seen interactions between ICE agents and some of the people on the ground, they've seen an influx in some of those calls. So they had to kind of change things around and address it accordingly.
Right, and I think we have a ground shot right now. Is that Whittier? Yeah, that's Whittier Park, and there's been kind of a gathering there for some time and a growing crowd. It's about a half block from where the shooting happened, so it seems like some of those who wanted to gather and remember the victim in this case are gathering there at Whittier. And there's some, we saw earlier, there's some signs and things, recognizing that it was Alex Preddy who was killed this morning.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this particular, you just see a lot of people just kind of walking in and out of the frame there, but when we did have that aerial shot, you could just see a large crowd there at Whittier Park. So assuming, you know, them voicing their concerns once again, as you mentioned, the signs, the chanting, we've heard that kind of time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's important to note since this morning when the tear gas was deployed and the chemical irritants and that kind of thing, we haven't really seen anything like that since then. It has been a relatively peaceful, busy, but peaceful day throughout the day with regards to those who have come out to kind of protest their opposition to ICE being there, and of course remembering what happened this morning with Alex Preddy. I think the fear is that as we head into the nighttime hours that some unlawful protesters may come out and you know, cause problems and that kind of thing, and MPD and the Guard really want to be ready to deal with that should that happen.
And we do have a statement. I think, Ryan, do we want to pull that up right now? Yeah, from Zach Duckworth, a Republican, and he did say something. Let's see if we can see it from here. He says, "We are long overdue for a tactical pause. Leaders at all levels need to assess the current situation for what it is, not what they want it to be. Take the temperature and rhetoric down, allow for a reset, de-escalate, adjust tactics, realign with the core mission, keeping us safe."
And I think it's fair to say that there's been rhetoric on both sides of this that has not calmed down over the last few weeks. There's just still a lot of you're the bad guy, no, you're the bad guy, and a lot of pointing fingers and that kind of thing.
Finger pointing.
Yeah, a lot of finger pointing that hasn't calmed down at all.
And then you have people in communities right in the middle of the finger pointing, right? Because like as we saw there with Mike Shot, businesses in the middle, right? Who now have to readjust and figure out can they make it to work, can they open? And so it's just been this domino effect after incidents and things like this that we have seen happen today. We have heard a lot of reaction from some of the people on the ground to some of those protesters. Our Kelly O'Connell, she was out there this morning talking to a lot of people. So we're just going to run you through some of those interviews from earlier today.
I live right here.
What are you thinking?
I'm filming. It's shocking. You know, I have a Ring camera, and I woke up to this. My camera was going off, you know, and of course we all hearing about the protests and what's going on in Minnesota. But to come upstairs to make my breakfast and then I see all of this, it's shocking.
You didn't hear the shots?
No, I did not hear the shot, but it's all over social media. I mean, they're faster than me. I'm right here, and people already, you know, said that someone was resisting, that there was someone with a gun that tried to kill ICE. And that's dangerous. You know, I mean, I want to be protected. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, what I go to Good Grocery. I used to go there. What if I was there? You know, why would somebody be walking around with a gun in a grocery store? Why? I don't understand it.
What's going through your mind right now?
So much is going in my, you know, it's the first thing is like, what has America become to? I remember I bought this property here because of East Street. This is a beautiful area. You know, it's very tourist friendly. I do short-term rentals. But the way they're turning this state, I'm afraid people are not going to want to come and rent any of my properties. You know, I'm a hard-working American citizen, and this is what they've turned my look at my city. It's sad.
What are you doing out here?
I was getting ready to grocery shop. I was in Apple Valley, and then somebody sent me the video of ICE agents who were they had him controlled. There was like 12 of them on him, and I saw one of them beating him in the head, and I was like, oh, this is one of those videos where they're abusing somebody. And then all of a sudden they shot him, and then they backed up and shot him like 5 or 6 more times while he's laying there. That's just like, I mean, with all those ICE agents, regardless who's shooting that many times, you already have the guy down. Why they shot him when they already had him subdued doesn't make any sense.
You came down after you heard what happened, right?
Correct.
Why? Why'd you want to come down?
In solidarity for the neighbors, the people who are here, and just to make a statement that this is not right. I mean, there's been so many atrocities in our neighborhood. I mean, Renee Good, but then also just the pulling people out of cars and breaking windows and, you know, beyond just perhaps those criminals, which doesn't seem to be who they're really taking.
And the video we just saw was... So the justification, there really was no justification. If there's any attempt to justify the killing of Renee Good, this is even worse.
I think to almost everybody, a video of an execution, I don't know if you really have another choice but then to show up for your community.
You said you don't want to be out here, but you are. Why did you feel like it was something you needed to do?
Well, Kelly, I don't want to be here because it's negative 10 degrees, but I don't know another way to show how much I'm hurting. I don't know a way to show support for the community other than to come to the site where something super tragic just happened about 2 hours ago. If I'm not here, I'm at home crying.
I know you said you live in the area, you weren't here when it happened, but you felt like you needed to be out here. Explain, how would you describe this community?
You know, despite what we're seeing at a national level, I keep telling everybody that this community is peaceful. This community is passionate, this community is protective of itself, and this community is coming together in a way that I didn't know a city was capable of. The way that protesters are organizing, the way that people are encouraging peace. Just now, we had like 15 people trying to put out a car. The reason the car was on fire is because ICE shot tear gas into it. So I think like a pretty beautiful display of what's actually happening here. And yeah, generally, what do I think about the community? This is my home, and now more than ever, I'm proud to live here.
Where do you think this community, this neighborhood, this city goes from here? What now?
I think that's a question that we're all reckoning with right now. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to answer it.
They're doing the same thing.
Again, so you woke up. Can we walk through again what you heard when you woke up this morning as you live in this community?
Yelling, didn't know where it was coming from. It was kind of quiet, and I was just in a deep sleep. I'd only had 3 hours of sleep. So then I jumped up, look out the window, see over on Nicollet by 26, I see a group of people, but then I hear 5 to 6 gunshots. So I ran inside, looked on the news, couldn't see anything, got my clothes on, and came out here to see what was happening, and then I saw all this.
You talked about you're worried about where we go from here and what this means.
Yeah, I mean, Minneapolis has been a nice community, nice city. The immigrants are what make it as special as it is, as
Who are you with?
Cultural as it is. And they're destroying East Street by coming in here and getting rid of all these immigrants.
Who are you with?
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Standing, barricading, and protecting ICE, tear gassing and macing protesters who are not violent, who are not harming anyone, that are visibly upset, and rightfully so. They've seen one of our neighbors again getting murdered. And so we need to stop seeing our law enforcement targeting protesters and instead go after those agents that have been murdering our neighbors.
Where do we end? When does this end? What do you, crystal ball, bajillion-dollar question, but like, how does this stop?
Well, it only stops once we hold them accountable, and we're going to continue to see this happen over and over again. We're seeing the largest ICE operation in our nation's history right here in Minnesota. Billions and billions of dollars spent on ICE agents in a time in which healthcare is being stripped away, in a time in which we are seeing folks struggle with housing and the cost of living, but we seem to have money to provide, $18 million a week on this. It does not make any sense. And so we need to make sure that we're holding our elected officials accountable, including myself, and standing up and saying this is not right, we need to do something.
What's your message to President Trump?
Well, no matter what message we have for him, he's not going to listen. He believes that he can run the show and he can get away with anything, and he's trying to give full immunity to these rogue agents. And what I'm trying to say is, now that we know, and we've been knowing he's not going to listen, it's up to local, state, and county leaders to hold ICE agents accountable.
Awesome. Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, that was just Senator Omar Fateh reacting to what happened early this morning.
Right, and obviously everyone's got an opinion today, and we have access mostly to those who think it was not a good shoot by the federal agent today. There's another side to the story coming from DHS, but the protesters obviously that are out there that we're interviewing feel very passionate about what's happened today and what's been happening over the last few weeks.
Yeah, especially after they they've seen a few videos. You heard a lot of references about the video, and we'll take you there in just a second. But right now what you're looking at is a live picture. This is of Whittier Park right now. We've seen a large crowd just kind of gathered there in protest. We've seen this kind of move from, of course, where the shooting happened. Initially is 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis. And so a lot of people have been gathered here at Whittier Park. And we've only seen just kind of people walk through the frame here, but we haven't seen, and it's hard to tell from this shot here if there's a large crowd gathered in one particular spot. Okay.
And this is now, we're back to the scene. Is this live right now? This is a live picture at the scene, the shooting scene at 26th and Nicollet where this happened. And you can see quite a few people still gathering around there. And I think that's actually, I saw earlier where the protesters or those who are there, you know, recognizing what happened, it kind of outlined the area where Preddy was shot this morning, and it's kind of lined with pine needles and pine branches and that kind of thing. And I think there's a sort of a memorial that's growing there as well.
Yeah, earlier today, our reporters who were out there, just how quick, it talked about how quickly, you know, the memorial was set up. I think we kind of talked about it off camera, how these have become so controlled in these protests of, like, you know, word spreads quickly and then people want to show up and respond in some way and support in the way that they see fit. And we see that happening right now. Yeah, there is a large memorial there. We want to just sit here and listen so we can see this. Let's take a listen.
Various speakers out there. When we cut to it, though, nobody was speaking at this time. And I think that is the memorial there right in the center. There, it looks like maybe there's some candles. There's those pine branches I was mentioning that kind of outline the area where Alex Preddy was shot and killed this morning just after 9 o'clock. And that's where one gathering is, and then we had the gathering at Whittier. But this is at 26th and Nicollet, where Alex Preddy was shot and killed this morning after some sort of a struggle or a confrontation with federal agents. It was a Border Patrol agent who actually fired the gun. We do know that it appears Preddy came to protest. He was legally armed with a 9mm and a couple of magazines, but he did have a permit to carry that gun. What's unclear is if did he pull it or point it, or what actually triggered or caused the agent to shoot. We just don't know.
And while we're talking about this, Ryan, let us know when you want to go through the video, because we're kind of referencing what happened earlier this morning. It would be good. Okay, so maybe let's do it now. So since we're looking at this live shot and we're talking about the video, it's probably important to show it to you. Many people have seen it already at this point, but as we are discussing it and we hear people mentioning it, it's important to probably show it at this point. So if we can cue that up, that'll be great. But of course, Karen, as you mentioned, 37-year-old Alex Preddy, we know, has lost his life, and we want to show you this video, and let's just watch it.
Go. He kind of waved that car through there. I'm not exactly sure. It's hard to tell what exactly he is doing. And that part there where the camera turns, it misses some crucial points.
And then you can see this, I believe it's a woman who she had on some sort of backpack, who was pushed to the ground, and it looks like he was trying to, you know, kind of protect in some way. Yeah. And then this is where, these are the crucial moments right here that you're seeing.
And we do have a slow down version, a slow motion version of this video as well that we're going to show. And you can see right there, it appears that that man in the gray jacket, I believe he's an agent, pulled a gun that looks like the gun DHS has been showing us all day long as the gun that was recovered, that belonging to Mr. Preddy. I think the question is, did the agent shoot after he pulled that gun away or before he pulled that gun away? Watching online, that's been a lot of the sort of argument. Is it before? Is it after? When does that gun actually get pulled out of the situation? Somebody was saying they could hear on the audio of some of the videos that there was somebody who screamed gun. And then I guess a short time later, yes, you see that man in the gray jacket actually reach in and kind of pull that gun away, what appears to be Mr. Preddy's gun. But again, and then there were multiple shots. So anxious to hear more details from Border Patrol or Homeland Security regarding what happened in that struggle, what happened when they were trying to when they were on top of Mr. Preddy, trying to bring him, I guess, into custody.
Yeah, you mentioned multiple shots. I haven't seen that question asked yet, and of course this will come as the investigation played out. But we heard it in the first video. There were multiple shots, and so I'm curious to see if that will be a question, of course, in the investigation of, because we kind of heard that in the Renee Good shooting of like, okay, one shot, that was a big question. Remember, we were on the air for a long time, and one of the questions was, okay, one shot is a defensive shot or multiple at this point. So I think that's going to be a key part too in this investigation. So of course, still a lot of questions. But earlier today, we did hear from the commander of the U.S. Border Patrol, Greg Bovino, who did say that Alex Preddy resisted. He approached the agents. He used those words with the 9mm handgun, and so that's kind of how we have these. We have these two stories of, people are taking and dissecting. Of course, people always are going to dissect what they see, in the video, and then you have an investigation as well that also has to happen at the same time.
Right.
Yeah.
We have a shot there of the memorial. Let's listen in a little bit as these, there's people there. It's more of a memorial at this point, remembering the man shot this morning. Let's listen in to what they're saying.
So right now you're listening to obviously protesters out there chanting.
They appear to be coming from Whittier.
Yes.
Whittier Park, and then now heading back to the scene of the shooting at 26th and Nicollet. We did also just have a shot from there where the memorial is from a different vantage point. And so there are already people there, and then you have this other group that appears to be joining that group.
And this is probably why we saw people kind of going in and out of that ground shot that we had there next to Whittier Park, because they were maybe making their way to this particular area of where this shooting happened on 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis. This will be interesting to see, though, Karen, how this kind of plays out. We know there's supposed to be a perimeter, you know, in this particular area. Not sure what time. Our Mike Manzoni, one of our reporters, is out there right now. He did say that he saw some officers in the distance, but he didn't see any National Guard from his point of view at that moment. So it will be interesting to watch because then they'll have to pull, you know, all of these people back.
I don't see how that happens.
And how that will kind of play out, because they initially wanted this area to only be open to some of the residents, some of the business owners, people who may be needing some emergency services. So yeah, we'll have to see how that works out.
Yeah, well, quite frankly, when they've tried to do that in situations before, it really hasn't gone too well. When they try to push a massive crowd back, and usually they'll have shields and that kind of thing, and they'll walk forward, and they're trying to get the people to move back, but, you know, they don't want to move back, and so sometimes that doesn't really go too well. But we'll have to wait and see. This is vehicle perimeter being set up by MPD and the National Guard being called in because the city needs help. MPD needs help. They're already short-staffed. They have about 600 officers. Vacations are canceled. They're all working overtime. There's a lot of officers out there on the streets trying to do some good work, sacrificing quite a bit. But we've been down hundreds of officers for years now, and so we just don't have enough. That's why the Guard is there to help out alongside MPD. The Guard also out at the Whipple Federal Building for any kind of a protest or issues that may arise out there. But this is the city. This is where the deadly shooting happened this morning, just after 9 o'clock of Alex Preddy. As we've been saying all day, definitely two different sides to the story, what the DHS is saying versus, you know, what a lot of the protesters are saying and our local leaders are saying. A lot of videos out there that people are trying to dissect and slow down and say, you know, the gun came out at this time or that time, and it's just hard to say right now.
Yeah, we are learning a little more about Alex Preddy as well, a 37-year-old ICU nurse at the VA. From his family, they say that he's an avid outdoorsman who loved going on adventures with his dog, Jewel, who recently passed away. We've also gotten a couple of statements as well from the American Federation of Government Employees, the group locally, saying that he devoted his life to caring for veterans, and there's a photo of him right now. We know that he had been participating in protests after Renee Good was shot and killed by an ICE agent on January 7th. And his father actually said that, you know, his son cared deeply about people, and he was just really upset about what was going on in the city of Minneapolis, and he wanted to, you know, protest and let his voice be heard. His family, of course, because that was probably the question too from some people, was he a U.S. citizen? And they kind of answered that pretty quickly this morning. He was a U.S. citizen, had no criminal record. And what was interesting too, Karen, is that his parents recently talked to him about, you know, just being careful at some of these protests.
Right, yeah, absolutely. They were saying be careful out there. And I'm sure a lot of family members who have loved ones that are heading out for these protests are saying the same thing, is to be careful out there. So it'll be interesting to see how this whole thing really ends up playing out. Now, earlier we had an interview or a conversation with somebody who was in the Border Patrol for some time, you know, several years ago, who said that, you know, Border Patrol, who fired the shot today, or the shots, Border Patrol usually works on the border in kind of a rugged environment, and this gentleman who used to be with Border Patrol felt that they weren't necessarily ready for an urban environment like they're in right now, that they're not really trained to be in this kind of environment. We don't know, obviously, how they've been trained, and maybe there's new training since this gentleman was in Border Patrol. We don't really know that. But just a perspective, as there are many, many perspectives today happening.
Yeah, and according to Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, this particular agent who fired the shot said 8 years of experience with the Border Patrol. He said that he was highly trained. And granted, we don't know in what, like as you're mentioning.
He did say less lethal training.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know, but yeah, it's just interesting to hear that. And then for some people, of course, to kind of grasp what happened and what's going on. And again, we're looking at this live picture right now at 26 and Nicollet from where Alex Pretty was killed this morning. Our Mike Manzoni has also been on the scene. We checked in with him a little earlier as he just kind of gave us a little perspective of what the protests kind of looked like from his perspective. Mike, you've been there for a while now. We kind of hear some of those chants. We know some of the people from Whittier Park have kind of made their way toward you. What are you seeing from where you are?
Yeah, they made our way here. They made their way here, I should say, within the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. Several hundred people, anyway, here at the corner of 27th and Nicollet. This is near where the shooting happened. The shooting happened kind of down Nicollet Ave, closer to the 26th intersection. There is a vehicle in the front, in the center of the intersection here, with a couple of people standing with speakers, shouting, getting the crowd to chant. It looks like they're on the back, the bed of a pickup truck. They kind of filled the intersection, and this all happened. This really popped up maybe within the last 10 minutes or so. I know that you guys had taken a live shot, you'd taken a look at our camera a few minutes ago, and really that was just minutes after it all happened. As far as law enforcement in this area, I know that's also been a question. I had mentioned during my last report that I could see some Minneapolis police officers maybe a block or two away, just kind of blocking off the road. I can see they're flashing lights on their squad cars, but I have not seen any National Guard members. We know, of course, that they will be wearing neon jackets to distinguish themselves from federal agents, but we have not seen any of them yet. They are continuing to chant. It is peaceful. I have not seen or heard any issues at this point. Many people with signs. I see someone with a flag on a large pole. People with some makeshift instruments. Looks like they're banging on some trash barrels or trash cans or whatever they can find. We will continue to stay out here and monitor things, and if the atmosphere changes, we'll of course let you know as soon as we see anything.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I think we're going to let this play out a little bit, kind of take you to the scene and let the sounds of what's happening there just play out, and so we can kind of get a feel for what is being said and some of the sights and sounds out there. A lot of shouting there, a lot of chants. But she did say that the crowd is moving. We're presuming that that is because that perimeter is being set up, that vehicle perimeter that the chief of police said would be set up around 26th and Nicollet to kind of protect that area there, along with the guard helping out with that as well. And so the woman on the megaphone did just say that they're going to have to move back just a little bit.
Yeah, and I just saw a photo from one of our photojournalists who took a picture of an armored vehicle, looks like a National Guard vehicle from Franklin and First Street, which will then probably mean that they are getting ready to move in and having to move some of those protesters out, because we do know that this zone includes Franklin Avenue to 28th Street and also 35W to Pillsbury Avenue as well. But at the same time, that's interesting because we heard all of that and we're seeing some of the movement, but we're also seeing this shot there on your right-hand side of this memorial that is growing right now. You can see the candles are lit, you know, some of the flowers, and
a lot of people just standing around and not moving.
Exactly.
So it's a little unclear from our vantage point exactly.
But maybe that's just how big the crowd is as well, because we see some movement, but then, it doesn't look like anyone is moving on the right-hand side as well. So this will be kind of interesting to watch this play out. I was hoping at one point, and maybe we can get Mike Manzoni, who was on the ground there, to maybe talk us through what some of this process is looking like as they are beginning to move out. But again, you're looking at the memorial right now for 37-year-old Alex Preddy.
Yep, that's at 26th and Nicollet. Happened just after 9 o'clock this morning. There was a targeted operation by ICE agents, Border Patrol agents who were there. It was a targeted operation. There were, as there has been at almost all of the operations by federal agents, there have been some protesters there. The whistles were going off, the horns were honking, and that kind of thing. And you do see Alex Preddy at least shooting some video. He's in the middle of the street. It's unclear what led up to the actual confrontation between agents and Preddy. There's some different angles of the actual struggle, but we're missing some key moments, seconds really, leading up to the actual shooting. So a lot to be learned still. But yeah, this happening just after 9 o'clock this morning. And then, of course, the protesters came out in droves, and it's been kind of like this all day long. But it does remain peaceful this evening. There were some concerns that as night fell, things would get kind of out of hand. I think MPD trying to make sure they don't let that happen by setting up this perimeter and such.
Yeah, we have seen the effects and the adjustments being made as well. Twins Fest, of course, was going on today. That was shut down. We also know that the Minnesota Timberwolves are playing the Golden State Warriors today. That game was supposed to be at 4:30 tonight. That was rescheduled for tomorrow, I believe, at the same time.
Right.
So many people making those adjustments after what happened here.
Yeah, and then just the people who live around there making adjustments, closing their businesses, or the residents who don't want to be part of this protest, kind of, you know, hunkering down inside their own places, their apartments or homes or whatever's around there. But then, of course, we have hundreds out there tonight. They're involved in these chants. They're lighting candles around the memorial that is there. You know, at 26th and Nicollet, it looks like, you know, a lot of candles, that kind of thing, and some signs, and I think maybe a cross remembering Alex Preddy, who was shot and killed.
And remember, it is -4 out there right now, so you can see, you know, you can see your breath. It's just been really, really cold. We've been talking about that over the last couple of days. Been brutally cold, but people have consistently showed up. We saw thousands and thousands of protesters just yesterday downtown Minneapolis as they voiced their concerns, and we're kind of seeing that same thing here tonight.
Learning a little bit more about Alex Preddy. He was an ICU nurse. I'm reading, too, that he worked at the VA and then the University of Minnesota, saying he was a 2011 graduate of the U from the College of Liberal Arts. And they recognize his passing, and their hearts, of course, going out to his family, who are grieving his loss, no doubt, tonight.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll learn a lot more about Alex over the next few days or so. Yeah, we have heard his family say, you know, we recently talked to him about this very thing, about protesting and just about being safe, and I can only imagine, you know, what his family is feeling right now.
Oh, no doubt. And a lot of people are feeling it. Sounds like we have Mike Manzoni, who has been on the ground for us around these protests. He's live there for us tonight around where the protest and the shooting scene has happened. Mike, what can you tell us?
Karen, we're at 27th and Nicollet, not far from where that shooting happened this morning. Several hundred demonstrators have come out here. They march this way from another area, maybe within the last 25 or 30 minutes. You can see, you can hear, they are chanting, they are holding signs, they are waving flags, holding candles, demanding that ICE leave the state. This is a loud, as you can hear, but at least for now, peaceful protest, demonstration. We were talking earlier about kind of how the mechanics of all this would play out with that exclusionary zone that the Minneapolis Police Department is going to be setting up with the help from the National Guard. About a block away off camera, I have seen several Minneapolis police squad cars, but I have not seen any National Guard members yet. We know that they will be wearing neon attire, neon vests to differentiate themselves from federal law enforcement, from federal agents, ICE, Border Patrol, those types of agents. It's unclear how long this particular demonstration will last. I have not seen any law enforcement in the immediate area or in the crowd, but at this point it doesn't seem that they need to really be involved. There were no incidents that I can see. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara was mentioning at the news conference a couple hours ago that this morning protesters had set at least 2 fires and were throwing ice chunks and other projectiles at officers, and that is not obviously happening now. So it's quite a bit different than it was in the immediate aftermath of the shooting this morning, particularly when Border Patrol and ICE and other federal law enforcement agents were out here. But it's when you saw, if you were watching some of the tear gas and the pepper spray and the chemical irritants that they were using to kind of disperse the crowd, because things were kind of getting unruly at this point. This is, of course, a large crowd, a large demonstration, a loud demonstration, a passionate one, but at this point, a peaceful one. And it does seem right now, as I'm watching, that to the left-hand side of your screen, you might be able to see, looks like some of the demonstrators are now filing down West 27th Street. Not sure where they're going, if they're leaving or if they're starting to march elsewhere. Of course, we will continue to monitor things out here and update you as soon as anything changes.
Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, Mike, because, you know, although they need to leave this particular area, it'll be interesting to see if they then gather elsewhere.
Maybe back to Whittier Park,
exactly,
where they were earlier, yeah.
And maybe that's where they continue the protesting tonight. So, yeah, Mike, thank you for keeping an eye on that for us. Yeah, he kind of mentioned, you know, it has remained peaceful. That's what we have been hearing from some of the local officials all day today of, you know, we want this to remain peaceful. I believe MPD Chief Brian O'Hara mentioned it earlier today, of don't destroy your own city.
Right.
So people have been just kind of reiterating the same sentiments.
And of course, there's that fear because of the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd and, you know, the fires that followed that. We obviously don't want a repeat of that, and so local leaders are saying, you know, please, let's not destroy our own city here. Feel free to protest legally, but let's not do that. I did see the city just tweet out a short while ago, kind of notifying residents that it might not be MPD that shows up for your 911 call. And then Councilmember Latricia Vitaw tweeting out earlier, or putting it on Facebook, saying that New Hope, Rogers, Brooklyn Park, Robbinsdale, and Crystal police departments will all be responding to 911 calls. So I know there's a lot of outside agencies from the Twin Cities that are assisting MPD while they're dealing with the situation there at 26th and Nicollet, and the National Guard coming in and that kind of thing. MPD, of course, short-staffed. They have been for years now. We have about 600 officers. But it sounds like, you know, vacations have been called back, overtime is warranted, and nobody has any days off right now. So they're working hard out there, Minneapolis police are, as they try to keep things calm.
Yeah, and the city of Minneapolis tweeting earlier today, a couple hours ago, saying that Minneapolis police resources are already stretched thin. These are their words, and I just want to kind of bounce off of you because this is exactly what you're saying. Minneapolis police resources are already stretched thin because of public safety disruptions federal immigration agents have caused. These are their words. Due to this, we have requested the Minnesota National Guard's help staffing in response to today's fatal shooting involving federal agents. They went on to say, to be clear, this activation comes at the request of Mayor Fry. The federal government does not have involvement in their activities. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office also requested National Guard assist at the Whipple Federal Building to fill additional offer shifts. They did mention, I did want to mention this part, the city's website has various resources for food, rental assistance, legal resources, and any resources for health matters as well.
And right now we are seeing a live picture of the scene or the area where Alex Preddy was shot this morning. You can see, it looks like there's a lot of branches around the area, kind of creating sort of a perimeter there. And then a lot of candles are still being placed there. You see people bending over, placing candles, placing flowers. There's a kind of a sign, a memorial. It looks like maybe a cross as well. And folks are chanting around there. So if there is a crowd moving, these folks here aren't part of it at this point.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting too. And I'm sure there might be, because Alex Preddy was a Minneapolis resident. So who's to say there aren't, loved ones out there, friends, family members, but you can see just a large crowd, as we have seen pretty much consistently throughout today, of showing their support in protest, and you can see them lighting candles right now.
Concerning as they're putting those candles by all those branches. Yeah. So everybody be careful out there. But yes, many things being placed in and around that area, remembering Alex Preddy, who we recently learned was a 2011 U of M grad from the Liberal Arts College, but currently he was an ICU nurse, and he's very missed and loved by his family at this point, who is grieving. His father said that he had just warned him to be careful if you're heading out to these protests, which he had been at over the last few days. We got quite a crowd out there right now.
Yeah, we've also learned that he devoted his life, is what they say, for caring for veterans as well. We have not learned, and we may or may not learn much about the Border Patrol agent involved in this shooting. No name, no background. All we know is that he had been with the Border Patrol for about 8 years, and that they say that he is highly trained.
Highly trained, yeah. So 8 years, but we don't exactly know what highly trained means. So we hope to learn that as well. Just so many questions that we are really hoping to get answers for. And I've said this, throughout the day. It's much easier to get answers from our state and local leaders, on the ground here, and even people who are witnesses out there. But we're trying to get more information from DHS and Border Patrol about exactly what went down or why that agent fired his gun. So we hope to learn more, if not tonight, tomorrow, and the days to come as well.
And hopefully there will be some sort of common ground at this point, right? You can think of the last, this is the third shooting in a month. The first one, January 7th, that was Renee Good's death. January 14th, we had the shooting involving an ICE agent. A man was shot in his leg. And today we have this. So I think there are a lot of people probably at this point wanting something to be done, and where the two sides just kind of come together at this point.
Right. We've had a couple of Republican lawmakers even commenting that, hey, we need a pause here. Let's kind of pause the enforcement, come together, try to figure this thing out. This isn't sustainable, what's happening right now. You have more and more people coming out, more and more people getting angry, getting very passionate about ICE conducting an operation here and wanting them out of our city. And then, of course, you have the administration pushing back, talking about their agents' lives being in danger because of some of these protesters. And we have seen things thrown at agents. I saw it with my own eyes, frozen water bottles, some other things. I know the police chief came out today and he said when his team responded today, they had things thrown at them and had to get out of there. It wasn't safe for them. So everyone asking for the protesters to be peaceful, rally, exercise your rights, but just simply do it peacefully without throwing things at people that could be potentially dangerous.
And from what we have seen the last few hours, it has been peaceful. This is exactly what we have been seeing for the last few hours or so. We hear, people chanting, we see the signs, we see people lighting the candles in that growing memorial. So it seems like, people are understanding that portion of we want to remain peaceful. And it may just be the fact that, they have seen so much of what has gone on in the last month. Is like, you're just tired. You just want to voice your concerns and then go home safely. And I think that's what the sentiment is on both sides at this point.
Now, we did see some of those people kind of moving away. We presumed that was the perimeter being set up, but that seems to have stopped for now, and everybody's just still kind of standing around the area where the shooting occurred at 26th and Nicollet. So it's
you're just tired. You just want to voice your concerns and then go home safely. And I think that's what the sentiment is on both sides at this point.
Now, we did see some of those people kind of moving away. We presumed that was the perimeter being set up, but that seems to have stopped for now, and everybody's just still kind of standing around the area.